Chapter 3059. Dragon punishment was the most powerful method to destroy the dragon race's source. It was a taboo technique of the entire dragon race. If Yang Kai's threat to perish together with Fu Qi was still acceptable to the second elder due to her anger, then the current situation was something she didn't want to see at all. The dragon clan could die, but their source couldn't be destroyed. Stop! Zhu Yan roared, his face as dark as water. Yang Kai stopped as expected, and the words that had been jumping out of his mouth stopped. The lightning dragon that had been peeled off from Fu Qi's head was also no longer in pain. Great Elder, do you have any other advice? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, but he was secretly afraid. Although he acted like a hooligan, who would be willing to die if they were not forced into a corner? Fortunately, the Great Elder gave him face and jumped out at the crucial moment, otherwise, he would not know how to continue. Since things had developed to this point, he had no way out. He could either negotiate with the dragon race and pay a certain price to take Zhu Qing away, or shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. The latter was not what he wanted to see, but if it was the former, he was mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Seeing Yang Kai stop the dragon punishment, Zhu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had obtained the dragon race's inheritance and the ancestral dragon source, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary human. It was useless to put on the arrogance of the dragon race. He pondered for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. A loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and the whole world seemed to tremble. Then, a beam of light burst out from a distant place, and the spiritual energy of the world surged and shook. It was bleak and restless. The three elders of the dragon race suddenly turned around and looked towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, the three dragons' expressions changed. The second elder, Fu Tianyi, shouted in a low voice, "Not good." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and flew in that direction like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't even care about what was happening here. This turn of events left the hundreds of mortals dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai had a look of surprise on his face as his eyes darted around in all directions. No one knew what the second elder was doing in such a hurry. Logically speaking, what happened here was related to the honor and dignity of the dragon race. After all, kidnapping the bride on the wedding day of the dragon race was really bad. The second elder had also shown an absolutely strong stance before, and even said that the dragon race and Yang Kai would not rest until one of them was dead. This could be said to be an irreconcilable enmity. What was it that could make such an expert like Fu Tianyi lose his composure? He couldn't even be bothered to deal with Yang Kai's kidnapping of the bride and wanted to deal with it directly? Something happened on Dragon Island, and it was a big deal. This kind of incredulous thought appeared in everyone's mind. Sure enough, they saw that the Great Elder, Zhu Yan, and the Fourth Elder, Zhu Kong, both had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Qi's arms earlier, they did not reveal such an expression. Looking at the other dragon race members, they also had bewildered expressions, as if they had some guesses. Qing, what is that place? What happened? Yang Kai secretly transmitted to Zhu Qing. He was secretly excited, as he keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity. Among the three great elders of the dragon race, the second elder, Fu Tianyi, was the most difficult to deal with. If she had not been so unreasonable, Yang Kai would not have gone so far before. Now that she had actually left, Yang Kai was naturally happy to see this. Without the second elder as a huge obstacle, only the great elder, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Kong were left. If they tried hard enough, they might be able to sit down and talk peacefully. After all, these two elders were from the Zhu faction of the dragon race, so they were more or less biased towards Zhu Qing. This could be seen from the attitude of the two elders before. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhu Qing replied, "Dragon's tomb, that is the dragon's tomb. Something seems to have happened to the dragon's tomb." Dragon's tomb? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew what the dragon's tomb was. It was a place where the dragon race members would definitely enter before they died. It was the forbidden area of the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth to search for the lost source of the dragon race. Her main purpose was to bring it back to the dragon's tomb. Since the dragon's tomb was the graveyard of the dragon race, what could have happened there? For the second elder to run away without even saying a word, this matter was really strange. Zhu Qing could not say why, but she knew that something must have happened to the dragon's tomb. While Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were communicating, the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder were also quietly communicating. It was unknown what the Great Elder said to the Fourth Elder, but Zhu Kong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. Yang Kai's eyes turned, then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Great Elder, Fourth Elder, this junior was in the wrong today, but there was no other choice. This junior was also thinking of Qing-er's happiness, which was why I acted so ruthlessly. I hope the two elders can forgive me." His conflict with the dragon race was basically concentrated on the second elder, Fu Tin. Now that Fu Tin had left, if he could take this opportunity to persuade the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder, he might be able to leave safely. It was just that he did not know if the dragon race would be willing to let him go. He was worried about his gains and losses and was also a little apprehensive. Hearing this, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong both looked at Yang Kai in amusement and anger. Previously, when he was facing the second elder, this brat had a firm and unyielding attitude, as if he could not wait to fight to the death with Fu Tin on the spot to prove his feelings for Zhu Qing. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had softened his tone. It seemed that he was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan said, "Injuring my clansmen and humiliating my dragon race's reputation is not something that can be explained by saying that you had no other choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then what does the Great Elder want? You have also seen Qing-er's attitude. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why should the dragon race deceive themselves like this? Fu Qi is a dragon race, so is Zhu Qing not a dragon race? You should also think more about Zhu Qing." Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "That may be so, but today's matter is destined to not end peacefully." Yang Kai's expression sank. "Since the Great Elder has said so, this brat can only accept. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for the Great Elder's forgiveness." His attitude towards the Great Elder was completely different from his attitude towards the second elder. He had already offended Fu Tin, so if there was still a chance, he was not willing to offend the Great Elder. Today's matter should be repaid with blood. Zhu Yan said in a low voice, then suddenly changed the topic, "But this old man does not want to bully the weak and ruin the reputation of my dragon race." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What does the Great Elder mean? If you let Fu Qi go, this old man will not make a move on you." "Really?" Yang Kai was happy after hearing that. In the entire Dragon Island, the people he feared the most were the Great Elder and the Second Elder. These two were existences comparable to the Great Emperors. Now that the Second Elder had left early for no reason, if the Great Elder also did not make a move on him, then this Dragon Island was so big that he could come and go as he pleased. It would be difficult for the Fourth Elder to make him stay. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that this Great Elder had become kind and amiable, even his stern face had become much warmer. As expected of the dragon race, he was still biased towards Zhu Qing and wanted to make things easier for her in a roundabout way. Dragon race Great Elder's words carry enormous weight, this brat naturally trusts him. Yang Kai kept nodding with a happy expression, causing the few hundred mortals to roll their eyes. Just a moment ago, he was still doubting the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising the other party. "Then let him go." Zhu Yan looked at him indifferently and said. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly threw Fu Qi, who had been in his hand, out. Fu Qi had lost both of his arms and was in so much pain that his face had already turned pale. He originally thought that he was going to die here today, but who would have thought that he would be able to survive in such a hopeless situation? After being thrown out by Yang Kai, he immediately grabbed the 2 severed arms that Yang Kai threw away and quickly ran in a certain direction. He did not dare to stay here and only wanted to find a place to recuperate. Although his arms were torn off by Yang Kai, the vitality of the dragon race was tenacious. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would definitely be able to recover. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai, looking like he was going to come back for revenge. He was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. If not for Yang Kai's surprise attack just now, it would have been impossible for him to be directly subdued by Zhu Qing. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? In front of so many people, he was injured and Zhu Qing was snatched away. If he could still swallow this anger, then he wouldn't be Fu Qi among the crowd. Li Jiao looked at the escaping Fu Qi with a gloomy face and a struggling expression. Previously, when Yang Kai taught Fu Qi a lesson and tore off his arms, Li Jiao was elated. If not for this bastard, how would Sanyang have to suffer 200 to 300 years of pain? He wished that Yang Kai could kill Fu Qi directly. But now that Yang Kai and the great elder of the dragon race had reached an agreement and released Fu Qi, Li Jiao felt a little disappointed and a little relieved. He was disappointed that Fu Qi managed to escape, but he was relieved that Fu Qi did not die in the hands of Yang Kai. Enmity naturally had to be taken with his own hands to vent his anger. Thus, Fu Qi's narrow escape gave Li Jiao a chance to take revenge. But Fu Qi was a rank 8 lightning dragon. Even if he was heavily injured, Li Jiao knew that he was not his opponent. He only had a lower rank 3 bloodline. How could he win against a rank 8 dragon race dragon? Unless he could also raise his bloodline. Thus, he was hesitating and struggling. What should he do to kill Fu Qi? He was very clear about the consequences of killing a dragon race dragon, but as a man, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. He had a scale that belonged to him. Just as he was hesitating, Fu Qi had already disappeared. Among the crowd, other than Li Jiao staring at Fu Qi, there was another pair of eyes that greedily stared in the direction that Fu Qi left. I have already released him. Great Elder must keep his word. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded and said, "This old man will naturally not go back on his word." After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Kong, then turned around and left. Looking in the direction that he left, he was also going to the dragon's tomb. Furthermore, his speed was not slower than the second elder's. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. This discovery caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 3060. The second elder mysteriously heading to the dragon's tomb was already shocking enough, but now even the first elder had rushed over. What exactly had happened at the dragon's tomb that 2 powerhouses comparable to great emperors had to go over to handle it? Kai Yang also had a thoughtful expression on his face as he scratched his chin. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hatefully said, "We've been tricked." What? Zhu Qing looked up at him suspiciously. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "He really is a sly old fox." Inferring from what had just happened, something huge had indeed happened at the dragon's tomb, and the second elder could not handle it alone, so the first elder had to rush over to help no matter what. In other words, regardless of whether Yang Kai released Fu Qi or not, the first elder could not stay here for long. Perhaps if he had just delayed for a while, he would not have needed to discuss any conditions with the first elder. At that time, with Fu Qi in hand, would it not be easy for him and Zhu Qing to leave Dragon Island safely? He believed that without the first elder and second elder, just the fourth elder alone would not be able to stop them. Now, however, he had accidentally fallen into the first elder's trap. With the hostage in hand gone, he had lost the initiative. But thinking about it, this might have been the best outcome. If he had not agreed to the first elder's suggestion earlier, it might have forced the first elder to personally take action and end things quickly. At that time, Fu Qi would not have a good ending, and he would not have a good ending either. Thinking like this, Yang Kai calmed down. Although he had been tricked by the first elder, this outcome was still acceptable. With the two elders leaving, only the fourth elder Zhu Kong and the many members of the dragon race remained in the temporary imperial residence. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Zhu Kong. What does fourth elder want to say? Will you let us leave? Or will we fight it out and see who's better? Today's situation had been unexpected, but everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Facing the dragon race that had lost the first and second elder, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. Today is an eventful day for Dragon Island. If possible, could you stay on Dragon Island for a few days and wait for everyone to make a decision? Yang Kai chuckled. Fourth elder, are you bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? If I don't take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Island today, what chance will I have in the future? Therefore, I cannot agree with fourth elder's suggestion. That's also true. Zhu Kong gently nodded. It was this elder who made things difficult for you. Zhu Qing took a step forward and sincerely looked at Zhu Kong, saying, Fourth elder, Yang Kai and I do not wish to become enemies with the dragon race. We just want to leave this place. Would fourth elder please allow us to do so? Zhu Kong shook her head with a solemn expression. You have also heard what the great elder said earlier. Today's matter is destined to not end peacefully unless you surrender yourselves. Then let's fight. Yang Kai took a step forward, his huge body as towering as an iron tower. Monstrous dragon power rolled around him. The fourth elder squinted his eyes and said, There are only two of you. I fear that you do not have much of a chance of winning. I advise you not to resist. Just as he said this, a person suddenly appeared and stood next to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing turned to look at him and furrowed her brow. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Zhu Lai cupped his fists and said, Fourth elder, excuse me. The one who had stepped forward was surprisingly Zhu Lai. All of the dragon's expressions changed. Although Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing were siblings, Zhu Lai's actions still made him an enemy of the Dragon Island and the dragon race. To be able to make such a decision, it was not just due to familial ties. It also required a great deal of courage. Zhu Kong's expression did not change, as though she had expected this. Nodding, she said, It's nothing much. Any choice will require a corresponding price. I just hope that you will not regret your decision today. Zhu Lai solemnly said, I will not regret it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Brothers in battle, father and son in battle. Good job, brother-in-law. The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. Every time he heard Yang Kai call him brother-in-law, he would have the urge to beat him up. At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd and stood firmly by Zhu Lai's side. However, his performance was far inferior to Zhu Lai's. His expression was bitter and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid of something. You also came? Zhu Lai looked at Li Jiao in surprise. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. Young Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Zhu Lai did not say anything and only reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Jiao immediately had a flattered expression on his face. Although he had come into contact with Zhu Lai before and had even gone through life and death together in the reincarnation world for a period of time, Zhu Lai had never once looked him in the eye. Li Jiao could clearly sense Zhu Lai's disdain for him. He knew himself well and knew that as a descendant of the dragon race, it was impossible for him to be treated seriously by the dragon race. Until today. Although it was just a simple action, it represented recognition and intimacy. Li Jiao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Although he had received Zhu Lai's recognition by standing up, and if he was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely gain many benefits in the future. However, in today's situation, he feared that he would most likely die. He did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Fire Dragon Palace. Descendant of the dragon race? The fourth elder frowned as he looked at Li Jiao, seeing through his identity at a glance. Descendants of the dragon race were too easy to recognize. The dragon blood in their bodies was not pure, and all members of the dragon race hated descendants of the dragon race because they did not like the aura they emitted. Any descendant of the dragon race would not be able to raise their heads in front of a true dragon race member. They would have a clear sense of inferiority and would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone make an enemy out of them. However, this descendant of the dragon race's performance today was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Kong looked meaningfully at Yang Kai and knew that the reason this descendant of the dragon race had stood up was definitely because of Yang Kai. Did this brat have that much charm? He actually had a descendant of the dragon race work so hard for him, but this was of no use. Although this descendant of the dragon race's cultivation was not weak, his bloodline was too low. Against a true dragon race member, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Fourth elder, there are 4 of us. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward Zhu Kong. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the dragon race, it was at least double the original number of people. Zhu Kong faintly smiled, 4 is not a lot. 4 is indeed not a lot, but what if we were added in? A clear and bright voice suddenly rang out, directly ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone became bewildered because when they looked around, there was no one around. Yet, this voice strangely rang out. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward a certain spot in the air with great surprise. Zhu Kong had clearly also noticed something, as her eyes suddenly focused, this voice, in that empty space, a vortex had strangely appeared. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic void. It was like the mouth of a fierce beast that could swallow everything. A void corridor. Someone cried out in surprise and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was impossible for a void corridor to appear out of thin air. In addition to that person's voice, everyone immediately realized that a strong person had broken through the void and arrived. But who exactly was it that was so daring as to provoke the dragon race before they had even appeared? This was truly reckless. Who could easily endure the anger of the dragon race? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small figure suddenly walked out of the void corridor. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Because this person was truly too small. It was clearly a child, and it was a little girl. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a dress that was slightly oversized with long sleeves that almost reached her feet. Her hair was simply tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her small face was like carved jade, and she looked extremely cute. Not to mention the hundreds of mortals, even the many members of the dragon race could not help but take a few more looks at her. Once the little girl appeared, her round eyes began to look around, sweeping across everyone as though she was looking for something. There was a clear look of excitement and anticipation on her face. Yang Kai let out a cry of surprise before breaking into a smile. The little girl's gaze finally landed on him. She was only stunned for a moment before flying over like lightning, stopping in front of Yang Kai. Everyone couldn't help but worry for her. Yang Kai's incomparably large body and the little girl's petite body gave off too much of a visual impact. Even if the little girl stood up straight, she was only the size of Yang Kai's nose. Especially now that Yang Kai was grinning with his mouth wide open, it was as though he could swallow the little girl at any moment. Just as everyone was on edge, the little girl's clear voice rang out, "Master, how did you become so big?" "Moss." "Master?" Everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing that they had heard wrongly. Zhu Kong's expression also became extremely strange. He could feel that this seemingly harmless little girl was hiding a huge power within her body. Moreover, that power seemed to be the power of the Holy Spirit. It could even be said that it was not weaker than the Holy Spirit of the dragon race. He had never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse before. What made him even more puzzled was that this little girl actually called Yang Kai master. The two had a master-servant relationship? But how was that possible? For the first time today, Zhu Kong felt a sense of uneasiness. It seemed that there would be a great change in Dragon Island today. This kind of uneasiness made his heart heavy. Moreover, the voice that inexplicably rang out just now was definitely not this little girl's voice. That voice sounded like, "Damn, you touched this old lady's butt." Just as everyone was in a daze, a delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire rushed out from the void tunnel. That woman turned her head and glared in the direction of the void tunnel with a face full of anger. Under such a tense atmosphere, such a sentence suddenly popped out, causing everyone's expression to become strange. And with this interruption, that tense and austere atmosphere suddenly disappeared. "What are you blocking here for?" "I did not do it on purpose." A third person's voice rang out. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the man who had spoken at the beginning. The void tunnel disappeared, revealing the figure of a handsome and elegant man. That man had a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was also a little awkward. And after he appeared, the void tunnel suddenly disappeared. Chapter 3061. When Yang Kai showed up to snatch the bride, all the dragons looked at him with disdain. When Yang Kai transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon, all the dragon race members exclaimed in amazement. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Chi's arms, all the dragons were enraged. Their clansmen were being tortured and humiliated, so they naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. But when this man and woman appeared, all the dragon race members' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the fourth elder was the same, gritting his teeth with a solemn expression as he shouted, "Jiu Feng, Li Wui." The two masters who suddenly appeared through the void corridor were Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng and Li Wui. Putting Jiu Feng aside, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of space and was known as the #1 master in the star boundary below the great emperors. For him, bringing a few people to the void corridor was not a difficult task. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the other dragon race members, it seemed that there was some kind of grudge between them and these two. All of them were gnashing their teeth, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on these two and gnaw on their flesh. Yang Kai also asked in surprise, "Seniors, why are you here?" Li Wui glanced at him with a smile. "You didn't forget the well digger even when drinking water. Have you forgotten this king's kindness so quickly?" Yang Kai was a little confused, not knowing what he meant, but soon, his eyes lit up, as if remembering something, and he asked in surprise, "Was that divine sense left behind by Senior?" Li Wui smiled slightly, "Yes." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Previously, when he and Li Jiao broke into Dragon Island, they were trapped in the void labyrinth and couldn't find a way out for a while. In the end, they encountered a divine sense phantom in the void labyrinth. If it weren't for that phantom, he and Li Jiao would probably still be confused in the void labyrinth. He couldn't figure out who left that divine sense phantom, but now that he heard Li Wui's words, he realized it was Li Wui's divine sense. No wonder he felt that divine sense was a little familiar at that time. Li Wui waved his hand slightly. "It's nothing, this king should be thanking you." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused. Li Wui, however, did not explain anything. He just looked at Zhu Kong and said, "It's been over 10 years since we last met, but fourth elder's style is still the same." Zhu Kong coldly snorted. Faced with Yang Kai stealing the bride and injuring the dragon race, there was not much of a change in his expression, but when facing Li Wui, there was a clear trace of dread and vigilance in his expression. Without answering the question, he asked, "With the two of you here, doesn't that mean that person has also come?" Li Wui chuckled. "Why else do you think the first elder and second elder would go together?" Even though fourth elder had guessed this, his expression still changed when he confirmed this matter. "That person?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The conversation between Li Wuyi and Zhu Kong sounded simple, but it contained a great deal of information. Thinking back to the hurried attitudes of the head elder and second elder, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. He glared at the little girl in front of him. Lu Yan's divine sense surged, as he secretly transmitted, "The martial beast has come." Yang Kai's body trembled, as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He finally understood why the first elder, Zhu Yan, and second elder, Fu Xiu, could not even attend to his own matters. It turned out that the martial beast had personally come to Dragon Island. Faced with the great emperors who had been famous for a long time, neither the first elder nor the second elder dared to say that they could easily win in a one-on-one fight. Only by working together would they be able to suppress him. Yang Kai was puzzled, saying, "Why did the martial beast master come to Dragon Island? And why did he run over to the dragon tomb?" Lu Yan replied, "I don't know either. I just know that this matter is very important to him." Although Lu Yan had been living on Spirit Beast Island for the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time fusing with the Phoenix True Fire. After breaking out of his shell and being reborn, he had been cultivating the Phoenix clan's secret techniques. As such, he did not know much about the matters on Spirit Beast Island. This time, he suddenly received the news and rushed to Dragon Island with several masters. The martial beast, the dragon tomb, more than a decade ago. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind one by one, and he felt that things were getting more and more complicated. But in any case, the current situation had changed, and he was no longer at a disadvantage. Originally, there were only 4 people on his side. Facing the entire dragon race, it was still a little difficult, but with the addition of the strong reinforcements from Spirit Beast Island, the balance had been slightly tilted towards his side. The attitude of Li Wuyi and the others had already made it clear that they were on the opposite side of Dragon Island. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. Jiao Feng had not spoken since she appeared. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned, looking around with a smile. When she met Yang Kai's eyes, she even winked at him. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she was sighing in her heart. She still remembered the scene when she first saw Yang Kai. At that time, this boy was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and she had stopped him on the way to Azure Sun Temple. At that time, he was just a junior with some opportunities in her eyes. Like Li Wuyi, he cultivated the Space Divine technique, and she could kill him with a snap of her fingers. But how many years had it been? Facing him now, Jiao Feng could no longer look down on him. His huge body contained unimaginable power, and it was a power that made her treat him as an equal. The speed of his growth was too fast. For the first time, Jiao Feng saw the shadow of the great emperors in a first-order Emperor Realm Master. "Fourth Elder, there is no need to worry. You and I can't intervene in the matters over there. Why don't we take this opportunity to continue the battle we started more than a decade ago? What do you think, Fourth Elder?" Unlike the solemn expression on the Fourth Elder's face, Li Wuyi was always smiling with a calm expression on his face. Zhu Kong obviously understood this truth. Without reaching the 10th Order, one was not as good as the great emperors. Although he was also an elder on Dragon Island, his true strength was far inferior to the great elder and second elder. He really couldn't intervene in the battle over there, and neither could Li Wuyi, Jiao Feng, and the others. If not, they wouldn't have come here. It was better to stay there and help. It was precisely because Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were self-aware that they wouldn't stay there for long. While they were talking, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the dragon tomb, and a violent energy fluctuation pushed towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Above the sea, the waves rolled, and the entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. They were already fighting over there. Yang Kai looked in that direction with some excitement, his heart itching as if it had been scratched by a cat. A battle between great emperors, this was a battle between great emperors. It couldn't be compared to the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong that he had seen in the Shattered Star Sea. Back then, although Duan Hongchen and Wukong had the titles of great emperors, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was definitely not as earth-shattering as today's battle. If he could observe such a battle with his own eyes, it would definitely be worth hiding away for a year. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to take a look. Although it was extremely dangerous, who would want to miss such a battle? Master really is impatient. Li Wuyi glanced in that direction and slowly shook his head. When he turned back, he urged, "If Fourth Elder feels that it's fine for everyone to sit down and chat, this Li has no objections. It just so happens that this Li has brought a few jars of good wine and would like Fourth Elder to taste." Zhu Kong gave him a deep look. "You've always had so much nonsense to say." Jiao Feng also curled her lips. "I told you to talk less and watch more, but you just wouldn't listen. It's not like you haven't suffered losses before. You really can't change your ways." Li Wuyi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, "It's best not to fight if you can. Fourth Elder isn't that easy to bully." Zhu Kong snorted lightly. "You want to bully me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, without any warning, they attacked together. Li Wuyi raised his hand and swatted towards Zhu Kong. The space principles instantly surged, turning into a void vortex that enveloped Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder remained unmoved. His expression was solemn as the phantom of a giant dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. In the void, a transparent barrier seemed to appear, blocking the giant dragon, but Li Wuyi's hand was also suspended in mid-air, unable to descend. The space principles around him were in turmoil. The expressions of the two were extremely serious, and most people couldn't see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sensed Li Wuyi's space principles and compared them with his own. For a while, he actually gained a lot. Ancient and obscure syllables rang out, and Zhu Kong quickly formed a seal with her hands. Facing Li Wuyi's attack, the syllables that came out of her mouth became faster and faster, eventually forming a line. Protection technique. Yang Kai frowned, instantly understanding what kind of secret technique Fourth Elder was using. Not daring to hesitate, he also chanted the dragon language and formed a seal with both hands. Zhu Kong took a deep look at him, a look of surprise flashing through the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai could use the dragon race's secret techniques. This was something that she already knew. Since he could use the dragon race's secret techniques, it meant that he had already received the acknowledgement and inheritance of the ancestral dragon. However, Zhu Kong never thought that Yang Kai would be able to communicate with the Dragon Hall. On Dragon Island, there were two forbidden areas. The first was the Dragon's Tomb, and the second was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon's Tomb was the burial ground of the dragon race, while the Dragon Hall was the place where the heroic spirits of the dragon race were protected. Both were the foundation of the dragon race, and neither could be missing. In order to communicate with the Dragon Hall, not only did one need an extremely pure bloodline, one also needed to pray for many years and perform an important ceremony. On the entire Dragon Island, only a few elders could communicate with the Dragon Hall. And the greatest benefit of communicating with the Dragon Hall was that one could quickly use the dragon race's secret techniques, eliminating some of the tedious methods. Aside from this, the greatest use of the Dragon Hall was to provide a kind of protection. This protection was the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline. Zhu Lai had previously told Yang Kai that the protection of the Dragon Hall could offset the suppression of the bloodline to a large extent. Thus, on Dragon Island, if the dragon race was prepared, Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin would not have such an obvious effect on the dragon race. The reason why Fu Qi had been so easily captured by Zhu Qing was because it had caught her off guard. Fu Qi never thought that Zhu Qing would recover her strength and attack him. The second reason was that Fu Qi had not received the protection of the Dragon Hall. However, the secret technique that the fourth elder had unleashed was clearly a protection technique. He understood better than anyone that the advantage of the dragon race was their numbers, while their disadvantage was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the bloodline of the dragon race, making it impossible for them to use their full strength. Chapter 3062. If Yang Kai really was allowed to unleash his might, the entire dragon race on Dragon Island might not be his opponent. Thus, before the battle began, the fourth elder needed to resolve the suppression of his bloodline. The protection technique was his only means. As the two dragon voices rang out, a series of dragon roars could be heard from the faraway and hidden dragon palace. Then, more than 10 beams of light shot up into the sky like a group of dragons emerging from the sea. They flew across the sky and arrived above the spiritual island in the blink of an eye and plunged downwards. Seeing this, the many members of the dragon race were naturally overjoyed and went forward to welcome them. Chi 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 chi, the rays of light from the dragon palace entered the bodies of the many members of the dragon race, but they did not increase their strength. Instead, they became more confident. It was as though they had been reborn, and the fear from Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Guide! Yang Kai gave a low shout, and one of the rays of light suddenly changed direction. Circling around a dragon race member, it landed next to Yang Kai and entered Li Jiao's body. Li Jiao's body trembled. He still did not understand what had happened, but after this ray of light entered his body, Li Jiao clearly felt a change in his body. The most obvious change was that the dragon's might from the dragon race did not seem to have much of an effect on him. The bloodline that had been suppressed had also regained its freedom, and the emperor's qi flowed happily through his body without any more hindrances. This is... Li Jiao was dazed. Opening his hand to take a look, he was in disbelief. The protection of the dragon palace, Yang Kai casually replied. Shaking his head, he had a dissatisfied look on his face. According to his original plan, he wanted to intercept all of the protection from the dragon palace. If he could really do this, he would be able to win today's battle without even fighting. Just the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin was enough to cause the members of the dragon race present to be restrained. It was likely that they would not even be able to use half of their strength. But in the end, he had still underestimated Zhu Kong's abilities. In the fight for the protection of the dragon palace, he was weaker than Zhu Kong. After all, Zhu Kong was truly the fourth elder of the dragon race. She was naturally very familiar with communicating with the dragon hall. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, Li Jiao's eyes flashed. Since the appearance of the dragon race, he had been in a state of suppression. Previously, he was able to stand out from the crowd and walk firmly to Yang Kai's side because of Lu Sanyang. If he wanted to avenge Lu Sanyang, he could only rely on Yang Kai. He didn't think that he would be of much help to Yang Kai by himself. Against a pure-blooded dragon race, he had no hope of winning. But now, this kind of suppression had been greatly weakened. Everyone seemed to be standing on the same starting line in terms of bloodline, and no one could suppress the other. Li Jiao's expression became stern as he stared in the direction that Fu Qi had left in. His eyes shone with a frightening light as he said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, this Li wants to go." Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do and agreed without waiting for him to finish. "I will return as quickly as possible." After Li Jiao said this, his figure flickered and he retreated. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he disappeared from their field of vision. And in the short time that Yang Kai and Li Jiao were communicating, the space around the fourth elder suddenly became extremely distorted. That space looked grotesque and variegated, as though it could collapse at any moment. He tried his best to resist for a while but was still unable to break through this spatial divine technique. He could only sigh and shout, "Since you want to insist, then as you wish." Li Wui laughed and said, "Excuse me, fourth elder." Saying so, the big hand that had been suspended in midair suddenly slammed down. Without a sound, the fourth elder disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Li Wuyi's figure also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a layer of spatial fluctuations that spread out in all directions. Yang Kai raised his brow, keenly aware that this was a spatial divine technique. It seemed that Li Wuyi had dragged the fourth elder into an inexplicable space. As expected of the strongest master under the great emperors. Yang Kai had never experienced how strong the fourth elder was, but he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary third-order emperor realm master. Even so, he was unable to break through Li Wuyi's divine technique. Li Wuyi obviously wanted to fight the fourth elder alone, and this was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Without the fourth elder as a strong enemy, he did not fear any of the dragon race present. What's more, he was not fighting alone. The loss I suffered at the hands of you reptiles more than 10 years ago, this old lady will pay you back today. Jiao Feng's beautiful eyes swept across the dragons as a sneer appeared on her lips. This sentence completely enraged the dragon race. The dragon race was the leader of all divine spirits, the leader of all living beings, so when had they ever been called reptiles? Even Zhu Lai frowned. Jiao Feng's words had undoubtedly scolded him and Zhu Qing as well, but then again, the two of them had indeed fought with Jiao Feng more than 10 years ago, so they knew how difficult this woman was to deal with. The faces of all the dragons sank, and although no one spoke, their expressions said everything. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the dragons and said in a deep voice, "Let me and Qing leave and I won't make things difficult for you today." He did not want to completely fall out with the dragon race, so it would be best if these dragon race members could turn a blind eye and let him and Zhu Qing leave. "Hey, kid, aren't you being too immoral?" Jiao Feng glared at him. She did not expect Yang Kai to make such a proposal at this time. If Yang Kai left, wouldn't she have to fight alone? Even if she was strong, how could she have a good end if she was besieged by more than 10 dragon race members? "Senior, you can leave with us." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. Jiao Feng said, "My spirit beast island came to Dragon Island today for an important matter. If I leave, what will happen to the others?" Yang Kai said, "The great emperors are omnipotent, so you don't have to worry about them. Senior Li's mastery of the law of space is above mine. If he really wants to leave, how can Dragon Island stop him?" Jiao Feng sneered, "What you said makes some sense, but these guys don't seem willing to let you leave." Yang Kai turned his head and saw many dragon race members with gloomy and silent expressions. Needless to say, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible to resolve today's matter peacefully. He nodded slightly, "Swords have no eyes. If you're hurt or die, don't blame others." As soon as he finished speaking, the 80-meter-tall figure suddenly became absent-minded and instantly disappeared on the spot. The law of space surged, and he had already pounced into the group of dragons. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, domineering and unhindered. He directly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed one of the dragon race members with a cold expression. Facing such a sudden change, the dragon's reaction was not panicked. Obviously, they were already vigilant. When they saw him rushing over, they instantly scattered. However, the dragon race member that was targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the surrounding space was extremely sticky like a swamp, and he could not help but stop. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai had already grabbed him in the palm of his hand. It was unknown whether this dragon race member was of the Zhu or Fu series, but judging from the purity of the dragon breath, it should be at the 8th level. There were not many 8th-level dragon race members on Dragon Island. At most, there were only a dozen of them, and among them, there were only 5 8th-level bloodlines. Other than Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, there were only 3 8th-level bloodlines. This dragon was one of them. Being grabbed by Yang Kai, this dragon turned pale with fright. The scene of Yang Kai tearing off Fu Qi's arms with a snap of his fingers was still fresh in his mind. He knew that if he really fell into Yang Kai's hands, his ending would not be much better than Fu Qi's. In a flash, a dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the sky. His over 20 feet long body suddenly revealed his original form, and an unparalleled dragon's aura filled the air, giving people a strong pressure. When he revealed his true dragon form, it meant that he was going all out. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to crush him with one hand. After all, his size was obvious. Sure enough, after the true dragon form appeared, Yang Kai's hand was immediately pushed away, and his violent strength was also somewhat unable to continue. The dragon race's body swayed and was about to break free from Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai roared and reached out with both hands, grabbing the dragon's tail. His muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have swelled up. He used all his strength, grabbed the dragon's tail, and smashed it down. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant dragon that was about to soar into the sky actually stopped and fell heavily to the ground like a dead snake. With a loud bang, the ground in front of the palace cracked, and a crisscrossing ravine appeared. A sorrowful dragon's roar sounded. After transforming into an 80 feet long dragon, Yang Kai's strength was so great that even the dragon couldn't bear it after being pulled and smashed by him. As it raised its head and roared, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the dragon's body and stepped up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned the dragon's scales. In just an instant, he determined his target. It was a dragon scale about the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it didn't look any different from other dragon scales, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon scale flashed with light from time to time. The Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that the Dragon Hall's protection technique was usually on a certain dragon scale. As long as this dragon scale was removed, the protection from the Dragon Hall would lose its effect. He reached out and stuck his hand under this special dragon scale. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to lift it up. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, turned its head, and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards Yang Kai, turning into a boundless chill, as if wanting to freeze Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this, his huge body suddenly covered in frost, and even his hair became a shocking white. With a chi, dragon blood splashed out as Yang Kai pulled out the shining dragon scale. Without the protection of the Dragon Hall, the 8th Order dragon's aura instantly weakened. The suppression from Yang Kai's bloodline made it difficult for him to circulate his strength, and his over 20 feet long body actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he had shrunk to only a few dozen feet, and it seemed that he would soon be unable to maintain his dragon's true form. Yang Kai stepped down from the dragon's body and sent it flying with a kick. The dragon fell into the sea, causing huge waves to splash. His body trembled, and the frost on his body immediately melted away. Holding the blood-stained dragon scale in his hand, he swept his gaze over the other dragon race members, his voice chilling to the bone, causing the other dragons to tremble in fear. The first one. Who else? Chapter 3063. In the blink of an eye, an 8th Order giant dragon was crippled. Saying that he had been crippled wasn't accurate though. All Yang Kai had done was remove one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was almost nothing. If it had been anywhere else, the 8th Order dragon would still be able to fight at full strength and would hardly be affected. But without the protection of the Dragon Palace Hall, under the shroud of Yang Kai's dragon power, he could not even maintain his dragon true form. How could he fight again? Although he was not seriously injured, he had lost the qualification to participate in the battle. This lightning-fast speed and that direct and fierce style made the eyelids of all the dragon race members twitch. While Yang Kai was attacking the 8th Order giant dragon, the hundreds of mortals and Fu Chi's women finally reacted and screamed in horror as they fled in all directions. There was going to be a big battle here, how could they dare to continue to stay? In the blink of an eye, there were no more idlers in front of the palace. Those who stayed were all related to today's matter. Zhu Qing and her brother, Jiu Feng, Lu Yen, and Yang Kai. These 5 people were all the combat power on Yang Kai's side. On the other hand, there were still more than a dozen people on the dragon race's side. The difference in numbers was extremely large. But in terms of momentum, Yang Kai stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Taking the lead, he suppressed many of the dragon race members until they were out of breath. Ha ha ha. Jiu Feng laughed, "Kid, you did well. You should teach these arrogant guys a lesson." Because of what happened more than a decade ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island did not treat each other well. Seeing the dragon race being defeated, Jiu Feng was naturally happy. He also found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. No wonder young Miss could not forget this kid. He was really not a pushover. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not bring young Miss here today. Otherwise, if that little girl saw Yang Kai's brave and unparalleled scene just now, her heart would be swayed. Young Miss was at the age when young girls were in love. She was most easily confused by a man's heroic spirit. Yang Kai looked around and shouted, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you all going to give way or not?" The dragon race members were speechless. Only pairs of angry and hostile eyes were looking at him. "Then let's fight," Yang Kai shouted, his nostrils exhaling a hot breath as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a loud boom, the entire spiritual island seemed to shake. His huge body shot up to the sky like a cannonball and pounced towards one of the dragon race. So, when they saw Yang Kai rushing over, they immediately let out dragon roars and revealed their dragon true forms. In an instant, red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons filled the sky. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. The largest one was more than 20 feet long. The giant dragons hovered in the void. Dragon power filled the air, causing the surroundings to tremble and the universe to be turned upside down. Before Yang Kai could reach them, the dozens of giant dragons opened their mouths and spat pure dragon breaths from above. Scorching dragon flames, icy dragon breaths, emerald green venom, pure origin water that was as heavy as a mountain, and wind blades that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth. They attacked Yang Kai from all directions. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Yang Kai roared. His mouth was filled with complicated dragon language. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light above his head, which turned into a shield. After a series of rumbles, all the attacks hit the golden shield. In just a moment, the golden shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining power did not diminish and landed on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai left quickly and returned quickly. His huge body fell on the island, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. The dragons were overjoyed to see this. Just as they were about to take advantage of his illness to kill him, they were horrified to find that Yang Kai was shaking his head as he climbed up from the deep hole. His already terrifying eyes were exuding a red light as if he wanted to eat people. He looked up like an enraged beast and his body swayed, instantly disappearing on the spot. The dragons' expressions became chaotic and their hearts were filled with alarm. Their vision blurred and Yang Kai appeared not far away. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at a giant dragon that was more than 100 feet long. The giant dragon was already prepared. As soon as it saw Yang Kai appear, it immediately tried to escape. The surrounding dragon race also spread out vigilantly. "Condense!" Yang Kai shouted. Space principles surged and turned into an invisible cage, enveloping the giant dragon. The space around it turned into a swamp, containing an extremely strong binding force. The giant dragon was unable to break free for a moment. Recalling Yang Kai's previous vicious methods, it suddenly let out a terrified roar and turned to bite Yang Kai. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as a guillotine, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yang Kai's grabbing motion did not change. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it directly into the giant dragon's head. The strength of this punch was so great that it actually smashed the giant dragon's head to the side. Some of the dragon's scales on its head fell off, causing it to become dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grabbed the dragon's tail. Before Yang Kai could do the same, another giant dragon had already wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Its huge body coiled up along Yang Kai's feet, like a python hunting its prey. In an instant, Yang Kai was tied to the spot, tightly strangling his body. Seeing this, the surrounding dragon race members immediately rushed to the rescue. It was one thing for Yang Kai to unexpectedly cripple one of their clansmen, but if this happened again, then the dragon race's reputation would really be ruined today. The entire dragon race on Dragon Island could be said to have turned out in full force. How could they allow a human to strut around here? Zhu Qing and the others also finally rushed over. However, the dragon race was clearly prepared. No one knew who secretly gave the order, but more than a dozen giant dragons clearly divided the work and rushed to meet Zhu Qing and the others, blocking them. Elder Sister Qing, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be your enemy, but I have no other choice. A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing, its dragon mouth opened and closed, its eyes full of embarrassment. This purple dragon was undoubtedly Fu Ling. She was only a rank 6 dragon vein, facing Zhu Qing who had a rank 9 dragon vein. She really didn't have the confidence. If not for the Dragon Temple's protection, she wouldn't be able to stop them. The suppression of her bloodline was enough to make her feel helpless. Beside Fu Ling, there was a blue dragon slightly longer than her. Hearing this, she agreed, Elder Sister Qing, please stop. This blue dragon was the dragon girl who carried the flower basket with Fu Ling and scattered falling flowers along the way. Her bloodline was slightly higher than Fu Ling's, but she was only a rank 7 dragon vein. However, with the Dragon Temple's protection, if she joined forces with Fu Ling, they might be able to fight Zhu Qing, and maybe even gain the upper hand. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she shouted, "Scram!" The rank 7 blue dragon shook her head and said, "Please forgive me, but I can't agree." Zhu Qing didn't speak any more nonsense. When a dragon roar sounded, she had already transformed into a red dragon of 30 meters long. Her body was emitting a monstrous heat wave, as if there were flames burning on her body. Her huge body was twice the size of Fu Ling, causing Fu Ling and the blue dragon to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although they had long heard that Zhu Qing had advanced to the rank 9 dragon vein, that was only hearsay after all. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that the rumors were true. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 rank 9 dragons on the entire Dragon Island, and they were the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. The 3rd elder was banished to the Dragon Tomb more than 10 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The 4th elder was more amiable, and many dragon race members didn't feel too much pressure in front of him. But only at this moment did the 2 dragon girls understand that the gap between them and a rank 9 dragon was too big. Even with the protection of the Dragon Palace, the 2 dragon girls still felt a little scared when facing Zhu Qing's true body. When the dragon true body appeared, Zhu Qing had already transformed into a red light and rushed toward Fu Ling and the blue dragon. Like a burning flame, she caused the space around her to distort. Fu Ling and the blue dragon hurriedly intercepted her. Zhu Qing was blocked, and Zhu Lai was also not spared. He had already transformed into his dragon true body and was entangled with another rank 8 dragon. Clawing, biting, swinging, and occasionally, the secret techniques of the dragon race would burst forth. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them that couldn't be resolved. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting in the sky, and the battle was incomparably fierce. On the other side, Jiu Feng was fighting 2 dragon race members by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Her figure was very graceful, moving back and forth leisurely, causing the 2 dragon race members who were chasing after her to be enraged. This was a very bad feeling. Jiao Feng had a lot of skills, but she didn't want to fight them head-on. It was as if she was toying with them, and the more they fought, the more furious she became. "Little girl, if you don't want to die, then scram." Fu Qi faced Lu Yan alone. His body, which was more than 10 zhang long, was very distinct compared to the little girl. His head, which was the size of a house, was close to Lu Yan, and a buzzing sound came from his mouth. It wasn't that Fu Qi was pitiful, but that the dragon race members had their own pride. What kind of ability was it to deal with a 7 or 8-year-old girl? But he soon realized that he was wrong, very wrong. This little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, actually had a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to his within her body. When a clear and loud phoenix cry sounded, 2 bright flames suddenly spread out behind Lu Yan's back. The flowing flames turned into a pair of wings behind her back, making a whistling sound. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite body rapidly grew. After a series of distortions, a fire bird that wasn't inferior to Fu Qi's in size appeared. The fire bird's form was beautiful, but its eyes were filled with pride that was even more intense than the dragon race. It had the majesty of a king. "Phoenix race!" Fu Qi shouted, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he knew that this little girl definitely wasn't as harmless as she looked, he didn't expect her to be a member of the Phoenix race. Dragons were more powerful than phoenixes, but the Phoenix race wasn't weak either. Among the holy spirits, it was hard to say which race was stronger, but if one really wanted to compare, the Phoenix race was even rarer than the dragon race. The dragon race at least had a dragon island with its own inheritance, but there seemed to be no news of the Phoenix race for countless years. The Luan Feng in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. She was just a branch of the Phoenix race. Even the Jiao Feng that came this time wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. But the one in front of him was definitely the most orthodox member of the Phoenix race. Fu Qi focused and didn't dare to let his guard down. Chapter 3064. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light, the laws of nature were everywhere, the spiritual energy was in chaos, the void collapsed, and the sea rolled up huge waves. The small world where the Dragon Island was located seemed to have become unstable. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The dragon race turned out in full force, Yang Kai and the others fought on their own. Although there were others to share the pressure, Yang Kai still faced the 7 dragons alone. Everything today started because of him, so the dragon race naturally hated him to the core and took care of him in all aspects. Looking at the whole scene, the most promising battle to determine the winner was between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. Jiao Feng was also 1 versus 2, but she mainly fought in a wandering battle. She couldn't do anything to the 2 dragon race members, but the other party couldn't do anything to her. Like Zhu Qing, it was impossible to determine the winner in the battle between the 2 in a short time. Zhu Lai was fighting one-on-one with his opponent. Both of them were rank 8 dragons, so they were evenly matched. How could it be easy to determine who was better? Although the bloodline of Fu Qi that Lu Yan was facing was not high, the foundation of the dragon race was there after all. Lu Yan had inherited the Phoenix clan, but her growth period was too short, and she had not reached her peak yet. As soon as she fought with Fu Qi, she was at a disadvantage. The dragons and phoenixes were entangled, and the dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded one after another. She could only protect herself. She did not seek to defeat the enemy, but she only wanted to help Yang Kai share some of the pressure. She was worried about Yang Kai's safety, and when she was distracted, she was even more overwhelmed. Several battles were basically balanced, and only Yang Kai's side was at a clear disadvantage. The sneak attack failed, and the 7 dragons immediately surrounded him, not giving him the slightest space to perform. They formed a clear layer, and used the dragon race's secret techniques one after another. Yang Kai was beaten black and blue, and his huge body rolled in the air from time to time. In less than half an incense stick's time, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. Those wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his dragon scales were stained with blood. It was as if a layer of golden powder was smeared all over his body. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique had significantly improved after dragonizing, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He would have died many times over. Thanks to his space divine art, he was always able to reverse the void at the critical moment, turning danger into safety. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down, and countless sea beasts in the sea rushed over, swallowing the blood-stained seawater to refine their own draconic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and it was impossible for the dragon race to bleed during normal times. Therefore, even after living on the Dragon Island for so many years, these sea beasts had never had the opportunity to consume dragon blood. But today, the drops of dragon blood were dripping down as if they were free, and naturally attracted countless sea beasts to fight over them. In the sky, Yang Kai and the 7 dragons were entangled in a fierce battle. Below the sea, countless sea beasts were biting and killing each other. The entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The battlefield kept moving, and after a while, Fuqi's spiritual island could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Kai was panting heavily, and his 8 zhang long dragon body stood tall in the sky. His eyes were arrogant, and the 7 dragons were glaring at him covetously, surrounding him. Insulting the dragon race, you deserve to die. One of the dragons roared. You deserve to die. The other 6 dragons responded. Their roars were obviously mixed with the traces of the dragon race's secret technique. When the roars were heard, they turned into formless divine soul attacks and blasted towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. After fighting for such a long time, they were not as careful as before. Previously, Yang Kai's violence of crippling one of their clansmen in the blink of an eye had indeed frightened them. But now, it seemed like this person did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and the reason he could do that was because he was relying on the suspicion of a sneak attack. The battle of 7 dragons had already given him a great honor. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Yang Kai did not move, and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. He grinned. It's still not certain who will be the one to die. Don't be so sure of your words, it won't end well if you bite your tongue. Stubborn. The dragon race leader roared impatiently, since you are so eager to die, we will fulfill your wish. As soon as these words fell, dragon roars shook the heavens as the 7 dragons rushed over from all directions, rolling dragon pressure filling the void. Even an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would lose the ability to resist if they were hit by this dragon pressure. Although Yang Kai was not so weak, the frivolous smile on his face suddenly disappeared and his expression became extremely solemn. Although he was unwilling to admit it, facing 7 dragons alone was indeed not a match for them. The dragon race was not easy to provoke. I have to quickly call for help. Thinking so, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 7 dragons while secretly circulating his divine sense. On the other side, Fu Ling and the blue dragon joined forces to attack Zhu Qing, but they were also evenly matched. The 3 dragons were entangled in mid-air, fighting back and forth, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Fu Ling's movements paused for a moment before she sent a message to the blue dragon with her divine sense. The blue dragon understood, and with a twist of its body, it pounced straight at Zhu Qing. But at this moment, the purple dragon transformed by Fu Ling suddenly flew to the blue dragon's abdomen and clawed out fiercely. With a swish, the blue dragon's body trembled and almost instinctively avoided the attack, but immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from her waist and abdomen. At the same time, the dragon pressure of a 9th-order great dragon enveloped her, and the dragon yuan in her body became blocked, making it difficult to circulate. With a painful groan, the nearly 200-meter-long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon's eyes were filled with panic and confusion, not knowing why such a situation had occurred. When she turned her head to look, a look of disbelief flashed across her eyes as she roared, "Fu Ling, you!" At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale on Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that dragon scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon scale, it would be fine, but this dragon scale was the existence of the Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the dragon scale removed, the protection technique lost its effect, and the bloodline suppression was immediately displayed. She couldn't understand why Fu Ling would suddenly attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't on guard against her, she wouldn't have been hit by Fu Ling's attack and broken the protection technique of the Dragon Hall. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect that at the same time Fu Ling launched a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she had already appeared in front of Fu Ling. Her huge dragon body wrapped around Fu Ling, tightly restraining her. Her sharp dragon claws were stuck on Fu Ling's body, and dark red dragon blood seeped out from the tip of her claws. "Sister Qing, don't!" Fu Ling shouted in horror. Compared to Zhu Qing's dragon body, the gap between her dragon body and Zhu Qing's was simply 2 times. Previously, when she joined forces with the blue dragon to fight against Zhu Qing, it wasn't so obvious, but now that she was facing Zhu Qing, she was terrified. It was as if Zhu Qing could take her life at any time. This feeling of her life and death being controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing was surprised and didn't continue to attack. She turned her head to look at the blue dragon, then looked down at Fu Ling, and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She also didn't understand the scene of Fu Ling launching a sneak attack on the blue dragon. Her relationship with Fu Ling wasn't very harmonious. "I am brother-in-law's subordinate," Fu Ling quickly explained. "Brother-in-law? It's big brother Yang Kai." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Fu Ling was startled and suddenly realized where the problem was, so she immediately declared, "Brother-in-law planted a brand in my knowledge see before, so I will listen to his orders now." She also understood why Zhu Qing suddenly wanted to kill her. She said that she was Yang Kai's subordinate, so Zhu Qing would definitely think that she had an affair with Yang Kai. It would be strange if Zhu Qing didn't get angry. "He actually planted a brand in your soul," Zhu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, and only now did she understand why Fu Ling suddenly helped her. Fu Ling quickly nodded, "Yes, he just sent an order to attack." "Understood." Zhu Qing withdrew her dragon claws and glanced at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had already reverted to her human form. Under the suppression of a ninth-order dragon vein, it was meaningless for her to maintain her dragon form, so she might as well save her energy. There was a foot-long wound on her abdomen, and blood was flowing out. She was covering the wound with her hand and glaring at Fu Ling with an angry expression. No one would be in a good mood after being sneak attacked like this. However, after listening to Fu Ling's explanation, she also understood that Fu Ling probably had no choice, but, a dragon race member being planted a soul brand by a human was simply a disgrace. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Big Sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked at Zhu Qing anxiously. "Don't call him brother-in-law, Zhu Lai will not marry you." After Zhu Qing said this, she swung her dragon tail and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. She obviously knew what kind of person Fu Ling was, so she naturally didn't want Zhu Lai to marry her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon awkwardly and apologized. "You can tell this to the second elder when the time comes, see if she will forgive you." The blue dragon sneered. Fear flashed in Fu Ling's eyes, but she couldn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly chased after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so her speed was extremely fast. Her huge body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a burning flame. Wherever her dragon body passed, even the void would be burned. Although Fu Ling set off later, she couldn't catch up to her, so she was a little annoyed. The order she received from Yang Kai wasn't just to help, but more importantly, to defeat them one by one. This was the key to today's victory. Their biggest disadvantage was the number of people. However, if they could first deal with Zhu Lai, Jiu Feng, and Lu Yan's opponents, they would have 6 people on their side. Against 7 giant dragons, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength would definitely be much stronger. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing had already flown away. This made Fu Ling a little uneasy. She didn't know if Yang Kai would blame her later. The distance between Yang Kai's battlefield and Zhu Qing's battlefield wasn't far, so they arrived in just a few breaths' time. Zhu Qing's eyes instantly turned red when she saw them. The 7 giant dragons were almost gangsterly and inhumanely beating up Yang Kai. There was almost no place on Yang Kai's huge body that was intact. Some parts of his flesh were torn off, revealing his white bones. Chapter 3065. Even though Yang Kai was constantly resisting and dodging, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He looked extremely miserable, as if he could be killed by the 7 dragons at any time. Zhu Qing roared angrily, and monstrous flames shot out toward the 7 dragons. The dragons were shocked, and they turned to look with Yang Kai. Everyone had the same depressing thought at the same time: why is Zhu Qing here? A mouthful of flames alleviated Yang Kai's crisis, and Zhu Qing immediately flew toward him. Clearly, she wanted to fight side by side with him and share his burden. However, the 7 dragons only looked at each other, and they already had a plan to deal with her. 2 of the dragons flew out from the crowd and blocked in front of Zhu Qing. The 3 dragons instantly confronted each other, and their dragon might clashed forward, causing the void to tremble and the universe to shatter. "Get lost!" Zhu Qing roared. The 2 dragons confronting her naturally couldn't back down. One of the dragons said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, don't make a mistake. You are now a level 9 dragon bloodline, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5th elder of our dragon race. Please consider the big picture and the dragon race." Zhu Qing said coldly, "I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the big picture. I only know that you are bullying my man." The dragon race was furious. "Watch your words, she is just a despicable human. Don't embarrass our dragon race." The other dragon also said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened more than 10 years ago? That person was no worse than you, and you know what happened to her. Do you want to follow in her footsteps?" Zhu Qing said leisurely, "More than 10 years ago, I didn't understand why she was so stubborn, but I understand now. If I had another chance to choose, would have chosen to help her more than 10 years ago instead of standing against her. Unreasonable. You will be banished to the dragon tomb." "Zhu Qing, stop. You are the ones who should stop." While the few of them were talking, Fu Ling had finally arrived. The purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long had a beautiful form and a powerful aura. However, as soon as it appeared, it was reprimanded, "Trash." This voice naturally came from the dragon race. The 7 dragons couldn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing even after joining forces. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the blue dragon had been crippled. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't be the only one chasing after them. Logically speaking, if Fu Ling and the blue dragon worked together, with the blessing of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to hold back Zhu Qing. However, in reality, Fu Ling and the blue dragon only managed to hold back Zhu Qing for a few dozen breaths of time, forcing them to send out 2 dragons to deal with Zhu Qing. The other reprimand naturally came from Yang Kai. He didn't expect that Fu Ling couldn't even complete such a simple task. If Fu Ling could accurately convey his plan and let Zhu Qing help the others to defeat their opponents one by one, then his side would have the upper hand in today's situation. However, Zhu Qing rushed over directly. It was obvious that Fu Ling's task wasn't completed. This made him quite dissatisfied with Fu Ling. Fu Ling's expression was also a little awkward. She paused in midair and felt a little helpless. "Why aren't you going to help?" One of the dragons that was confronting Zhu Qing shouted at her in a low voice. Hearing this, Fu Ling could only rush over to Yang Kai's side. Seeing her arrive, the remaining 5 dragons snorted. Originally, they were 7 against 1 and had the upper hand. Although Zhu Qing's sudden appearance forced them to send out 2 people, at least they had one more Fu Ling. Their overall strength wasn't too different. Now that they had basically figured out Yang Kai's background, they knew that Yang Kai didn't have any hope of winning today's battle. Now, they only needed to slowly fight and wear down his spirit and strength, so that he couldn't use that mysterious space divine technique again. Then, they could capture and kill him. Thinking of this, all the dragons looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. They didn't know what was wrong with this person. He actually dared to come to Dragon Island to cause trouble. What kind of place was Dragon Island? What good would come of daring to cause trouble here? Choose one. Just as the dragons were looking down on him, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ling and said something inexplicable. All the dragons were bewildered. Choose one. Choose what? A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Yang Kai immediately snorted and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't dare to take your life." The several 100 feet long purple dragon's body trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple light towards one of the dragon race. The dragon race's body was about the same size as Fu Ling's dragon true body. In terms of strength and bloodline level, it should be about the same as Fu Ling. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy. Originally, he was focused on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Fu Ling would suddenly attack him? He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple light. He immediately rolled on the ground and roared in anger. "Fu Ling, are you crazy?" One of the dragon race roared. This scene was too sudden. As a member of the dragon race, she actually helped Yang Kai attack another dragon race. It was simply unreasonable. It was fine if it was Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, but why did Fu Ling also go crazy? Fu Ling knew that she was in the wrong, but she couldn't defend herself. Her huge body turned into a purple light and pounced towards the target she had set her eyes on. Her opponent finally recovered from his anger and turned to face Fu Ling. In an instant, the 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Dragon language shook the heavens as they unleashed their secret techniques. Their bodies rolled into the sea and huge waves surged. What did you do to Fu Ling? Not everyone was an idiot. One of the dragon race's eyes flickered a few times as if he had seen through something. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "Take a guess." The dragon's expression darkened as he felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Originally, with 7 dragons against 1 Yang Kai, no matter what Yang Kai did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, Zhu Qing came and took away 2 of their clansmen. Fu Ling turned against them and took away another dragon. Now that the 7 dragons had been reduced to 4, their numbers had been halved in an instant. This caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yang Kai's unpredictable space divine ability was something they had all experienced before. Previously, they had relied on their huge advantage in numbers to surround and intercept Yang Kai without making too many mistakes, but now that there were only 4 dragons left, the situation would definitely not be as perfect as it had been before. If Yang Kai really found an opportunity to break through the dragon race's protection technique, then today's battle would be a complete loss for them. No one in the dragon race would be able to accept this kind of humiliation. While being cautious, the 4 dragons didn't dare to attack rashly. They looked at each other and were obviously communicating something. However, Yang Kai didn't give them the chance to do so. His 8-zhang-long dragon body was wrapped in a domineering aura as he charged forward under the fearful gazes of the 4 dragons. The battle started again. On an uninhabited island, Fu Qi's face was pale and bloodless. He sat cross-legged in a place filled with spiritual energy as he silently circulated his Xian Qi. His arms that were torn off by Yang Kai had been reattached. However, even with the strong vitality and recovery of the dragon race, it wasn't easy to recover from such injuries. It would take at least a year and a half to return to his peak state. His face was distorted. No one knew if it was because of the pain or something else. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Although the dragon race was humiliated today, the humiliation that Fu Qi suffered was thousands of times worse than the entire dragon race. He had been kidnapped on the day of his wedding, and his bride had even subdued him. That despicable human had even torn off both of his arms. If it wasn't for the great elder stepping forward to vouch for him at the last moment, he would have died today. With that man's decisiveness and viciousness, he would definitely do such a thing. Such humiliation was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that after today, his reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't have the face to see his other race members in the future. Thinking about the expressions they would have when facing him, Fu Qi felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. As his blood surged, he opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The figures of a man and a woman kept flashing in his mind. Fu Qi hated Yang Kai and Zhu Qing to the bone. He swore to himself that he would definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Especially Zhu Qing. Fu Qi hated her even more than Yang Kai. Just as he was thinking about this, Fu Qi suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze immediately turned ruthless. In the void not far ahead, there was a person standing there quietly. No, it wasn't a human. It was a dragon descendant. Fu Qi felt the chaotic aura of dragon blood from him. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. All the bastards in Half-Dragon City had this disgusting aura. Every member of the dragon race hated this aura. It was almost an instinctive repulsion. Fu Qi was naturally no exception. Scram! Fu Qi shouted with a cold expression. He had already suffered great humiliation and escaped to this island to heal his wounds alone. He didn't expect that a dragon descendant would follow him and look at him from not far away. A despicable human had humiliated him, and now this bastard wanted to humiliate him too? If it was any other time, Fu Qi would have already dealt with him. However, he was currently healing and wasn't in the mood to talk to this bastard. He originally thought that if he roared, wouldn't this bastard be scared witless and run away pathetically? In fact, any bastard from Half-Dragon City wouldn't have the heart to resist when facing a pure-blooded dragon race. This had nothing to do with strength. It was a sense of inferiority that came from the depths of their hearts. The division of dragon bloodlines was very strict. The difference between a pure-blooded dragon bloodline and a half-dragon bloodline was like heaven and earth. But to Fu Qi's surprise, the bastard opposite him didn't react to his roar at all. He continued to look at him quietly with a calm expression. Fu Qi was completely enraged. He finally found a target to vent the anger in his chest. He said coldly, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his dragon might spread and enveloped Li Jiao. Chapter 3066. In the next moment, Fu Qi's expression was filled with shock. This was because the scene in front of him was somewhat beyond his understanding. Under the suppression of his dragon's might, that bastard did not have much of a reaction. He merely frowned, and the scene of him being completely suppressed and kneeling down in fear did not appear as he had imagined. How is this possible? This person is just a bastard with an impure bloodline, while I'm an 8th-order thunder dragon. The difference in bloodline is like heaven and earth, so why is he still safe and sound? What went wrong? Unlike Fu Qi's bewilderment, Li Jiao was extremely excited. Blocked, he really blocked it. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable and was suppressed a little, after all, the difference between a third order and a eighth order was too big, he finally saw hope for revenge. The Dragon Temple's blessing technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. As long as he had this technique, the difference in bloodline between him and Fu Qi wouldn't be so obvious, and he would have the qualifications to fight with his life on the line. As for him, this was the only qualification he sought. If Yang Kai hadn't intercepted a blessing technique from the Dragon Temple and used it on him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge for Lu Sanyang. All of this was brought about by Yang Kai, so he was very grateful to Yang Kai. You have the Dragon Temple's blessing? Fu Qi finally understood and roared, how could you have the Dragon Temple's blessing? After he left, the fourth elder communicated with the Dragon Temple and brought about the blessing technique, so he naturally didn't know. What he couldn't understand was why this dragon descendant had the Dragon Temple's blessing. Also, he seemed to have a deep grudge against him, otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him here and looked at him with such hatred. What do you want? Fu Qi's face darkened, and he sneered in his heart. Does this guy think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured? I'm indeed injured, but I'm still an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. Li Jiao didn't answer and only said indifferently, I'm Li Jiao. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a halberd appeared. Emperor Artifact, Golden Lion Halberd. This halberd was forged by Li Jiao using the bones of the 12th grade monster beast, the Royal Golden Lion. The Royal Golden Lion was also an ancient species that had gone extinct a long time ago. During the ancient times, it could summon the wind and summon the rain. It could even contend with some holy spirits. Li Jiao had obtained the skeleton of the Royal Golden Lion by chance. Later on, he had found a weapon refining grandmaster to refine it into a halberd, which had accompanied him for nearly 500 years. It could be said that this halberd was Li Jiao's most powerful weapon. With the halberd in hand, Li Jiao's aura rose steadily. In just 3 breaths, it reached the peak. Facing a Class 8 Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Even if his opponent was injured, he didn't think he could win. So, he put on a desperate stance. Fu Qi obviously noticed this. He frowned and was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of deep hatred Li Jiao had for him to actually not hesitate to go to such an extent. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flashed. The halberd was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Li Jiao had already pounced in front of Fu Qi. His halberd was like a dragon as it transformed into a sky full of halberd shadows that enveloped Fu Qi. Impudent. Fu Qi flew into a rage. Yang Kai humiliated him, Zhu Qing humiliated him, and now even a bastard wanted to humiliate him. How could the pride of the dragon race be trampled on by others? As he angrily shouted, there was a series of crackling sounds and lightning filled the sky. The lightning turned into lightning and shot toward Li Jiao. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a huge ball of lightning smashed toward the Golden Lion halberd. A blood-red light appeared on Li Jiao's body. His pores opened, and his blood essence spread out. The blood-red light was clearly the result of his blood essence. He knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only with the courage of his anger could he have a chance to determine victory or defeat with Fu Qi. The longer the battle, the slimmer his hope of revenge would be. So, he didn't hesitate to stimulate his blood essence, hoping to fight to the death with Fu Qi in a few moves. Bolts of lightning struck down and bombarded Li Jiao's body. The blood-red light flickered as if it could collapse at any time. The lightning ball that Fu Qi spat out also collided with the Golden Lion halberd. With a loud bang, Li Jiao was sent flying. Fu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also lost his balance and retreated more than 100 feet. You're courting death. Fu Qi roared. All the humiliation he suffered today erupted like a volcano at this moment. When he looked forward, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his golden lion halberd. He formed a few complicated seals and pointed at Fu Qi. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The golden lion halberd suddenly twisted and turned into a huge lion. The aura of a beast king filled the air and turned into a golden light that smashed towards Fu Qi. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Fu Qi didn't dare to be careless. When the dragon roar sounded, he had already revealed his giant dragon true body and clawed at the golden light that was flying over. The lion collapsed, and the golden lion halberd reappeared. Its light was dim, and it was clearly heavily injured. Even its spirituality was damaged. The most direct reaction was that Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura decreased greatly. How dare you provoke the dragon race? You will die today. Fu Qi's dragon body was coiled up, and his dragon head was high up in the air. He was like a god that mercilessly announced Li Jiao's end. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. When he looked over, he saw a pearl the size of a longan shoot out from the mouthful of blood that Li Jiao spat out. That pearl looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning. Fu Qi clearly felt a threat from this pearl that made him feel uneasy. Dragon pearl, you actually cultivated a dragon pearl. Fu Qi exclaimed. It was unbelievable that a mixed-blood dragon descendant could cultivate a dragon pearl. Although the dragon pearl's quality was low, it was undoubtedly a dragon pearl. Every dragon race had their own dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was the foundation of the dragon race, and it was extremely precious. It was equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast could spit out its inner core to attack before dying. The dragon race could naturally do the same. However, until now, not many dragon race members had done such a thing because there weren't many existences that could threaten the life of the dragon race. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily offend the dragon race, let alone kill the dragon race. Spitting out the dragon pearl required even more courage. Although the dragon pearl was extremely powerful, once it was spat out, it would lose the protection of the physical body and could be easily damaged. If the dragon pearl was damaged, the foundation of the dragon race would be destroyed. If it was light, their strength would drop, and if it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the monster beast wouldn't spit out its inner core, and the dragon race wouldn't spit out dragon pearls either. It was something that would only be done when they were desperate. However, at this very moment, a mixed-blood dragon descendant spat out his dragon pearl in front of Fu Qi, looking like he would either succeed or die trying. What was wrong with this guy? What kind of enmity did he have with him? He actually spat out a dragon pearl to attack. Compared to this guy being able to cultivate a dragon pearl, Fu Qi was more shocked by his decisiveness. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why Li Jiao was so fierce. From start to finish, he only said his name and didn't say anything else. Then, within 3 moves, it was a life-and-death battle. These 3 quick attacks caught Fu Qi off guard. This was Li Jiao's strongest attack, a veteran 3rd-order Emperor Realm Venerable. Even if Fu Qi was an 8th-order Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. His expression suddenly became solemn. When the dragon language was heard, a dragon's breath was spat out in front of him, which turned into a seemingly impregnable defense. Li Jiao's dragon pearl fiercely collided with it. Fu Qi's huge body suddenly trembled, while Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes in front of his chest. The light on the dragon pearl flickered, but under his efforts to maintain it, the flickering light quickly stabilized. Gotcha, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Fu Qi's expression changed again. He had underestimated Li Jiao's determination. He originally thought that he would retreat after a setback, but he didn't expect that this interception would only provoke Li Jiao's fierceness. That mixed blood didn't care about his dragon pearl at all and just desperately urged its power. This was simply insane. Fu Qi's defense was instantly broken, and the dragon pearl arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Qi was hesitating whether to spit out his dragon pearl to intercept it, the opportunity was already gone. The small dragon pearl was like the sharpest weapon in the world. It broke through Fu Qi's dragon scales and blasted a hole in his chest. It came out from his back, bringing with it a rain of dragon blood. Fu Qi cried out in grief. His dragon body twisted and smashed the rocks on the island into pieces, causing dust to fly everywhere. Although the wound caused by this attack wasn't big for his body, it was enough to seriously injure him. His internal organs were all displaced, and the dragon yuan in his body became chaotic and uncontrollable. In his anger, he swung his dragon tail and hit the dragon pearl on his back. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the dragon pearl, and the light instantly dimmed. Li Jiao opened his mouth and coughed out blood. His face was as white as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt on the ground and took deep breaths, but no breath came out. It was as if he could die at any time. He forced himself to raise his head and saw the scene of Fu Qi returning to his human form. That desperate attack just now wasn't useless. Although he wasn't in a good state, Fu Qi was also heavily injured. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was also pale. He covered his chest and looked at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. His chest was badly mutilated. If they were to fight head-on, he believed that even if this bastard had the Dragon Hall's protection, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this bastard's decisiveness and bravery were completely different from ordinary people. Fu Qi was also caught off guard. If not, how could he have suffered such heavy injuries? This was simply a great humiliation. He stared coldly at Li Jiao and said word by word, "You are dead meat." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fu Qi calmly. Failed. Even if he risked his life, it was impossible for him to kill a member of the dragon race. This was already his limit. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Why were there so many things in the world? Why did the dragon race have to stand above all things? Chapter 3067. Fu Qi walked toward Li Jiao step by step. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Although his body was swaying, his condition was much better than Li Jiao's. He could see that Li Jiao was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could do anything with just a thought, and there was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached its peak after being severely injured by a dragon descendant. He decided to use the cruelest method to torture Li Jiao and let him know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would fight with his life on the line. He disdained to understand the thoughts of a bastard. Fu Qi took half a cup of tea's time to walk the short distance. He was staggering, which showed that his condition wasn't good either. He stood in front of Li Jiao with the posture of a victor. He looked down at Li Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, with a cold smile on his face. Li Jiao sighed. He closed his eyes slightly and stretched his neck to stab. If he still had the slightest strength to resist, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. But first, his golden lion halberd lost its spirituality. Then, his dragon pearl cracked. Li Jiao's foundation was already injured. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Did he accept his fate? Fu Qi looked on coldly and sneered in his heart. So what if he accepted his fate? He had to pay a corresponding price for offending him. Just as Li Jiao's eyelids were about to close, they suddenly opened again. He looked behind Fu Qi with a face full of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were wide open. Fu Qi saw this and snorted. "You're about to die, and you still want to play tricks?" He thought Li Jiao was trying to distract him. But the moment he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, there really seemed to be the aura of a living being. Who is it? The hair on Fu Chi's body stood on end as he turned his head to look. He happened to see a scoundrel with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him with a smile. That smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's you." Fu Chi frowned as he recognized the newcomer. He remembered that this guy was the person in charge of the construction of the temporary imperial residence. A few days ago, when he and Zhu Lai went to the temporary imperial residence to investigate, this guy was accompanying them. Fu Chi naturally would not forget this guy's ugly face. His servile attitude made him despise him fiercely. In front of the dragon race, the inferior humans would always be like ants. "What are you doing here?" Fu Chi frowned at him. Everything that happened today was strange. First, a bastard followed him here and fought with him. Then, a human appeared. Once bitten, twice shy. Fu Chi was naturally wary of this person. If it was any other time, this kind of guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him, but today he had suffered heavy injuries one after another, so he was naturally more careful than usual. He always felt that this guy's smile had a thought-provoking flavor, which inevitably made him angry. Wu Chen didn't answer Fu Chi's question. He just smiled and looked at Li Jiao before sizing up Fu Chi. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good." After saying "good" 3 times, his smile became even weirder. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, like a wolf that had come out to hunt in the winter and found delicious food. "Are you also here to make an enemy out of the dragon race?" Fu Chi looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He was not a fool and could naturally see that this guy with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin was up to no good, but this human was only a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if Fu Chi's condition was not good and he was seriously injured, this person could not possibly be his opponent. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression shook as he looked at Wu Chen expectantly. He was already disheartened because he had tried his best but still failed to do anything to Fu Chi. Now, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, but if this Wu Chen was also here to deal with the dragon race, perhaps he could use him to take revenge. Make an enemy out of the dragon race? Wu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no. I'm not here to make an enemy out of the dragon race." Fu Chi said disdainfully, "I don't think you have the guts." Wu Chen nodded, "I'm just here to eat dragons." "Eat dragons?" Fu Chi was startled, obviously not understanding what he meant, but he didn't have the chance to think too much about it because after Wu Chen finished speaking, a bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes and turned into a vortex. When their eyes met, Fu Chi's expression couldn't help but shake as he felt an extremely strange devouring force coming from those eyes, as if it wanted to swallow his soul. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to look away, but it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his eyes. The strange force coming from the other party's eyes was getting stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, making him involuntarily look at the other party. In just a few breaths, Fu Chi felt his soul shake. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and then his vision turned black as he lost consciousness, standing there stupidly, motionless. Wu Chen took a step forward, and under Li Jiao's dumbstruck gaze, his entire person underwent an earth-shattering change. His thin and small body suddenly swelled up, and his sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks, deer head, and rat eyes distorted. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen suddenly turned into a dignified, arrogant, and imposing man. This man looked to be middle-aged, and from head to toe, he didn't look like Wu Chen at all. What kind of secret technique was this? Li Jiao was shocked, and his eyes were filled with panic. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws before. He believed that Yang Kai also couldn't see through it, and the hundreds of people who built the palace with Wu Chen probably couldn't see through it. This secret technique to change one's appearance was actually so miraculous. Being inadvertently swept by this man's eyes, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't resist, he couldn't resist. If this man who had transformed into Wuchen wanted to take his life, it would only take a snap of his fingers. This discovery made Li Jiao tremble with fear, and the blood in his body almost froze. One had to know that when he faced Fu Qi, a rank 8 lightning dragon, he had the courage and determination to risk his life, but when faced with this man's casual gaze, his mind was shaken. One could well imagine how terrifying this man was. Ha ha ha. The man walked around Fu Qi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Fu Qi. Sir, who exactly are you? Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and asked. At this point, he could see that this guy who had transformed into Wuchen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The reason he had transformed into Wuchen to sneak into Dragon Island should be because he had a motive. Inferring from the current situation, his motive was probably not simple, and it was very likely that it would shake the entire Dragon Island. However, Wuchen turned a deaf ear to his words. He still looked at Fu Qi and said, "This king has to thank you for this matter. If you hadn't severely injured him, this king would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Tisk, it's also troublesome if your strength is low." Low strength? Li Jiao's expression was aghast. The strength that Wuchen displayed now was definitely not low. With a thought, he could freeze an rank 8 lightning dragon in place. If this kind of strength was considered low, then what was his strength? Stay here obediently. This king will give you a quick death after dealing with this little dragon. Wuchen stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Li Jiao's entire body turned cold. When he heard the other party thanking him before, he was hoping that the other party would let him go. However, after hearing this, how could he not know that he would definitely die this time? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, Fu Qi didn't have a good ending, so he might as well take revenge for Lu Sanyang. He didn't waste his life as a man and could die without regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in front of this person, he knew that there was no chance for him to escape. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would die even faster. He gently closed his eyes, and his face was calm. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A strange aura actually fluctuated from the man's body. When this aura appeared, the man's face changed and he shouted, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" He took a few steps back, and his expression became extremely solemn. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. At the same time, the two auras on his body began to conflict and entangle, making him look extremely strange. Li Jiao looked at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Don't be presumptuous. If you dare spoil my plans, then I'll absolutely not let you have an easy time. Don't think that I can't eat you." The man roared furiously once more, and the conflict between the auras on his body became even more intense. The wanton force actually caused Li Jiao's skin to hurt. Li Jiao was even more bewildered. As far as he was concerned, this man was clearly talking to himself as if he had a split personality. He'd lived for so many years and had seen many strange things, yet it was the first time he'd seen something like this. As the man spoke, his hands suddenly moved. Moreover, the extremely strange thing was that these two hands formed different seals, and they were extremely swift, causing Li Jiao to be dazzled and unable to take it all in. Moreover, the profundity of those seals caused even Li Jiao to be shocked. He'd simply never heard of or seen anything like it. After a short moment, the man suddenly turned around, and his face was extremely warped as he glared fiercely at Li Jiao, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly fuck off. Do you want to die?" Li Jiao was shocked and faintly realized something, and he pointed at the man and said, "You." The man roared once more. "Quickly go look for Yang Kai and tell him." As he spoke up to hear, the man suddenly shut his mouth and shouted explosively, "It's useless no matter who I look for. No one can stop me today. 2 souls in one body. This person actually has 2 souls in one body. Li Jiao finally understood why the man in front of him was behaving so strangely. There were actually 2 souls in his body. That was why he was talking to himself and contradicting himself. One moment, he said he wanted to kill him, and the next moment, he wanted him to escape. Chapter 3068. Li Jiao didn't want to die. He had stretched his neck out earlier because he couldn't see any hope of survival, but now that there was hope, he naturally didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Reaching into his space ring, Li Jiao took out a handful of pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, a cracked bead flew out from the sea and was swallowed by Li Jiao in one gulp. That bead was his inferior dragon bead. With the dragon bead in his stomach and the help of pills, Li Jiao finally recovered some strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiao recalled his golden lion halberd, which had lost most of its spirituality, then struggled to catch his breath and quickly fled into the distance. He didn't know the identity of the person behind him, but he knew that the soul that let him escape definitely knew Yang Kai, so he had to rush over and report to Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the soul didn't explain it clearly at that time, or rather, he didn't have the opportunity to explain it clearly. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have been able to figure out the true identity of that person. Dragon roars shook the sky. Above the void, Yang Kai was entangled with the 4 dragons. Even with Zhu Qing and Fu Ling coming over to share the pressure, he was still at a disadvantage. Dragon race were divine spirits, and the 4 dragons present were all adult dragon race. Although there was a difference in their bloodlines, each dragon race member had the ability to easily crush an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon and was incomparably powerful, he was still no match for them. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling came over to share the pressure, otherwise, he would have already been defeated. Although the current situation was not good, there was still a chance. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to severely injure the 4 dragons in one fell swoop. He still had a trump card he had yet to use. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was because it could bring about a huge effect when used unexpectedly. Blood dripped from his body and there was almost no place on his body that was undamaged. His aura was also not at its peak, as if he could collapse at any time. Seeing this, the 4 dragons no longer hesitated and rushed at him from all directions. Yang Kai's body swayed, dodging a dragon's claw, dodging a dragon's breath, and taking another dragon's dragon race secret skill head-on. His body shook violently, but he was caught off guard by the 4th dragon. That giant dragon was the strongest of the 4 dragons present. It had a rank 7 bloodline and was nearly 20 meters long. The dragon bound Yang Kai's body, making it impossible for him to use the space divine technique to escape. Cracking sounds came from all over his body. The other 3 dragons were overjoyed when they saw this. They turned around and rushed over again. Each of the dragons had a cold light in their eyes. If Yang Kai couldn't break free before they pounced on him, he would most likely die today. Kai Yang roared, his eyes flashing a sharp light. At this point, he was unable to conceal anything any longer, and he could only utilize his final ability to fight desperately. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. With a flip of his wrist, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. He then threw the object in his hand at one of the dragon race dragons and roared, "Kill him!" His actions were seen by the other 3 dragons and they were all shocked. Before they knew what Yang Kai had thrown out, they didn't dare to rashly take action. They had all witnessed Yang Kai's ferocity and tenacity. At this time, Yang Kai's method was definitely not bad. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a round stone flew out. This stone was about the height of a person and was round and smooth, looking very ordinary. "What is this?" Seeing this, the several dragon race dragons were a little puzzled. The dragon race dragon flying towards this stone impatiently swung its tail, trying to sweep away the round stone blocking its way. But when the dragon tail swept the round stone, a sudden change occurred. With a loud explosion, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire round rock suddenly split into pieces. Such an unforeseen event startled all of the dragons. They focused their gazes and saw a stone golem that was as tall as a human emerging from the rubble. The stone golem's entire body was angular, and its facial features were complete. Its limbs were extraordinarily long. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the stone golem's entire body was burning with red flames. Furthermore, there was an aura unique to the Holy Spirit within its body. Stone fire. One of the dragons shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As fellow divine spirits, the dragon race was naturally no stranger to stone fire. Although stone fire's ranking among the divine spirits wasn't too high, it wasn't bad either. The only thing the dragon clan couldn't figure out was how this stone fire had jumped out of a boulder, and it had been thrown out by Yang Kai. Above the vast sea, how did Yang Kai do it? As soon as Shuhuyo appeared, he let out a furious roar. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were almost visible to the naked eye. Like a shockwave, it caused ripples to appear in the void. The dragon clan, who bore the brunt of it, could not help but stop in their tracks. He instinctively felt that this stone fire was not simple. Get lost. The dragon claw suddenly reached out and grabbed at stone fire. So what if he was stone fire? In front of the dragon race, no divine spirit could raise their heads, and this stone fire seemed to have just been born, so he shouldn't have any skills. In the next moment, the dragon race knew that he was wrong. After roaring, stone fire, who was as tall as a person, rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, in almost a breath's time, stone fire, who was like an ant in the eyes of the dragon race, actually expanded to a size almost the same as his own. The flames that emerged from his body were fierce and surging, as if they could burn all things in the world. With a bang, the dragon claw scratched at stone fire's chest, causing dazzling sparks to sputter out and an ear-piercing friction sound to be heard. Stone fire's body staggered slightly, and he took a few steps back, several scratches appearing on his chest. The dragon race was stunned, obviously not expecting such an unforeseen event. Was this still stone fire? When did stone fire have such a divine technique? Shuhuo was hit by the claw and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then, he raised his head. His 2 red eyes were flickering like flames, and a strange laughter came from his throat. Then he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the lower half of the dragon race's body, and fiercely dragged it towards him. With a dragon's roar, the dragon race was caught off guard, and the 2 bodies slammed together, making a loud noise. Then, the smell of barbecued meat spread, causing the dragon race to roar in pain, entangled with each other, and fell into the sea, splashing huge waves and rising steam. For dragons had joined forces, but because of stone fire's appearance, one of them had been distracted, so now there were only 3 dragon race left to deal with Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his laughter rolling like thunder. You dare to be so arrogant in the face of death? The dragon race that bound Yang Kai shouted, not understanding what was so funny. Although today's events were constantly changing, Yang Kai was still at a clear disadvantage. 3 dragons against him, victory was assured. It's time. Yang Kai's face turned serious, and his voice became low. When the words came out, the 3 dragon race all had an extremely bad feeling, and no longer hesitated, they all released their killing moves. The giant dragon that had been using its own body to bind Yang Kai even used all its strength to bind him, not giving Yang Kai any room to struggle. The other 2 dragons also pounced from the left and right, their dragon claws flashing with a sharp cold light, cutting through the barrier of space, directly attacking Yang Kai's vital points. Dragon. Transformation. When the low voice sounded, the three dragons were stunned. Dragon transformation? With his current appearance, wasn't he still in dragon transformation? It was already an incredible achievement for a human to be able to transform into a dragon's body of 8 feet, but he still wanted to dragon transformation? Could it be that he wanted to transform into a true dragon? The three dragons couldn't help but snort at this thought. In their opinion, no matter how hard Yang Kai worked, he would never transform into a true dragon in this life. This was the limit of their race, and it was not something that could be broken through by human strength. But then, their disdain turned into amazement. Because after Yang Kai said the two words dragon transformation, the dragon pressure that was already extraordinary rose to a level that made the three dragons feel terrified. At the same time, a burst of crackling sounds came out, and Yang Kai, who was already 8 feet tall, began to grow again. This is... The dragon race that had been binding Yang Kai widened his eyes, only to feel an incomparably huge force pushing from all directions, causing his coiled-up body to involuntarily expand. 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. With the blue sky above his head and the void under his feet, Yang Kai was like a towering giant, and a terrifying pressure wantonly spread out, causing the world to tremble, and thousands of waves to roll up on the sea. The eyes of the three dragons trembled violently. The dragon race that was fighting Zhu Qing and Fu Ling were all stunned, and they all looked over. Zhu Qing was also stunned, but soon, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She also did not expect that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for a chance to counterattack. And now, that chance had come. The difference between an 8-meter dragon body and a 15-meter dragon body was like the difference between heaven and earth. The dragon race determined the strength of their bloodline by their size, and Yang Kai had naturally inherited this characteristic after cultivating the dragon transformation art. The larger one's body, the purer their bloodline. More than a month ago, he only had a dragon body of 15 meters. However, a month later, he was already 15 meters tall. The 3 times difference in size did not bring about a threefold increase in strength. In fact, the increase in strength was not that much. However, it brought about a threefold increase in dragon vein pressure and bloodline suppression. To be able to grow to this extent in the dragon transformation art, it was naturally thanks to the dragon blood flowers. Especially the dragon blood pills refined from the 2 top-grade dragon blood flowers. Most of the results in this month's growth were due to them, and the rest was due to the high-grade dragon blood flowers. If he was given a little more time, this 15-feet dragon body would be even taller. The change was not just in size. The dragon scales that covered Yang Kai's body were originally nothing special, but at this moment, the dragon scales on his body were actually glowing with a faint golden light, as if a layer of golden water had been poured over his body, shining brightly under the sunlight. Chapter 3069. Originally, there were only small bulges on both sides of their heads, but at this moment, they were like strong saplings bursting out of the ground. Their 2 dragon horns stood erect, and their appearance was not much different from that of a real dragon vein. The dragon pressure enveloped the void, making it difficult for the 3 dragons to breathe. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests, making them feel incomparably vexed. The dragon yuan in their bodies also slowed down for no reason. The 3 dragons were shocked. Especially when they discovered that one of their dragon scales was actually flashing with a strong light, the shock and fear in their hearts became even more intense. The flashing dragon scales were the foundation of the Dragon Temple's protection technique. The reason for such an abnormality was clearly because the protection technique had become unstable. When Yang Kai was 8 zhang tall, they were not affected by the bloodline suppression, but when Yang Kai transformed into a 15 zhang tall dragon, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, the terrifying pressure made them feel a trace of fear from their bloodline. Zhu Lai had said before that the Dragon Temple's protection technique could offset the bloodline suppression to a large extent, but it was only a large part and not completely offset it. When this kind of suppression exceeded a certain limit, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, it was impossible to ignore the difference in bloodline. Just like when Li Jiao faced Fu Qi, the three dragons felt a deep chill and fear when facing Yang Kai. They had to end this quickly, otherwise, they would not be able to survive today. The three dragons instantly made a decision. After Yang Kai transformed into a 15-zhang tall dragon, the look in the dragon's eyes became more and more resolute, and they pressed forward. Yang Kai suddenly punched, and his fist, the size of a house, smashed into the head of the giant dragon coming from the left at an incredible angle. A loud bang was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the giant dragon's head was smashed to the side by this punch. Several scales on its head fell off, and its huge body kept spinning as it flew into the distant sea. However, with this delay, the giant dragon coming from the right was already very close. The dragon's claws were like unstoppable sharp blades as they ruthlessly clawed at Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai could not dodge, his body was bound, and even the space divine technique could not be used. If he was scratched by this claw, he would definitely not have a good ending. In this moment of crisis, he felt movement behind him, almost out of instinct. A dragon's tail swept over like a divine whip descending from the heavens, viciously lashing down with peerlessly terrifying power. With a bang, the dragon tail slapped the spine of the giant dragon. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the giant dragon that attacked from the right fell down like a meteor. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face as he swept the area behind him with his divine sense and couldn't help raising his brow. At some point, a dragon tail had appeared behind his butt. This discovery surprised him. Although he knew that he had made great progress in the dragon form secret technique after more than a month of hard work, he did not know what he would look like after using the dragon form. Until now. A dragon's body of 150 feet, a dragon's horns on its head, a dragon's tail behind its back, and a dragon's scales that glowed with a golden light. This transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. It was completely different from when it was 15 feet tall. With a towering body, Yang Kai looked around disdainfully, feeling as if the whole world was crawling under his feet. For a moment, his heart was filled with pride. The giant dragon that had been restraining Yang Kai could not help but widen its eyes at this moment. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. Two of its clansmen had been easily sent flying by Yang Kai's punch and tail, leaving it alone to face the second dragon form Yang Kai, causing its heart to tighten. Its eyes flashed and its head moved, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai crossed his arm in front of him and the sharp teeth sank into his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. However, Yang Kai simply sneered, and under the terrified gaze of the giant dragon, he stretched out his other hand, grabbed the dragon's horn on its head, and viciously twisted it. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the dragon's horn was broken and blood spurted out from the side of its head. Yang Kai put away the dragon's horn and stretched out a dragon claw towards a certain part of the giant dragon's abdomen. Chi. In just an instant, the dragon's abdomen was torn open with a bloody wound that was several meters long. From the wound, the squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. More than a dozen dragon scales fell, one of which was the foundation of the Dragon Hall's blessing technique. After the light flashed, the giant dragon could no longer maintain its true dragon form and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into its human form and quickly fled from Yang Kai, clutching its abdomen as blood flowed through the gaps between its fingers, its face extremely pale. Yang Kai's two dark red dragon eyes glanced at it contemptuously, but he had no intention of pursuing it. Without the protection of the Dragon Temple, this dragon race could no longer cause any trouble in front of him. With a low shout, his huge body fell straight into the sea, but strangely, there was not the slightest splash. A moment later, a violent energy fluctuation came from under the sea, followed by a pillar of water rising. Yang Kai broke out of the sea, each hand holding a dragon. Water splashed everywhere, and a rainbow immediately hung in the sky. These two giant dragons were the two that had been sent flying by Yang Kai just now. His huge palms firmly grasped the necks of the two dragons, dragging them into the air. Yang Kai's hair and beard went wild as he laughed heartily. Exerting force in his hands, the two dragons slammed into each other, and with a loud bang, they were both dizzy. Hong 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 hong. Yang Kai seemed to be addicted to playing with them, constantly making them collide with each other. For a time, dragon blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. After slamming into each other dozens of times in a row, Yang Kai vented his anger and threw them back. Using the same method, the Dragon Temple's protection technique on the two dragons was broken. Thousands of feet in the air, the two dragon race were forced to transform into their human forms. They swayed as if they were drunk, and even standing was extremely difficult for them. They fled hundreds of feet away as they looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes focused on a certain spot, and in the next moment, spatial laws surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already broken into Zhu Qing's battlefield. The two dragon race cultivators intercepting Zhu Qing were shocked when they saw him appear. They were entangled with Zhu Qing and were not far from Yang Kai, so they naturally saw the previous scene clearly. The three dragon race cultivators had joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely powerless to fight back. Now, how could the two of them have the courage to face Yang Kai's ferocity? The dragons might rushed over, and their bloodlines were instantly suppressed to a certain extent. They looked at each other, and suddenly turned into rays of light, wanting to escape. Today's matter was no longer something they could solve. In other words, it was not something they could solve by relying on their advantage in numbers. If they wanted to save Dragon Island's face, only the Great Elder and the Second Elder could do it. They needed to hurry over and report to the two elders. But how could they have this opportunity? Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding space became incomparably sticky, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Spatial laws. The two dragon race cultivators were shocked and angry. They desperately urged their might to break through the influence of the spatial laws on their bodies. Yang Kai had already pounced on them. He grabbed the tail of one of the dragon race cultivators, and after fiercely spinning it a few times, he smashed it towards the other dragon race cultivator. With a bang, the two dragon race cultivators were sent flying with miserable cries. Yang Kai took the opportunity to pounce on them, and took off two of their dragon scales, forcing them to reveal their human forms. What happened next was simple. Yang Kai, who was 150 feet tall, was simply invincible in front of this group of dragon race cultivators below the 8th rank. No one could stop him. After dealing with Fu Ling's opponent, the scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Kai cast his gaze towards the depths of the sea. There, the embodiment was fighting fiercely with another dragon race cultivator. They seemed to be evenly matched. The embodiment that suddenly woke up gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. After all, the embodiment had been in a comatose state ever since he fused with the source of the stone fire in the desolate ancient land. This time, he suddenly woke up, which was really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He had been paying close attention to the embodiment's situation recently. According to his calculations, the embodiment should still need some time to wake up. He didn't know if the embodiment had sensed the situation on his side, so it woke up earlier. But although it woke up earlier, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai could feel that the embodiment had completely fused with the source of the stone fire. It was now the holy stone fire. After exhorting Zhu Qing, Yang Kai was about to give the embodiment a hand. But suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the Dragon Island. This dragon's roar was completely different from the dragon's roar Yang Kai had heard before. It was a sorrowful cry. It gave people the feeling that a bird was about to die, and its cry was also sorrowful. When the dragon's roar resounded, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling's expression changed. They turned their heads to look at the source of the roar. Not only them, all the dragon race cultivators on the Dragon Island were the same. That dragon's roar lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. Because a few drops of something suddenly fell on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, "It's raining on a sunny day. The weather on the Dragon Island is really strange." In the sky, a round sun hung high in the sky. There was not a single cloud in sight. But unexpectedly, raindrops fell from the sky. Moreover, it was a heavy downpour. It was extremely fierce. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was that this rain seemed to be full of spirituality. "It's not raining." Fu Ling's face was pale. She had been staring at the source of the roar. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she subconsciously replied. Her delicate body started to tremble. Zhu Qing's expression was also incomparably pale. She said in a deep voice, "Falling dragon rain." "What?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something big had happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing's expression wouldn't be so solemn. A dragon race cultivator died. Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with shock. Yang Kai was startled. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "How did you know? That dragon's roar just now?" Even if that dragon's roar was extremely sorrowful, it didn't necessarily mean that a dragon race cultivator died, right? Maybe it was just a serious injury. Chapter 3070. On the Dragon Island, it was raining. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have quietened down at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. Fu Ling swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "If a dragon race dies, it will turn into spiritual rain. This rain is the rain of dragon death." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling with a serious expression. Fu Ling said, "There's no mistake." Zhu Qing also nodded and said, "There is indeed a dragon race that died." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "It can't be, right? Who did it? Senior 9 Phoenix? Or Li Wui? Could it be that brat Zhu Lai?" Hearing Zhu Qing's conclusion that a dragon race died, he was also shocked. Although he had a falling out with the dragon race today and even injured a few dragon race members, Yang Kai never thought of killing a single dragon race member. It was nothing to fall out with the dragon race. At most, he would just cut off all contact with them. He was already not used to the high and mighty attitude of the dragon race, so he naturally didn't want to have anything to do with them. But if a dragon race member died in his hands, then the situation would be different. At that time, not only would it make things difficult for Zhu Qing, he would also become the enemy of the entire Dragon Island. With the strength of the Dragon Island, he was still unable to contend with them. Once the Dragon Island made a move, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Therefore, even though Yang Kai attacked in rage today, he didn't really kill a single dragon race member. All the dragon race members that were injured by him didn't suffer any damage to their foundation. He only broke their Dragon Palace protection technique and ignored them. He wanted to bring Zhu Qing away, so he had to show his strength and strength. But he had always been keeping a distance that was acceptable to the Dragon Island at the same time. But now, this distance was broken. A dragon race member was killed. Who was so daring to actually kill a dragon race member on the Dragon Island? Did they not want to live anymore? Yang Kai's expression instantly became serious. Thoughts surged in his mind as he speculated on the candidate to slay the dragon. It was impossible for Zhu Lai to do so. He was also a member of the dragon race, so it was impossible for him to kill his own kind. Furthermore, he probably did not have the ability to do so. Jiufeng probably couldn't do it either. Yang Kai remembered that she was fighting against two people at once. It was good enough that she could hold her ground. How could she possibly kill the dragon race? Li Wui? In any case, the fourth elder was a tier 9 colossal dragon. How could he be killed so easily? Could it be Lu Yen? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it was Lu Yen, then today's matter would be really bad. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, the battlefield where Zhu Lai and the others were fighting also quieted down. Everyone who was fighting left the battlefield and formed their own formations. Their expressions were constantly changing. Jiufeng reached out and caught a few drops of spiritual rain. She had a gloating expression on her face. Which one of your people died? She obviously knew about the dragon race's meteor rain. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at the two members of the dragon race who were fighting with her just now. She teased, could it be that one of Zhu Yan or Fu Dun died? Although she said that, she also knew that it was impossible. The great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, and the second elder, Fu Dun, were both existences comparable to the great emperors. Even a martial beast could not possibly have the ability to kill them. Who was it? They actually slayed a dragon. She and Yang Kai had the same thoughts. They were both secretly shocked. Possible candidates flashed through their minds, but they were all rejected. The battlefield here calmed down, and so did the other place. In front of the dragon tomb of the dragon race, 4 figures stood quietly. One of them was a burly man with broad shoulders and a round waist. He wore a dark red cloak, and his expression was dignified. The aura emitted from his body was enough to make the world tremble and space distort. In his arms was a woman who looked extremely weak. The woman's face was pale as she quietly nestled against his chest. Her breath was like orchids, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her expression was calm, as if to her, as long as she could nestle in this man's arms, it would be fine even if the sky fell down. But if one looked carefully, they could still see that under this calm face, there was a deep sense of guilt. On the other side, Grand Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si were in a pincer position, standing not far away from the man and woman. Green light spread out from the Great Elder's body, and the Second Elder's Law of Ice was also pushed to the extreme. They were both facing a great enemy. The man had a rough appearance, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was panting slightly, looking like he had consumed a lot of energy. After the spirit rain fell, he suddenly grinned. You two, you don't need this king to remind you what the falling dragon rain means, right? If the two of you continue to entangle with me, I'm afraid all the dragon descendants on the dragon island will fall. At that time, the two of you will become the eternal sinners of the dragon race. I don't think the two of you can bear this responsibility. The Great Elder and Second Elder's expressions did not change. At their level of cultivation, it was very difficult to be disturbed by external things. Although the fall of the dragon race was a huge matter, the two of them did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. There was no other reason. The man in front of them was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, Mo Huang. In terms of ability and strength, he was not inferior to either of them. Any bit of distraction or carelessness could give him an opportunity to take advantage of. The fall of the dragon race was indeed a huge matter, but Mo Huang breaking into the dragon tomb and bringing out the exiled dragon girl was also a huge matter. Tisk, Mo Huang saw that the two elders of the dragon race were indifferent and couldn't help but curl his lips. He said somewhat angrily, "How do you want to settle today's matter? Why don't the two of you draw a line? This king will accept it." The second elder said indifferently, "Let Fu Xian go and never step into Dragon Island again. I will let your people of Spirit Beast Island leave safely." Mo Huang snorted coldly, "Little Xian and I are husband and wife. We have feelings for each other and are in love with each other. Why does the second elder say that this king is holding her hostage? Your dragon race is unreasonable and abides by the rules of the sect. You exiled little Xian into the dragon tomb. This king will not settle this account with you. Let me take little Xian away. The two of you can go and settle the matters of Dragon Island. This king will not stop you. Fu Shi shook his head and said, Fu Xian is the fourth elder of my dragon race. She was born on Dragon Island and died in the dragon tomb. You can't take her away today. Mo Huang sneered, this king is really going to take her away today. You can try to stop me. Fu Shi said, then we can only end this quickly. While speaking, the aura on her body suddenly became extremely dangerous. Mo Huang didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and said, what does the great elder say? If you really want to fight, this king is willing to exchange pointers with the two of you. I'm just afraid that your dragon race is facing a great disaster today and is in danger of being exterminated. Zhu Yan's expression was grave and he sighed in his heart. Troubled times, it really was troubled times. The changes of Dragon Island today were simply dazzling. Even he had never encountered such a situation in his many years of life. First, it was Yang Kai who possessed the ancestral dragon's origin that went to kidnap the bride. Then, the martial beast brought the people of Spirit Beast Island and barged into Dragon Island. They even went deeper into the dragon tomb and brought Fu Xian out. Before the matters here were settled, another member of the dragon race was killed. Even if the great elder's cultivation was exceedingly high, he also felt that today's matter was incomparably tricky. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed that the most troublesome matters in tens of thousands of years had gathered together. The dragon race being killed couldn't be ignored. The number of clansmen had always been very small. It had been many years since such a thing happened. The most important thing was that Zhu Yan didn't know if the murderer would or even had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race. If the dragon slayer still had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race, then he must rush over to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the matters here couldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Yan was really in a dilemma. Great Elder also insists on making things difficult for this king? Mo Huang asked in a deep voice. He was already a little impatient. Zhu Yan raised his eyes and said, Mo Huang, this old man has a proposal. Let's hear it. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Let's put aside the grudges between you and Dragon Island for the time being. Fu Shi frowned when she heard that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Mo Huang laughed heartily, Great Elder is wise. Zhu Yan continued, the premise is that you have to come with us. Mo Huang restrained his laughter and stared at Zhu Yan seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was joking or not. After a while, he sneered, Great Elder, are you muddle-headed? Dragon Island has changed, this king naturally should take the opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, when the two of you are free, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Great Elder, please don't humiliate my intelligence. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, if you don't agree, then this old man can only join hands with the second elder to take you down first. Mo Huang bellowed, Great Elder's confidence is truly breathtaking. Zhu Yan sighed and said, if you are alone, even if this old man and the second elder join hands, we still won't be able to stop you. But you still have Fu Xian with you, how can you go all out? You don't want her to get hurt because of this, right? Mo Huang's face sank. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and his ruthless expression softened a little. Zhu Yan continued, correspondingly, this old man is willing to give you a chance. If you agree to this old man's proposal, this old man can communicate with the Dragon Palace Hall and beg for the forgiveness of the ancestor on behalf of Fu Xian to see if there is a chance to leave the dragon tomb. Mo Huang's eyes lit up when he heard this, are you serious? Zhu Yan said, this old man can only promise to give it a try. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will also depend on the ancestors' attitude. Mo Huang nodded and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement? Zhu Yan looked at him inquiringly. Mo Huang turned his head to look at Fu Xian and said, that will depend on the second elder's attitude. Fu Xian didn't say a word. She suddenly turned into a white light and flew away. Her actions had already expressed her attitude. She didn't agree or disagree. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. After all, it was the great elder's proposal. Even if she had an opinion, it wasn't good for her to disagree with the great elder. Furthermore, this proposal was the best way to solve the problem at hand. Seeing this, Zhu Yan nodded at Mo Huang and also turned into a stream of light and flew in that direction. The two elders of the dragon race actually left just like that. Because they knew that since Mo Huang had agreed to the proposal, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. After all, Mo Huang's identity was there. Furthermore, even if he went back on his words, so what? He could take Fu Xian and escape this time. But even if he could escape, could Spirit Beast Island escape? If they really went back on their word, the dragon race on Dragon Island might visit Spirit Beast Island in a few days. That was why the two elders left without worries. Chapter 3071. Is it worth it? A soft question sounded. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at Mo Huang. The thick stubble on his chin poked her forehead, making her feel itchy and numb. However, she missed this feeling very much. She moved her head slightly and gently rubbed it, as if she wanted to imprint this feeling into the depths of her soul. Mo Huang's rough face was filled with tenderness and sweetness. He reached out and stroked her cheek, smiling slightly. How can a picturesque landscape compare to the cinnabar between your eyebrows? Fu Xian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. Mo Huang grinned again, that bratly Wui said so before. I'm just using it. Fu Xian giggled, so it's Wui's words. Mo Huang sighed, you've suffered all these years. Fu Xian shook her head, I already expected this. There's nothing to suffer. Aren't we meeting again today? Mo Huang said solemnly, this time, I won't let you leave my side again. That will make me an enemy of the entire Dragon Island. Fu Xian rested her head on Mo Huang's broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was as if she heard the most beautiful celestial music in the world. Her face was full of happiness. Mo Huang snorted, since the day you and I met, I've already made plans to become enemies with Dragon Island. When they met back then, he was in his prime. He recognized at a glance that the arrogant person was a martial beast of the dragon race. She could control all the beasts in the world, but he had never had the experience of controlling a dragon. His heart immediately became restless, and thoughts surged uncontrollably. He tried to get close to her several times and even used force to finally subdue her. However, he didn't expect that he would step into the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself from it. He also formed a grudge with the dragon race. Thinking back, a warm smile appeared on Mo Huang's face. That was the wisest decision he had ever made. How's little Seven? Fu Xian suddenly asked. She's grown up. She's just a little spoiled. You should follow me back to Spirit Beast Island to discipline her. Fu Xian said, she doesn't know her identity, right? Mo Huang shook his head, I haven't told her yet. Speaking of this girl, she's been quite annoying recently. What happened? Fu Xian was shocked. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Although she had never seen her again after giving birth to her, how could she not care about her? There's a brat that the girl can't forget, Mo Huang said with a dark face. Fu Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. What are you laughing at? Fu Xian stopped laughing and said, counting her age, little Seven should be at that age. It's not strange for one or two men to enter her sight. Mo Huang shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no. She's still too young. It's not the time to think about this. Fu Xian leisurely said, although I gave birth to her, I never had the opportunity to take care of her. You should worry about her matters, but you must not let her hate you. Mo Huang was shocked. She hates me because of that brat? Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. That's hard to say. Daughters tend to be more outgoing when they grow up. When Mo Huang heard this, his face turned even darker, and he suddenly felt a little worried. All right, let's go take a look. Mo Huang frowned and said, let's not go. Let's talk here and wait for those two old guys to finish dealing with the dragon race. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at him. Take me there. They are my clansmen after all. Mo Huang couldn't stand her cute and obedient look. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right, all right. Since you said so, let's go take a look. After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, if we're lucky, we might be able to see that brat. When he finished, he had already flown out with Fu Xian. Fu Xian was startled for a moment, then said, you're saying that the man Little Seven is interested in is also on Dragon Island? Yes. This time, I was able to come in without anyone noticing. It's all thanks to him. Mo Huang nodded. If it wasn't for Yang Kai causing a ruckus on Dragon Island and attracting Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's attention, he wouldn't have been able to sneak in. Normally, if he set foot on Dragon Island, he would definitely be discovered by Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. He's from the dragon race? Fu Xian frowned. She herself was from the dragon race, so she naturally knew how promiscuous the private lives of those male dragon race members were. If her daughter was interested in someone from the dragon race, then this matter would really be troublesome. He's not from the dragon race, he's just a human. Mo Huang shook his head and replied. Human. Fu Xian was even more confused, how can a human enter Dragon Island? Furthermore, why did he come to Dragon Island? The corner of Mo Huang's mouth twitched, and he spat out two words, bride snatching. Fu Xian was astonished. Under her continuous questioning, only then did she know that Yang Kai did such a shocking thing on Dragon Island. She was immediately shocked and felt that this guy was a bit too daring. But then again, wasn't the situation of this guy called Yang Kai and Mo Huang very similar? Both of them were from the human race, and both of them married a dragon girl. Both of them were strongly opposed by Dragon Island and were forced to become enemies with Dragon Island. Fu Xian suddenly felt some sympathy for that Yang Kai. Mo Huang was one of the 10 great emperors, and even he couldn't take her away from Dragon Island back then. That Yang Kai definitely couldn't do it this time either. This love between a human and a dragon was destined to end in tragedy. The stubbornness of the dragon race had been proven. A figure suddenly rushed out from the sea, attracting the attention of Yang Kai and the others. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that the avatar had already returned to the height of a human. Steam was rising from its body, and it flew out from the sea. Zhu Qing and Fu Ling sized it up in surprise. They didn't know where this guy came from, but the aura of the Holy Spirit on this stone man was extremely obvious, so they recognized Shihu's identity with a single glance. What made them even more surprised was that this stone man actually had the aura of Yang Kai on his body. If one didn't look at it with their eyes and instead used their divine sense to investigate, they might have mistaken it for Yang Kai. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai said softly, "We're on the same side." The avatar was formed by the combination of his avatar and the stone mongoose. Even if it merged with the origin of the stone fire and became the Holy Spirit stone fire, its foundation wouldn't change. It had a great battle with a dragon race before, and now that it came back alone, it was obvious that its opponent had run away. They didn't know what the result of the battle was. Yang Kai was about to ask, but the avatar's words stunned him. "Wukong is here." Yang Kai was shocked, how do you know? Zhu Qing also frowned. Wukong? Which Wukong? Fu Ling smiled. Why does this name sound the same as the name of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, was a legend of a generation, an existence that no one could surpass in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even the proud dragon race had a deep impression of this name and was very afraid of it. The Avatar said, I shouldn't have woken up today. I was awakened by a kind of power. What kind of power? The power of the martial arts I practice. When it said this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this matter was not far from the truth. The Avatar practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was a divine martial art created by Wukong. Back then, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this martial art to become invincible in the world. During the War of Great Emperors, several Great Emperors died at his hands. If there was anyone in this world who could sense Wukong's existence, it would be the Avatar. No wonder the Avatar woke up early. It was not that his previous deduction was wrong, but that a special situation had occurred. Why is he on Dragon Island? If he's on Dragon Island, doesn't that mean that Senior Duan is also on Dragon Island? After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls merged into one. After that, in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple, Wukong seized control of the Avatar and escaped from Azure Sun Temple, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai never expected that Wukong would be on Dragon Island. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's heart jumped. The reason why the Avatar could sense Wukong's existence was because Wukong used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Wukong would not use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for no reason. Thinking back to the scene of the falling dragon rain earlier, Yang Kai was horrified. Not good. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, shouting in a low voice, "Follow me." As soon as he said this, he flew out. As he flew, crackling sounds came from all over his body and he returned to his original appearance. After they left, the defeated dragon race cultivators looked at each other and also chased after them. Wukong appeared on Dragon Island and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Now that a dragon race had fallen, it was very likely that he had already devoured a dragon race. With the foundation of the Great Emperors and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, no one knew how much damage Wukong could cause if he was not stopped. He did not care about the safety of Dragon Island, but Lu Yen and Jiao Feng were there. If they encountered Wukong, they might not be able to stop him. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the original battlefield. Looking up, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yen and Jiao Feng were intact. The dragon race cultivators who were fighting with them had already stopped fighting and gathered together with ugly expressions. The fall of the dragon race had obviously caused an unimaginable impact on them. At this time, who still had the mood to continue fighting? Moreover, there were still many dragon race cultivators here. Obviously, Wukong did not attack here. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Lu Yen quickly flew over. Yang Kai reached out and touched her head, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lu Yen shook her head. Today's battle had benefited her a lot. After all, the experience of fighting against a dragon race was really rare. She believed that after this battle, her strength would improve again. Yang Kai, did you do it? Jiao Feng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If that dragon race cultivator was really killed by Yang Kai, then he must be in trouble, so Jiao Feng could not help but ask. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't me." Jiao Feng suddenly wondered, then who was it? Could it be that one of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun really died? Forget I said it. She turned her head and looked in one direction. There, two rays of light, one green and one white, rushed over like lightning and landed in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun. Chapter 3072. The expressions of the two great elders of the dragon race did not look good. As soon as Fu Zhenyo appeared, she glanced at Yang Kai, Jiu Feng, and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Replying to the second elder, "We are fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fist. Fu Ling also hurriedly said, "We are fine too." Fu Zhenyo frowned. Zhu Yan glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "The fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only so many people in the dragon race, so it was easy to find out who was missing. The reason why Zhu Kong was not here was because Li Wui had used the divine technique to pull her into a void. With Zhu Kong's ability, she should not be at a disadvantage against Li Wui. Then the only possibility left was that something had happened to Fu Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan's expression also sank. Fu Qi was a rank 8 thunder dragon, ranked in the upper middle of the dragon race. If something really happened to him, then Dragon Island's loss today would be too great. Previously, Fu Qi was heavily injured by Yang Kai, so his strength must have dropped. But on Dragon Island, other than these people, who else could kill a rank 8 thunder dragon? This was what Zhu Yan could not understand the most. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then cupped his fist and said, "Great Elder, I have something to tell you." Zhu Yan did not have a good impression of him. Today's matter was all caused by Yang Kai. Although Mo Huang's appearance was not related to him, he was the one who stirred up the muddy waters of Dragon Island. If not for Yang Kai drawing attention here, they would not have failed to notice Mo Huang sneaking into Dragon Island, leading to him trespassing into the dragon tomb and breaking the rules of the dragon race. But the great elder was still a gentle person. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "What is it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wukong might be on Dragon Island." "Wukong?" Zhu Yan frowned, "Which Wukong?" Yang Kai said, "Is there anyone else named Wukong in this world?" Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. "You mean, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they wanted to see if he had gone crazy. Not many people knew the name Wukong, but the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor was too well known. Even Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Ti even scolded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong has already fallen for many years, how could he appear on my Dragon Island? Kid, don't lie through your teeth." She already had a lot of opinions about Yang Kai, and now that the dragon race had fallen, her mood was even worse. How could she be happy? Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "Wukong is not dead." Zhu Yan and Fu Ti were startled when they heard this. The former shook his head continuously, while the latter snorted disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was also a little annoyed by their attitude. He just provided the information he knew, he didn't have any ulterior motive. He didn't ask for the gratitude of the dragon race, but at least they didn't show a look of disdain. The attitude of the two elders of the dragon race made him dissatisfied. Yang Kai no longer argued. In any case, it was the dragon race that died, it had nothing to do with him. The only thing he had to consider now was how to take Zhu Qing and the others away under the eyes of Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. He's not spouting nonsense. When a loud shout came, a burly figure suddenly landed on the side, holding a pale woman in his arms. "Third elder." Zhu Qing looked at the woman and called out in surprise. Many members of the dragon race also looked at Fu Xian with complicated expressions, greeting her one after another. Fu Xian turned her head and glanced at Zhu Qing, nodded weakly, and then fixed her eyes on Yang Kai, looking him up and down. Yang Kai also happened to look at her, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. "Mo Xiaoqi? Why is she here?" But in the next moment, Yang Kai knew that he had mistaken her for someone else. Because although this woman looked quite similar to Mo Xiaoqi, the temperaments of the two were completely different. This woman looked much more mature than Immortal. If Immortal was a budding flower, then this woman was a blooming flower, with a charm that Immortal didn't have. Most importantly, this woman didn't have the butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The butterfly mark on Immortal's face was actually a seal, not a birthmark as Yang Kai initially thought. It was a life-saving measure the martial beast Great Emperor had planted on her. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, when the seal was broken, Immortal almost went berserk. It was only thanks to Zhang Ruoxi that she was able to suppress her. So, this woman was not Immortal, but more like Immortal's elder sister. However, the way Zhu Qing and the others addressed this woman made him a little confused, and he couldn't figure out the relationship between Immortal and her. What made Yang Kai feel the most strange was the way this woman looked at him, as if she was examining him. Is this the third elder of your dragon race? Yang Kai didn't have the nerve to look at her, so he looked away and sent a divine sense message to Zhu Qing. Yes. Then the one next to her, martial beast, Mo Huang. Yang Kai was shocked. When this person came over just now, he felt that he wasn't simple, but he didn't think it was martial beast. He had never seen martial beast before, so he didn't know what he looked like. He only imagined martial beast's appearance based on Immortal's appearance, but the difference was too big. So, this is martial beast. One of the great emperors who could control all beasts in the world and obey his orders. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something, and his expression became strange. He continued to send a divine sense message. Martial Beast Master came to Dragon Island for your third elder? Zhu Qing replied, yes, their situation is somewhat similar to ours. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, is it because of this that third elder was banished to the dragon tomb? Zhu Qing gently nodded, and immediately said, but the most important thing is because third elder and the martial beast master already had a child. If they didn't have a child, the second elder wouldn't have banished her to the dragon tomb. After all, she has a ninth-order dragon vein. The second elder thought that there was still room to maneuver, so he kept persuading her to separate from the martial beast master, but after the child was born, everything changed. Yang Kai said absent-mindedly, so Xiaoqi's mother is actually from the dragon race. He didn't need to ask to know who the child of the dragon race's third elder and Mo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, and Mo Xiaoqi was the only child of the martial beast Great Emperor. It was no wonder that their appearances were 70 to 80% similar. The mother and daughter naturally had some similarities. What did you say? Zhu Qing turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, don't worry, even if we have a child, I won't let you be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she no longer discussed this issue with him. How difficult was it to have a child when the human race and the dragon race married? Martial Beast and Fu Xian had been in love for 1,000 years, but they only gave birth to Mo Xiaoqi a little more than 10 years ago. One could imagine how difficult it was. In the past 1,000 years, Dragon Island had always been against this, but because Martial Beast was involved, the dragon race couldn't suppress them. It wasn't until Mo Xiaoqi was born that the dragon race was decided. That time, the dragon clan mobilized all their forces and attacked the Spirit Beast Island. Although Mo Huang had the intention to resist, Fu Xian still took the initiative to follow the dragon clan back to the dragon island. Mo Huang naturally followed as well, but in the end, he was still outnumbered and was chased out of the dragon island. This wait lasted for more than 10 years. While the two were quietly communicating, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both looked at Mo Huang in shock, almost thinking that they had misheard. Mo Huang sneered, you dragon race people are conservative and self-righteous. You don't hear about the outside world, so you naturally think that everyone is lying to you. What do you mean? Fu Su looked at him coldly. Zhu Yan also frowned, are you trying to say that Wukong really didn't die? Mo Huang said in a deep voice. Wukong came back to life. What? At this time, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both paled. Many dragon race people were also shocked. Is this news accurate? Zhu Yan looked at Mo Huang with a solemn expression. If this was the case, then this world would change greatly. The dragon race also participated in the War of Emperors back then, and Zhu Yan was one of them. Only those who had faced Wukong directly knew how terrifying this heaven-devouring great emperors was. Mo Huang said, a year ago, this king communicated with him. Do you think this news is accurate? Communicated. Zhu Yan frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. The heaven-devouring great emperors were not easy to communicate with. Martial Beast also had grievances with him. If they met, they would definitely fight, so how could they sit down and communicate? Mo Huang said impatiently, Wukong's situation is a bit special. He has been hiding in the Shattered Star Sea's origin sea. He wanted to gather blood essence to form a body and was almost successful. But at the critical moment, Duan Hongchen broke in and fought with him. In the end, both sides suffered. Wukong failed to form a body and was reborn, but occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body. This matter also involves Duan Hongchen. Mo Huang said, after the Shattered Star Sea, old Duan tried to find a way to seal Wukong's soul. He went to the Serene Soul Palace, but the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. He came to my Spirit Beast Island and stayed for a while. That's how I know about his situation. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory. From Serene Soul Palace to Spirit Beast Island was just on the way. Even the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything? Zhu Yan was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who had the deepest understanding of the soul, it would be the person from the Serene Soul Palace. But now, even he couldn't deal with Duan Hongchen's situation. Perhaps no one else in the world could. So, Wukong is indeed not dead. Mo Huang looked at the two elders of the dragon race disdainfully. You people from the dragon race should go out more often and learn more about the world's affairs. But then again, only a few people in the world knew about the matter between Wukong and Duan Hongchen. Even if the dragon race really went out, they might not be able to get any information. Chapter 3073. The news of Wukong's revival was a shock to all the members of the dragon race. They were speechless for a long time. Suddenly, a figure staggered over from afar. That person looked extremely weak, like a drunken bee. While flying, he was bobbing up and down as if he could fall into the sea at any time. Everyone turned to look at him with suspicion in their eyes. After seeing that person's appearance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Zhu Qing also said curiously, "It's Li Jiao." Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. From afar, it was as if he had seen a family member. He anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly went forward and supported him. After examining him and confirming that his life was not in danger, he asked, "Is Fu Qi dead?" "Yes." Yang Kai's expression changed again. "You killed him?" Li Jiao shook his head. He did want to kill Fu Qi, but unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponent's. If it wasn't for an uninvited guest at the last moment, he would have most likely died today. Although he knew the consequences of killing a member of the dragon race, the situation at that time did not allow him to think too much. Thinking about what Lu Sanyang had been through all these years, only Fu Qi's blood could wash away their shame. "It's Wu Chen." "Wu Chen killed Fu Qi," Li Jiao said solemnly. "Wu Chen?" Yang Kai had a strange expression. How could it be him? After knowing that Fu Qi did not die in Li Jiao's hands, Yang Kai was slightly relieved. However, Li Jiao's words made him feel a little incredulous. After confirming that Fu Qi was dead, he thought of two possibilities. The first was that Li Jiao's strength erupted and he bravely slaughtered the dragon race. If that was the case, then Li Jiao could forget about leaving Dragon Island today. Maybe even his fire dragon palace would suffer. However, this possibility was not high. He let Li Jiao find Fu Qi because he knew that with Li Jiao's cultivation, he would not be able to do anything to Fu Qi at most. He would fight with Fu Qi to vent his anger. With Li Jiao's strength, it was definitely not realistic for him to kill Fu Qi. The second possibility was that Wukong killed Fu Qi. This was the most likely and the only possibility. However, the answer Li Jiao gave was beyond imagination. Wu Chen actually killed Fu Qi. Regarding Wu Chen, Kai Yang had always had an extremely strange feeling about him, and had always been on guard against him. But this past month, Wu Chen hadn't shown any signs of hostility towards him. On the contrary, he had even helped him a little at the beginning. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that Wu Chen's cultivation seemed a little strange. When Yang Kai first met him, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but a month later, he was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although it was only a small improvement, it was still as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any cultivator. He did not know what kind of lucky chance Wu Chen obtained, but he just felt that this guy was somewhat not simple. Who is Wu Chen? Fu Qi suddenly asked. Li Jiao's last sentence wasn't said through a spiritual force transmission, but directly out loud. Everyone present had high cultivation levels, so they naturally heard it clearly. After confirming that the one who died was Fu Qi and the name of the dragon slayer, the dragon race naturally wanted to know the background of this Wu Chen. With her pressure, Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood and looked like he was about to die. Yang Kai flashed in front of him and replied, "It's a human from Half-Dragon City." Fu Qi said angrily, "A trivial human can slaughter my dragon race?" She glared at Li Jiao and said, "You have the smell of Fu Qi's blood on you. You're lying. Did you kill Fu Qi?" Li Jiao quickly shook his head, "It's not me. It's really Wu Chen. Although I fought with Fu Qi, I couldn't do anything to him. I almost died in his hands, but that Wu Chen suddenly appeared. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly subdued Fu Qi. That Wu Chen has such ability." Zhu Yan was also shocked. It was not easy to subdue an 8th-order thunder dragon in an instant. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me everything in detail. If there is even half a lie, you will die without a burial place." Li Jiao looked miserable, but his expression was calm and didn't look like he was lying. Li Jiao nodded lightly and chose his words carefully. Yang Kai placed his hand on Li Jiao's wrist and sent his Emperor Qi over. Li Jiao's expression became much better and he cast a grateful look. In the next moment, Li Jiao spoke tirelessly. He didn't hide anything and told Yang Kai about how he followed Fu Qi to the spiritual island, how he fought with his life on the line, and how Wu Chen mysteriously appeared. He told Yang Kai everything, including how Wu Chen's appearance and personality changed drastically. After I escaped from there, I heard Fu Qi's miserable cries. Then, it started raining. Although I am a descendant of the dragon, I know about the falling dragon rain. Therefore, in my opinion, Fu Qi is probably dead and the one who killed him is Wu Chen. He was naturally happy that Fu Qi was killed. Even if he didn't kill him, the 3 moves he used to fight with Fu Qi had caused him irreparable damage, and it could be said that he had vented his anger. Li Jiao even thought that if it weren't for his 3 moves, Wu Chen would have to spend more effort to kill Fu Qi. From this point of view, he also contributed to Fu Qi's death, and it could be said that he had taken revenge with his own hands. Wu Chen gave him a dangerous feeling, but he was grateful to Wu Chen. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Yang Kai murmured with a solemn expression, "Appearance change, personality change. Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Wu Chen. Wukong, Duan Hong Chen." Wu Chen was just an alias, a homophone of Wukong's surname and a combination of Duan Hongchen's surname, which was very fitting. After all, the two great emperors had two souls in the same body, and it was very appropriate to put their names together to make an alias. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was impossible for him to link Wu Chen with the two great emperors. After all, Wu Chen's previous performance didn't have any of the spirit of the great emperors, and there was no need to talk about his appearance. He had the head of a snake, the eyes of a rat, the mouth of a monkey, and the cheeks of a monkey. He was completely unrelated to the great emperors. Now, it seemed that the one controlling the body was still Wukong, and Duan Hongchen should have been suppressed. He didn't know how Wukong did it. As he thought about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the 500 people who built the palace had been reduced to less than 200 to 300 after a month, and most of them had disappeared from the Emperor realm. Before this, Yang Kai didn't think about what happened to these people, because their life and death didn't have much to do with him. But now that he knew Wu Chen's true identity, it was obvious what happened to these people. Wukong had devoured them. There was a reasonable explanation for Wu Chen's explosive increase in strength in a short month. He was the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, a legend who created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. From the situation of the Dharmakayas cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, those cultivators had probably become Wukong's capital to become stronger. Yang Kai could confirm Wu Chen's true identity. Mo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could naturally do the same. Mo Huang had said before that Wukong and Duan Hongchen were now two souls in one body. Didn't this confirm what Li Jiao had said about Wu Chen's change in personality? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Fu Tianqi reached out and grabbed Li Jiao. "Come with me." Wukong had killed a dragon, and the dragon race had shaken up. Now, the most important thing was to confirm Wukong's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to lower his status and endure humiliation. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just killing a dragon race. And if they wanted to track down Wukong's whereabouts, Li Jiao was indispensable. Only he knew where Fu Qi had died, and only he knew where Wukong had attacked. When Fu Tianqi's jade hand reached out, Li Jiao's entire body froze in place. The Emperor Qi in his body froze for a moment, and even his breathing was involuntarily held. He was like a rabbit that had no experience in dodging. Facing the claws of a falcon that was swooping down from the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between the three-layer Emperor realm mirror he was so proud of and a great emperor. His already pale face turned even paler. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Yang Kai's hand turned into a dragon's claw, ignoring the obstruction of space, and grabbed towards Fu Tianqi's jade hand. As soon as he moved, the embodiment moved as well, smashing a fist towards Fu Tianqi's side. The moment he made a move, his might was extraordinary, like a thunderbolt. A phantom flashed past, and Yang Kai only felt a fierce blow to his chest. He couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The embodiment also seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body stiffened, and it fell straight down, smashing into the sea and disappearing. Zhu Qing was shocked and quickly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand. When he looked up, he saw Li Jiao being lifted up like a little chick by Fu Tianqi and flying in a certain direction. Seeing this, the other dragon race members followed. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he was no match for the great emperors, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Tianqi attack Li Jiao. No matter how big the gap was, he had to show an unyielding attitude. Fortunately, Fu Tianqi wasn't in the mood to waste time with him, so he was able to repel him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. "You've got guts," Mo Huang glanced at Yang Kai, not knowing whether it was praise or ridicule. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at Yang Kai once, until now. Inexplicably, he didn't like Yang Kai. He knew the reason, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If Mo Shaoqi hadn't been thinking about him, this young man in front of him would have been a dragon among men in Mo Huang's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, who would dare to trespass on Dragon Island with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation? Not to mention, this place had been turned upside down. Zhu Yan stayed behind. His gaze swept across the void 1,000 meters away, and he looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing who were standing side by side, and said, "You two go with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay here, because if something went wrong, Yang Kai might take the opportunity to escape from Dragon Island. The dragon race couldn't accept such an outcome. Too many things had happened on Dragon Island today. If Yang Kai abducted a dragon girl, and a dragon girl who could become an elder, where would Dragon Island's face go? Chapter 3074. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He looked at Zhu Yan and said, "What if I don't agree?" Now, there were only two paths in front of him. One was to agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and go with him, which was equivalent to being monitored. The other was to fight with Zhu Yan now and solve the problem with violence. However, he estimated that his end would not be good. He was not even a match for Fu Tan, not to mention Zhu Yan, who was ranked above Fu Tan. This was the great elder of the dragon race. Even if Yang Kai used all his abilities, he would not be qualified to compete with him. Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. "I advise you to agree. This old man does not want to bully the weak." Yang Kai was depressed, his mouth full of bitterness. However, speaking of which, Li Jiao was now under the control of others. He could not just leave Li Jiao alone. It was reasonable for him to go with them and see what the result was. "Young man, let's go together. Mo Huang will take care of you." Fu Xian suddenly spoke, causing the corner of Mo Huang's eyes to twitch. Since he had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally made a decision and gently nodded, "Many thanks, Third Elder. Then let's go and have a look together." Fu Xian smiled. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang. "Shouldn't we ask them to stop?" Mo Huang did not say anything. He just casually threw a punch. Silently, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, spreading forward like a ripple. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Two figures suddenly appeared. It was Li Wui and Zhu Kong. The two looked fine. It was unknown what kind of battle they had. At the very least, it was impossible to tell who was stronger from the surface. After the space divine technique was broken, Li Wui and Zhu Kong pulled away. They looked at Mo Huang and Zhu Yan suspiciously. They did not know what was going on outside. "Let's talk on the way." Zhu Yan turned and flew out. Zhu Kong frowned and quickly followed. "Let's go." Mo Huang also called out. The group of people flew towards the spiritual island in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhu Kong and Li Wui had clearly heard about what had happened. Zhu Kong's expression couldn't help but become ugly. She had never thought that in less than an hour, there would actually be people who died on Dragon Island, and this matter even involved the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Li Wui also had a look of shock on his face as he whispered to Jiao Feng. Spiritual energy was abundant on the spiritual island. There were some traces left behind by the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi when the group of people arrived. Many of the dragon race were already investigating the situation here. Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he was surrounded by several dragon race members with a bitter expression. "How is it?" Zhu Yan flew over and landed beside Fu Tin. "Fu Qi did die here. Where's Wukong?" "There's no trace of him." Zhu Yan nodded. After killing the dragon race, Wukong couldn't possibly continue to stay here. He definitely ran off to God knows where. Find out where he is. Zhu Yan coldly snorted and was completely enraged. Previously, Yang Kai snatched the bride and Mo Huang barged into the dragon tomb to bring Fu Xian out. He wasn't actually that angry, but Wukong's actions had clearly touched the reverse scale of the entire dragon race. The crime of slaying a dragon must be repaid with blood. Fu Tin nodded. As his red lips opened and closed, profound dragon language sounded. At the same time, his hands quickly changed seals. It was clear that he was using some secret technique to trace Wukong's whereabouts based on the traces here. Fu Qi had just died not long ago. Even if Wukong had the divine technique, he couldn't have escaped from Dragon Island. In other words, he was definitely still here, just hidden. While Fu Tin was using the secret technique to search for Wukong's whereabouts, Mo Huang wasn't idle either. Although he had a lot of grudges with Dragon Island and couldn't wait for all the dragon race members to die, since this matter was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he couldn't just stand by and watch. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor escaped, the entire star domain would be in turmoil. Even if his spirit beast island was content to stay in a corner, he couldn't just stay out of it. No one knew how terrifying Wukong was more than these great emperors. His existence was simply a tumor to the entire world. A snow-white little beast scuttled out from Mo Huang's sleeve. That little beast looked like a mink or a fox. It was unknown what species it was, but it was about a foot long. Its fur was snow-white and shiny, and its two eyes were rolling around like a human. After it landed on the ground, it kept sniffing lightly. When Zhu Yan saw this, he didn't have any intention to stop it. Instead, he started to chat with Mo Huang. Brother Mo, why do you think Wukong infiltrated Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter our dragon race members? Previously, the two of them were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were like old friends. It wasn't strange at all. Instead, it was natural. Mo Huang said indifferently, I'm not Wukong. How would I know what he's planning? Great Elder is asking the wrong person. He really couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Wukong was notorious and was hated by everyone in the star domain. After escaping with great difficulty and gaining control of Duan Hongchen's body, it was natural for him to hide. With his heaven-devouring Great Emperor's mystical battle method, it wouldn't take him more than a few hundred years to recover to his former peak. After a few hundred years, he would come out again. At that time, he would be the strongest person in the star domain again. Unless there was another war of emperors, no one in the world could stop him. Zhu Yan nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Yang Kai and the others also arrived. When the group of dragon race members saw them, they all looked at him angrily. Especially the dragon race members who had fought with Yang Kai before. The battle between 7 dragons should have been a sure-win situation, suppressing Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't even lift his head, but in the end, Yang Kai had broken through the Dragon Temple's protection technique and caused all of them to lose face. Now that they were seeing each other again, how could they be happy? Yang Kai glared at them. How could a defeated general dare to be brave? After their eyes met for a while, many of the dragon race members looked away embarrassedly. Yang Kai suddenly became complacent and looked around majestically. He just happened to catch a glimpse of Fu Xian looking at him with a smile. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. I feel that Wukong seems to be very eager to restore his strength. He also heard a few words of the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yan just now, so his words weren't too abrupt. Naturally, he wants to improve his strength. Zhu Yan nodded. He had once stood at the peak of the star boundary and looked down upon all living beings. Even many great emperors were suppressed by him to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Now that his cultivation had plummeted, how could he be willing to endure in silence? It was natural for him to want to improve his strength. Yang Kai said, when Wukong and Senior Duan came out of the Shattered Star Sea, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. When I saw him a few days ago, he was already a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Then, a month later, he was already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The speed of his cultivation improvement is simply incredible. He didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter the dragon race. Perhaps there is something on Dragon Island that can help him improve his strength quickly, such as Fu Chi's dragon race source. The essence of the dragon race was an extremely powerful force, and it was very attractive to Wukong. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed as a horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, "The Dragon Tomb!" Mo Huang's face also sank, luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Wukong's goal was really the Dragon Tomb, then it made sense. The Dragon Tomb contained the source of many dead dragon race members. If he could devour all the source in the Dragon Tomb, then Wukong's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He had the heritage of the great emperors and occupied Duan Hongchen's body, so there was no such thing as a bottleneck. With the magic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method, as long as he had enough resources, he could easily improve his strength to a terrifying level. Even if he wasn't as good as the Great Emperors, he was definitely not an ordinary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The source of the dragon race was extremely rare, and the energy it contained was beyond imagination. If Wukong's real goal was the Dragon Tomb, then it would be very troublesome. The reason why he exposed his identity and killed Fu Chi was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, attracting Zhu Yan, Mo Huang, and the others. After all, these top powerhouses were at the Dragon Tomb at that time. No matter how stupid Wukong was, he wouldn't walk right into the trap. Everything made sense now. At this moment, Fu Chi's casting stopped and he raised his head to look in the direction of the Dragon Tomb. The strange little beast that was released by Mo Huang also growled in that direction. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Dragon Tomb. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura and extremely shocking aura. If others saw such a lineup, they would be horrified. The Dragon Tomb was very far from here. Even if everyone flew at full speed, they still wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. Yang Kai looked calm, but in fact, he was secretly worried, not for anything else, but for Duan Hongchen. He was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and the relationship between Duan Hongchen and Azure Sun Temple was also inextricably linked, so he was somewhat related to Duan Hongchen. What's more, he had also received kindness from Duan Hongchen. He admired this person's determination to sacrifice himself and enter the Shattered Star Sea. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't want anything to happen to Duan Hongchen. But now, it seemed that Duan Hongchen had been completely suppressed by Wukong, and he couldn't even easily control his body. Such an encounter was really bad. Wukong's strength hadn't recovered yet, but he could do this to this extent. If he was stronger, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have any way to survive. He was afraid that, as he said, the great emperors of the secular world would be swallowed up. At that time, the fall of the great emperors would be a loss to the entire star boundary. After a while, the dragon's tomb came into view. It was a dusky world, as if it was isolated from this world. It made people feel extremely depressed just by looking at it. Zhu Yan and others suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the void in front of the dragon tomb in a daze. Wukong. A figure stood in the void over there, tall and sturdy, wearing a robe that fluttered without wind, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked over with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Wukong? All the people of the dragon race widened their eyes and looked over there, wanting to see if this overlord of the universe, who had disappeared for countless years, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 3075. Wukong didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they didn't already know his identity, no one would associate him with the name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor. Not only was there nothing special about him, even the figure standing in front of the dragon's tomb at this moment was somewhat unreal. It was neither real nor illusory, it was like an illusion. Zhu Yan stopped and his expression became unsightly. "Oh no, void soul wandering shadow." Mo Huang also shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. The figure in front was indeed Wukong, but it wasn't Wukong's real body. It was Wukong's secret technique phantom image that almost perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. "We've been tricked." Fu Shi clenched her teeth. Whether it was the secret technique she used to track Wukong or Mo Huang's little beast's guidance, they all pointed to the location of the dragon's tomb. Coupled with Yang Kai's seemingly reasonable urging, everyone thought that Wukong's destination was the dragon's tomb and the many sources of the dragon race in the dragon's tomb. But when they really arrived at this place, everyone discovered that everything was wrong. Wukong only used a void soul-wandering shadow to successfully draw everyone's attention to this place, while his real body was carrying out some kind of conspiracy. This was the real lure of the tiger away from the mountain. In this world, only the existence of the great emperors could deceive the great emperors. Although Wukong's strength had not recovered, he hid in the dark and played everyone in the palm of his hand. He was bold, but also extremely confident. Just when everyone was lost in thought, Wukong's void soul-wandering shadow smiled faintly. "Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met." No one paid attention to him. This was just a void soul-wandering shadow secret technique, it was useless to communicate with him. They might even accidentally fall into Wukong's trap. Since the dragon's tomb wasn't Wukong's goal, what did he want to do? Yang Kai and Li Wuyi turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction, then glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What rich space force fluctuations! Of everyone present, only the two of them were proficient in space principles, so when this fluctuation spread out, the two of them were the first to sense it. Immediately, Zhu Yan, Fu Shi, and even Mo Huang also sensed it. Fu Shi, and Li Wuyi, Zhu Yan's void soul-wandering shadow. Mo Huang's face was ashen as he shouted, "It's the Dragon Palace." As soon as this was said, everyone's SSS Wukong's real target was actually the Dragon Palace. He had used his phantom shadow to attract everyone's attention while his real body had already sneaked into the Dragon Palace. No one knew what he was up to. Heat want to escape. Mo Huang shouted in a low voice, as if he had guessed something, and hurriedly rushed towards the Dragon Palace. For the first time, an anxious look appeared on his face. Obviously, this was a matter of great importance. While everyone was running, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the distance, followed by a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the firmament, as if it had poked a hole in the sky. And the fluctuations of space force were becoming more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai pulled Zhu Qing's hand and flew side by side with her, his expression extremely solemn. He, who was proficient in space principles, knew very well what such fluctuations meant, but he couldn't figure out how Wukong did it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperors, he had never heard of him having any attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. This time, all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wukong. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. Wukong had put in so much effort to play such a trick on Dragon Island, so he must have made thorough preparations and plans. If Wukong fled, then he and Mo Huang would have to face the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. Mo Huang was a martial beast, so he probably wasn't afraid of Dragon Island, but he couldn't. In front of such a behemoth like Dragon Island, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai gathered Li Jiao and Lu Yan's embodiments and took them all into the small sealed world while they were unprepared. He had to make plans to escape as soon as possible. The pillar of light from the Dragon Palace grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire Dragon Island. After a while, the light showed signs of weakening, and then it slowly disappeared. When the group hurried to the Dragon Palace, the light had already faded, leaving only a clear fluctuation of space force coming from the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was majestic, and its aura was ancient. It had experienced hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost, and was one of the most important foundations of the entire dragon race. Only the existence of the dragon race's bloodline was qualified to set foot in the Dragon Palace, and this bloodline must be extremely pure. A dragon descendant like Li Jiao didn't even have the qualifications to get close to the Dragon Palace. If he insisted on trespassing, he would immediately be crushed into powder by the dragon pressure in the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai was the last to arrive. Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were waiting outside the Dragon Palace. Except for them, everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had entered the Dragon Palace. After seeing Yang Kai, Li Wuyi smiled at him, but Jiao Feng was surprised. Because she found that Lu Yen was gone, and several people related to Yang Kai were also gone. She immediately glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, but didn't say anything. "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai said, and stepped inside with Zhu Qing. He wasn't here to join in the fun, he just wanted to know the current situation of Duan Hongchen. The Dragon Palace was deep, and there were huge dragon pillars around it. The whole palace didn't look extraordinary from the outside, but there was a different world inside. In the palace, a powerful dragon pressure surged, giving people a very chaotic feeling. Zhu Qing frowned as soon as she stepped in. She had also entered the Dragon Palace before, but the Dragon Palace was definitely not like today. From this chaotic dragon pressure, she could tell that something was wrong with the Dragon Palace. After walking for a long time, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After a while, a light came into sight. Walking along the light, they soon saw many powerhouses on Dragon Island today. There was no battle as expected. Everyone was gathered around the light, motionless. Yang Kai observed their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When he got closer to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. Because the source of the light was actually a void corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there were specks of twinkling stars. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the star field at night, shrunk it, and placed it here. Zhu Yan's face was ashen, and Fu Sui's expression wasn't any better. His pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Mo Huang kept shaking his head and sighed, "It's too late. If they let the Wukong escape from Dragon Island today, who knows how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering in the future." The great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor had done this before. Now that the celestial realm was vast and boundless, no one knew where the Wukong had escaped to. Even if they wanted to track him down, it would be impossible. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. He moved closer to Mo Huang and whispered, "Master, did the Wukong escape?" Mo Huang gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "But how did he shatter the space? And the feeling this void corridor gives me, it's not a small matter." Even the spatial array he had set up across territory didn't have such rich spatial fluctuations when it was activated. He faintly felt that this void corridor seemed to lead to an extremely distant place. Mo Huang didn't answer, and Fu Xian said, "He borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace? He actually has such ability?" The Dragon Palace was the foundation of the dragon race, how could it be casually borrowed by an outsider? Furthermore, Yang Kai had already felt that there were some extremely powerful auras hidden in this Dragon Palace. Many of these auras weren't inferior to the three great emperors present. Yang Kai guessed that these auras were the auras of the dragon race's ancestor spirits. Fu Xian patiently explained, he killed Fu Qi and stole the dragon race's origin so that he could smoothly enter the Dragon Palace. As for how he borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space after entering the Dragon Palace, I'm not too sure. She turned to look at Mo Huang and asked softly, "Do you know why?" She was basically asking on behalf of Yang Kai. Of course, she was also a little curious. Mo Huang said, "Wukong is older than any of us here. It's just said that when Wukong first became one of the great emperors, he had a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If this came from someone else, it wouldn't be very credible. It could basically be said to be groundless accusations. However, since it came from Mo Huang, it meant that it wasn't just a rumor. It was very likely that Wukong really did have a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to know some of the dragon race's secret techniques or profound secret techniques. Borrowing Fu Qi's dragon race's origin to communicate with the Dragon Palace, then borrowing the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space. This was probably his entire plan. Moreover, he didn't make any mistakes as he walked step by step. Everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Even though Yang Kai had a bad impression of Wukong, he couldn't help but praise him for devising strategies. The wisdom and methods of the great emperors were indeed extraordinary. The void corridor still exists. Why didn't you chase after it? Yang Kai asked again. Chase after it? Mo Huang glanced at him and sneered. Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's wrong with that? Then do you know where this void corridor leads to? Please enlighten me, master." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Chapter 3076. There wasn't just one lower plane star territory, there were countless of them. Some were completely sealed off and existed alone, while some were connected to the astral world. The cultivator in these star territory was undoubtedly blessed, because as long as their cultivation reached a certain level, they could go to the astral world to climb higher mountains and experience more wonderful things. Many years ago, the astral world and many lower plane star territory were connected to each other. Not only could the people below reach a certain level of cultivation, but the powerhouses in the astral world could also go down through some means. But after the heaven-devouring great emperors, the entrance to the lower plane star territory from the astral world was sealed, because for the cultivator in the lower plane star territory, the powerhouses from the astral world were really irresistible. Just the astral territory destroyed by the heaven-devouring great emperors were innumerable, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be another heaven-devouring great emperors in the future. The existence of many star territory was extremely important to the astral world, so this kind of seal was also a kind of protection. The Star Court was born. This force was extremely mysterious, and ordinary people didn't know about it. It was established by the great emperors at that time, and was responsible for guarding the entrance to the lower plane star territory, not allowing the people in the astral world to go down at will. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this Star Court was presided over by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He always thought that if he wanted to go to the lower plane star territory, he must go through the Star Court. He also planned to wait until he was free to find a way to go back to the Hangluo star field and bring his relatives and friends over. He even guessed that Yang Inflammation, who had been without any news, might be in the Star Court. But he didn't expect that before he had time to implement all his ideas, he would actually see a void corridor leading to the lower plane star territory in the Dragon Palace on Dragon Island, and it was opened by the infamous heaven-devouring great emperors. Although the probability of Wukong going to Hangluo star field was less than 1%, how could Yang Kai not worry? Sometimes, it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, when he heard Mo Huang say that Wukong had gone to the lower plane star territory, he immediately panicked. After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "Master, Wukong is still young. If we don't take this opportunity to track and kill them, they will become a disaster in the future. Why are you still hesitating? Zhu Yan raised his head and glanced at him. His already displeased face darkened slightly. If I could accurately pinpoint Wukong's position, I would have followed him even without you telling me. But now, who knows which star's territory he fled into? Just because of this, you're going to let it go? Yang Kai looked at him without backing down. Mo Huang frowned and said, things are not as simple as you think. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, even if we don't know which star's territory Wukong fled into, with so many people here, if we all follow him, there will always be a glimmer of hope to find him. But if we don't try, we will only let him roam freely. When Wukong returns from his peak, who in the star boundary can stop him? I'm afraid that you all don't want another battle of the great emperors, right? Big guts, big temper. Mo Huang sneered. Yang Kai said, we're just discussing the matter as it is. Fu Xian said, this matter involves a lot of things. Don't be impatient. Compared to the others, Fu Xian's attitude towards him was quite good. If I can catch up to Wukong, I will take care of him. If I can't, it won't be a loss to you. As he spoke, he pointed at the void corridor. While everyone was talking, the void corridor was slowly closing. After all, the laws of heaven and earth had the power to repair themselves. This void corridor was forcibly opened by Wukong with the help of the Dragon Palace. It could be considered as a kind of damage to the heaven and earth. Under the power of the laws, this kind of damage would quickly disappear. If Yang Kai wanted to leave through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the void corridor closed, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Wishful thinking. Fu Xian shouted. Zhu Yan also shook his head and said, I can't promise you this. Having a Wukong go to the territory of the lower plains from Dragon Island was already a dereliction of duty on Dragon Island. Although they didn't need to explain it to anyone, it was still a shameful matter. If they also asked Yang Kai to go, wouldn't that be slapping their own face? The two elders of the dragon race didn't agree, there was no room for negotiation. If Yang Kai was tactful, he would naturally avoid the dragon race. Otherwise, if he angered them, it wouldn't end well for him. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back, he even took a step forward and said with a firm expression, if you can't promise, then that boy can only force his way in. You want to do this the hard way. Fu Xian snorted, take him down. She was obviously talking to the dragon race. Even though she didn't like Yang Kai very much, with her identity and cultivation, it wasn't good for her to bully the weak. As soon as she said that, more than 10 people of the dragon race heard it and moved. Although many of their clansmen had suffered a great loss at Yang Kai's hands before and their protection technique was broken, they didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, there were several elders overseeing this place, how could they be afraid of a Yang Kai? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were tightly surrounded. Let's see who dares. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground with one foot. The entire dragon palace suddenly shook. When a resounding dragon roar sounded, a huge golden divine dragon suddenly appeared behind his head. It was shining with golden light and had a threatening aura. The dragon's head was held high and looked disdainfully. As soon as the aura of the golden divine dragon came out, all the dragon race members were dazed, even the several elders of the dragon race were the same. Ancestral dragon's origin. This was the real ancestral dragon's origin. Although they already knew that the ancestral dragon's origin was in Yang Kai's body, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. That pure dragon aura was something that even the great elder and second elder couldn't compare to. To all the dragon race members, this ancestral dragon's origin seemed to be the source of everything. It was like a mother's embrace. They couldn't help but feel incomparably close to it. The overflowing hostility disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the several elders of the dragon race became serious. They suppressed their minds and didn't allow themselves to be affected by the ancestral dragon's origin. Second elder, are you afraid that you've forgotten where this place is and what kind of power I have? As soon as the ancestral dragon's origin appeared, Yang Kai seemed to suddenly become taller. He clearly didn't have any traces of dragon transformation, but the gaze he looked at Fu Si was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on him. His hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Two completely different voices came from his mouth. It was as if two people were speaking with his mouth at the same time. One of the voices was extremely strange dragon language, profound and complicated. The other voice was a normal voice. Water can't live without a source, wood can't grow without a root, the ancestral dragon's origin is here, why haven't you all come and see me yet? The two voices rose and fell together, but they were perfectly coordinated. Not only did it not sound abrupt, but it also gave off a different kind of feeling. Many of the ordinary dragon race members didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this, but the expressions of the several dragon race elders changed. Fu Xian's eyes also revealed a strange splendor as she let out a low cry. The dragon roar sounded again. This time, it came from all directions of the dragon palace hall. It was continuous, rising and falling one after another. The sleeping dragon seemed to have heard the call and woke up together. The dark dragon palace hall flashed with light. It was like a prairie fire that quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon palace hall was as bright as day. The dragon swam over. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The dragon palace hall instantly became colorful. The first dragon circled above Yang Kai's head a few times before settling down. It faced the golden divine dragon and lowered its noble head. The second one, the third one, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3077. In the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of more than a dozen dragons had gathered around Yang Kai. These dragons did not have physical bodies, but were extremely pure source strength. What was even more frightening was the size of these dragons. Even the smallest one had a body of 400 feet long. The largest one was around 300 m in size, and its enormous body filled the hall as it circled around, giving everyone an indescribably terrifying pressure. These dragons seemed to have jumped out of an ancient painting and inexplicably descended here. Gulping sounds could be heard, and the faces of many members of the dragon race finally changed. Under the terrifying dragon pressure, it was extremely difficult for them to even stand, and all of them were trembling, their faces pale. The dragon tomb was the resting place of the dragon race after death, but not all members of the dragon race. Some of the dragon race members would be enshrined in the dragon temple after death, leaving behind a legacy and protection for their descendants. And these dragon race members who could enter the dragon temple after death were all outstanding members of the dragon race of each generation, and were the leaders of the dragon race. In other words, only the great elder of each generation was qualified to be enshrined in the dragon temple after death. And in this generation of the dragon race, only Zhu Yan had such qualifications, not even Fu Ti. The silhouettes of dragons that suddenly appeared from all directions in the dragon temple were the leaders of the dragon race who had been enshrined here for generations. Zhu Yan even saw a familiar figure among them, a yellow dragon about 400 to 500 meters long. His thoughts drifted back to tens of thousands of years ago, and he recalled the past when he was still young. At that time, he had grown up under the guidance of this master, and after his death, he had taken over the position of the great elder of the dragon race. He stared blankly at Huang Long's figure, and his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. In his heart, he longed for this master who had fallen a few tens of thousands of years ago to raise his head to look at him and praise him for doing well. But to his disappointment, this master lowered his head that he'd never lowered in his entire life and silently floated behind Yang Kai. First generation elder. Fu Tianyi's eyes lost focus as he looked at the only giant dragon that had reached 100 zhang in length. Although there was a huge difference between the era they lived in and the flowing time Great Emperor, Fu Tianyi still recognized the origin of this giant dragon at a glance. Only the dragon race of that era could be so majestic. With the passage of time, the dragon race declined further and further. By the time they reached this generation, the true dragon forms they transformed into were only 400 to 500 feet long, which was more than twice as long as the first generation. Those that were slightly smaller than the first generation elder were probably the second generation elders, and those that were slightly smaller should be the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. More than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders seemed to have heard the call from ancient times and gathered together. This scene shocked everyone. How dare you do this? Fu Tianyi stared blankly for a long time before she suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted. Her clean cheeks suddenly became a little distorted, and her eyes stared at Yang Kai with hatred as if she wanted to poke him full of holes. How dare you disturb my dragon race's ancestor spirit? Although her tone was fierce, under the suppression of the entire dragon palace and the dragon pressure of more than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders, Fu Tianyi was no longer as overbearing as before. In any case, he didn't want to see anything happen to the dragon race here. This was the Dragon Palace, one of the two foundations of the dragon race. If the dragon race was massacred here, it would be a big joke. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai's murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly became harmless. Everyone is Qing'er's family, so let's not talk about fighting and killing. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it. What do you think, Great Elder? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, the weak are prey to the strong, the winner takes all. Now your fist is the biggest, you have the final say. Yang Kai said, Great Elder seems to have some opinions about this junior, but it doesn't matter, this junior is only willing to go to the territory of the lower plains. I have no other request, I hope Great Elder can fulfill it. And, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree, Great Elder is really righteous, this junior thanks you. The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched even more, he lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, he was just talking to himself, but he still had the nerve to say that he was righteous. There was no time to lose, the void corridor broken by Wukong would be completely closed in a while. Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything here. If he wanted to go to the territory of the lower plains through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing, you stay. Zhu Qing opened her mouth, but Yang Kai took a step forward, reached out, hugged her, and kissed her in front of everyone. The expressions of the group of people became extremely strange, they didn't know whether to look or not, they all turned their eyes away, only thinking that this kid was simply too shameless, doing such a dirty thing in such a sacred place like the Dragon Palace. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have been killed. Zhu Qing's mouth was blocked, she couldn't speak. When their lips parted, her face was completely red, and Yang Kai's reminder sounded in her ears, wait for me. It was not that he didn't want to take Zhu Qing away, but the road ahead was uncertain. How could he bear to take Zhu Qing and suffer hardships? Fu Qi was already dead, there was no problem for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. He looked at Fu Tun again and said, Second Elder, I have offended you today, I hope that Master will forgive this lowly one's offense, after all, this kid is still young and impetuous, please bear with him, and come back another day to apologize. Zhu Qing wanted to stay, he had no choice but to give in, lest this woman make things difficult for Zhu Qing. The other meaning of these words could also be heard as a threat, if he could break into Dragon Island once, he could break into Dragon Island twice. If Zhu Qing really suffered any grievances after he left, the next time Yang Kai came to Dragon Island, he would probably have a different attitude. At that time, it would not be to apologize, but to denounce. Fu Tun clearly understood and snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xian, who had been nestled in Mo Huang's arms, and smiled slightly. I have to thank Fourth Elder for today's matter. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting, this is my gift of thanks. As he spoke, he made a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon's roar sounded instantly. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards Fu Xian like lightning. Mo Huang frowned. Although he could intercept it, he felt that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, so he let him do as he pleased. That stream of light entered Fu Xian's body, and the sound of something shattering rang out. Zhu Yan looked at him with a gentler gaze, but Fu Tun's expression became more and more unsightly. Fu Xian's pale face finally regained some color, and her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she looked at Yang Kai with gratitude. Yang Kai nodded slightly to her, turned around, and without hesitation, stepped into the void corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the figures of the dozen or so dragon race elders who had been summoned slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Many of the dragon race members looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Mo Huang looked at Fu Xian in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Just now, could it be?" Fu Xian nodded gently. "Locking Dragon Seal has been lifted." Locking Dragon Seal was one of the dragon race's secret techniques, and it had always been used on the sinners of the dragon race. Once the Locking Dragon Seal was used on them, the dragon race's essence within their body would be completely suppressed. More than 10 years ago, when Fu Xian was banished to the Dragon Tomb, the Locking Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique was not only a punishment for the dragon race, but also a symbol of the sinners of the dragon race. This secret technique bound Fu Xian, and even Mo Huang had no way to remove it. Although he could forcibly bring Fu Xian out of the Dragon Tomb, as long as the Locking Dragon Seal was not removed, Fu Xian would continue to weaken until she died. He had never had a good way to remove the Locking Dragon Seal. That battleship was 300 meters long and had a sleek design. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow. The surroundings were filled with meteorites. Large and small meteorites shuttled around the battleship like shooting stars. Occasionally, a meteorite would smash onto the battleship, causing the surface of the battleship to flicker with specks of light and spread out like ripples. However, the smaller meteorites weren't a threat to the battleship. Even if they smashed onto the battleship's surface, they would be blocked by the battleship's defense and turned into rubble. Only those slightly larger meteorites would cause the warship to shake a little, but along the way, they were scared but not in any danger. In the battleship, all kinds of arrays were buzzing. In the control center of the battleship, a group of cultivators' expression was extremely solemn. Through the transparent window made of crystal, they watched the meteorites fly past them. All of them were sweating profusely. Meteorite C. In the star territory, there were two things that the battleship was most afraid of encountering. One was the meteorite sea, and the other was the star field storm. The former was fine. Most of the meteorite sea could be avoided in advance. Only some of the larger ones couldn't be avoided. However, in the vast star territory, the chances of encountering them were not high. In the territory of the star territory, the star field storm was something that would make people pale. It was a natural disaster that could really take people's lives. Even a 300 meters long battleship like this one wouldn't be able to survive if it was caught in the star field storm. Every year, countless battleships and cultivator died in the meteorite sea and star field storm. The battleship in front of them wasn't very lucky. Originally, the battleship was filled with powerful cultivators, and the most outstanding star engineer had drawn the sailing route. Logically speaking, they wouldn't encounter any danger. They would only need to spend some time to reach their destination. However, a large wave of meteorite sea was coming from the front. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. The battleship could only brace itself and face it head-on, shuttling through the meteorite sea to avoid it. In the center of the battleship, a woman in a palace dress stood there. She looked to be in her 20s. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was stunning. At this moment, her face was dignified. She was constantly giving orders. Because of her nervousness, the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat. A delicate fragrance spread out with her as the center. All the cultivator in the battleship, whether male or female, maintained a higher frequency of breathing than usual. It was as if they wanted to inhale the fragrance into their lungs and imprint it in their minds, never to forget it. How much longer? The woman suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, an old man was holding an astrolabe and carefully examining it. A three-dimensional pattern lit up on the astrolabe. It was clearly the territory map of the star field where the battleship was located. It was unknown how the old man had drawn it. In the pattern, a light representing the battleship was slowly moving forward. Around it were countless small dots of light, each of which represented a meteorite that could threaten the battleship. Hearing the woman's question, the old man pondered for a moment and said, "Half an hour. We can cross this meteorite sea in half an hour. We have already traveled half of it." The woman nodded and said, "That's good. We'll have to continue to trouble old Chen." The woman was obviously the person in charge of this battleship and her cultivation was also quite good, but she still had to be polite to this old man surnamed Chen. This old man was one of the most famous star masters in the entire territory of the star field. She had paid a huge price to invite him to accompany her on this trip. Star masters had a very high status in the territory of the star field, not inferior to alchemists and artifact refiners in the slightest. This was because a star master was a very important existence when sailing through the territory of the star field. A good star master could help the battleship avoid many unpredictable dangers. Old Chen said with shame, "Young Lady Lu is too polite." This old master should have noticed the existence of this meteorite sea in advance, but now it is this old master's responsibility. "Life is not as you wish, 9 times out of 10, Lu Huaishuang said. Lu Huaishuang tried to persuade him. She seemed to have thought of something and her beautiful face darkened slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Elder Chen, you don't have to blame yourself. This trip is all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows how many dangers we would have encountered. It is also thanks to you that we were able to arrive here safely." Old Chen said, "I am indebted to young Lady Lu for thinking so highly of me. This old master is very grateful." Just as they were talking, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the side. "Young lady, not good." Lu Huaishuang's expression changed and she turned her head. "What's wrong?" At this sensitive time, she was most afraid of hearing bad news, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "A meteorite is coming from 100 miles away." "How big is it?" "Not too big, but the energy fluctuations are very terrifying." While speaking, Lu Huaishuang had already rushed over and looked closer. Sure enough, there was a bright spot of light on the star field array, and it was hitting the battleship at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, it was already close to half of the star field array. With just a glance, Lu Huaishuang frowned. Old Chen also looked surprised. "Strange, this meteorite isn't that big. How can the energy fluctuations be so terrifying?" He could be considered a knowledgeable man, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. He couldn't understand it. "Star cannon!" Lu Huaishuang shouted, and then added, 10. Traveling in the boundless starry sky, one would always encounter all kinds of dangers. For some unavoidable threats, the best way to deal with them was to destroy them, and the star cannon was the most effective method. Star cannon was not used lightly because it required a large amount of crystals to convert into attack power. Every time it was used, it meant a loss of wealth. It had to be said that although Lu Huaishuang was a woman, she had a decisiveness that many men did not. Firing 10-star cannon at the same time required a lot of courage. But the order was quickly carried out. Around the battleship, 10-star cannon poked out of the holes, and a dazzling white light began to condense, and a shocking energy fluctuation was transmitted out. In the next moment, the battleship vibrated and the force pushed back from one side, causing the entire battleship to shake. 10 white beams of light shot towards a certain spot in the void, converging with incomparable precision. The light bloomed, and the dark star field seemed to suddenly have a dazzling sun, causing everyone in the battleship to involuntarily squint their eyes. Asterisk boom, asterisk an earth-shattering sound followed, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The area covered by the light was like the end of the world. The meteorites around the target of the attack, no matter how big or small, were all turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group sighed softly. Although they had long known the terrifying power of the star cannon, the shock of 10-star cannon hitting the same spot still left them speechless for a long time. No matter what kind of trick the meteorite had, it was likely that it had vanished into thin air by now. Chapter 3079. The cultivator in charge of monitoring the surroundings suddenly made a strange sound as he stared blankly at the astrolabe. Young lady, that meteorite, Lu Huaishuang looked down and her face instantly paled. On the astrolabe, the bright spot was still there, not damaged by the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons. How could this be? Old Chen also had a look of disbelief. He had personally witnessed the power of 10-star cannons firing at once. Even the strongest masters in the territory did not dare to face them head-on, so how could this meteorite be so hard? What made him even more shocked was that the previous volley did not even change the direction of the meteorite and it was still heading straight for the battleship. Quickly dodge it! Old Chen shouted. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Huaishuang's face. It's too late. If they were in an open area, with the superior performance of this battleship, they might be able to dodge and turn the situation around, but where were they? This was a meteorite sea, surrounded by large and small meteorites. There was no room to maneuver, so where could they hide? It was indeed too late. On the astrolabe, the light that symbolized the uninvited guest was heading towards the battleship at an extremely fast speed. There was only one thing everyone could do now, and that was to pray that the meteorite would not cause too much damage to the battleship. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the meteorite was small, the energy fluctuations it gave off were extremely terrifying. If it really hit the battleship, it was unknown if it could withstand the impact. A dot of light came into view through the crystal window in front of them, like a shooting star. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from somewhere in the battleship, and the 1,000-foot-long battleship shook violently. Everyone on the battleship turned ashen in an instant, and there was only one voice in the depths of their hearts that was constantly wailing, "It's over, it's really over this time." The sound gradually subsided, and the shaking battleship also slowly stabilized. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Nothing happened. The ups and downs of life and death made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. The expected scene of the battleship being destroyed did not happen. All of them seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the meteorite. However, the speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. It was obvious that it had suffered some damage and needed to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was very likely that something would happen in this vast star field. Lu Huaishuang was the first to react. She shouted, "Pass down the order to check the damage of the warship. Send someone to repair it." Leave this meteorite sea as soon as possible and find a place to settle down. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and hurriedly took action. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and looked through the crystal window at the star field. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I wonder if this will happen to me. The cultivator and the warship quickly became busy. Because the warship had been damaged, its speed had slowed down. Originally, it would only take an hour, but in the end, it took a full 4 hours to leave the asteroid sea. After leaving behind the asteroids that were drifting through the boundless starry sky, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Letting a damaged battleship sail through the meteorite sea was not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, the cultivator on the battleship was well trained and skilled at operating the battleship, so there were no major mistakes. Now all that was left was to quickly find a place to settle down and repair the battleship. Old Chen gave a more suitable target, and Lu Huaishuang immediately gave the order to move towards it. Half a day later, on a dead and desolate star, a 1,000-foot-long battleship broke through the fog-like clouds and slowly sailed over. Such desolate stars were countless in the territory of any star. Although there were many stars in the star field, there were not many that were suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Only those that had a complete source of stars and could nurture the world's spiritual energy were qualified, and such stars were cultivation stars, full of vitality. Correspondingly, those stars that did not have the slightest bit of world's spiritual energy and could not even survive were known as dead stars. Some dead stars evolved from cultivation stars. When the source of a cultivation star gradually declined and was even destroyed, over the years, the cultivation star would become such a desolate scene. Meanwhile, some dead stars might be nurturing new vitality. Perhaps one day in the future, they would possess their own star source, and would bloom with a more dazzling light than other cultivation stars. However, this would definitely take tens of thousands of years, and it would be a long time. The battleship landed somewhere on the dead star, and the hatch opened, and cultivator continuously walked out, running towards the damaged location. Although they had done some simple repairs during the voyage, if they wanted to set sail again, they would have to completely repair the damaged location. Perhaps Lu Huaishuang was a little bored in the battleship, and also walked out, and all the cultivators she met bowed respectfully, and there was not a trace of lust in their eyes, but heartfelt admiration. In the territory of the boundless star, who would not praise the eldest daughter of the Lu family of the Chaoyang star? Who would not say that she was not inferior to men? The Lu family did not have a male heir, and the head of the family was in his twilight years. Such a large family was all managed and supported by the eldest daughter of the Lu family. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family's affairs, no one thought highly of her. A woman should have stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. What could she do in public? But reality proved that everyone was wrong. Although the Lu family did not rise to the next level, at least they did not decline, and all of this was due to Lu Huaishuang's efforts. This was something that even the Lu family's enemies had to admit. Lu Huaishuang's beauty and the Lu family's property also attracted countless people. Beauty and wealth had always been the goal of men, and the Lu family was such a big piece of cake, exuding a fragrance that made people drool. If one could win Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only would he have a beauty in his arms, but he would also be able to receive such a huge dowry from the Lu family. With a bang, a person was thrown in front of Lu Huaishuang, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked over, only to see that the person did not look very old, a young man, his clothes in tatters, as if he had been tortured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was somewhat pale, and after being thrown out, he lay motionless on the sand. Lu Huaishuang did not feel any signs of life from him. This person was not even breathing, clearly dead. Chapter 3080. It was not that Lu Huaishuang had never seen a dead person before. In fact, she had killed many with her own hands. When she first took over the Lu family, the He family, another major family on planet Chaoyang, had once invaded. The two families immediately went to war, resulting in countless casualties. It was because of her outstanding performance in that war that Lu Huaishuang was able to secure her position. Today, planet Chaoyang was ruled by the Lu family and the He family. The two families had divided up the resources of planet Chaoyang, almost half of it. However, the appearance of this young man made Lu Huaishuang frown, not out of disgust, but out of curiosity. She studied the young man's face carefully. After a long while, she looked up and asked an old man, "Third uncle, is this one of us?" There were hundreds of cultivators on the warship. Although she could not name all of them, she had seen most of them. However, this young man gave her a strange feeling. She was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Lu Ling shook his head. No. No? Lu Huaishuang's eyes narrowed. If he was not one of them, why would he be on the warship? She thought of many possibilities in an instant. The most likely possibility was that he was a spy sent by someone who had a grudge against the Lu family. If that was the case, there could be other troubles waiting for her. As if guessing what she was thinking, Lu Ling said, "This person was found in the damaged part of the warship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Lu Huaishuang looked up at him. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out what her third uncle meant. Lu Ling's expression was complicated. "According to my observations, the reason why the warship was damaged seems to be because it was hit by this person." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone was trying to figure out what Lu Ling meant. Then, a sensational thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Huaishuang also came to her senses and looked at her third uncle in a daze. If she did not know her third uncle well, she would have thought that he was playing with her. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. "I thought that the warship was hit by a meteorite too. However, after careful investigation, I did not find any trace of a meteorite. Instead, I found this person. The damaged part of the warship also seems to be hit by someone." Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ling with a strange expression on their faces. Lu Huaishuang remained silent. Lu Ling said, "I know this sounds a little unbelievable, but I really can't find a more reasonable explanation. It was more than inconceivable. It was simply sensational. How could a single person create a hole in the battleship, slowing it down and forcing it to stop here for repairs? This was one of the two best starships on Rising Sun Star, an Origin King-grade starship. It could even withstand the attacks of an Origin King-grade master for a long time without breaking, so how could it be damaged by a single person? If a battleship like this could be damaged so easily, then it wouldn't be able to travel in the star field. A few meteorites could easily destroy the ship and kill the crew. To say the least, even if there was someone in this world who could do this, it would be impossible. Could it be that the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons was just an illusion? The previous 10-star cannons had all hit the target. Who could withstand the attack of 10-star cannons? Looking at the young man's condition, he didn't have any injuries on his body. Only his clothes were a little tattered. Even if his body was made of steel, it would be impossible for him to withstand such damage. Suddenly discovering this young man in the damaged battleship caused everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. All their common sense and understanding seemed to have been subverted. "There's no point in talking about this now, let's repair the starship as soon as possible," Lu Huaishuang made the final decision. Lu Ling sighed in his heart, knowing that she didn't believe his speculation. Not to mention others, even he himself didn't believe it. He always felt that his speculation was wrong. So, he didn't try to explain anything. As for this person, find a place to bury him. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the dead young man. No matter what his identity was or why he appeared on the starship, since he was dead, he should return to dust and return to Earth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot over from all directions. Chaotic energy fluctuations rose and fell. Before the people arrived, the attacks had already arrived. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and as the light flashed, the place where the Lu family members were standing turned into a sea of energy. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in horror, but his words came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat. The next moment, his aura disappeared, and he was obviously dead. Screams rang out all at once. Lu Huaishuang's face paled, never having expected to be attacked in such a place. This was a Death Star, and they had only settled here on the spur of the moment. Who would ambush them here? With no time to think, Lu Huaishuang reached out and touched her delicate earlobe, crushing one of her earrings. A bright white light blossomed and suddenly turned into a huge bowl-shaped protective shield, enveloping the Lu family cultivator in it. With a rumbling sound, the attacks from outside slammed into the protective shield, creating layers of ripples. The light of the protective shield dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 breaths of time, with a crisp cracking sound, the protective shield shattered. However, with this 10 breaths of time, the Lu family members finally reacted, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack the enemies around them. In an instant, the energy around them became chaotic and the earth shook. A person suddenly swooped down from the sky, his hands intertwined, turning into a giant curtain that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and flicked her wrist, summoning a long blue sword from its sheath, her entire temperament undergoing an earth-shattering change in an instant. She was beautiful and graceful, but at the same time, she was also an Origin King Realm Master. If she did not have strength, how could she lead the entire Lu family? What's more, she was a woman. No matter where she went, strength was respected. The long blue sword slashed through the air, instantly forming a territory around it, the sword intent wantonly piercing through one's skin painfully. The long sword in Lu Huaishuang's hand suddenly turned into a phantom as she slashed out hundreds of times, the 100-sword chi condensing into a single point that quickly blossomed like a prairie fire. The terrifying pressure suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as the enemy who had swooped down from above flipped over and dodged to the side. In just an instant, whether it was Lu Huaishuang or the attacker, both of them felt the strength of the other party. This was an opponent who was not weaker than themselves. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet because of the fight between the two strongest people. Everyone had the illusion that they had just walked through the gates of hell. When they came back to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang fixed her eyes on the source of the commotion and saw a fat white man standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He was wearing extremely loose clothes that were unbuttoned, exposing his white belly, making him look like a fat worm that had just eaten its fill. Coupled with his almost imperceptible squinting eyes, he gave off an inexplicable sense of humor. No one dared to laugh, instead feeling a chill run down their spine. Lu Ling's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Ma Chaochuan." A cold light flashed across the white fatty's eyes as he smiled, "Oh. You recognize this king?" Lu Ling gulped. With such an obvious physique and characteristics, with such a ferocious style, how could he not recognize him? Fierce Wind Ma Chaochuan. Fierce Wind was not Ma Chaochuan's nickname, but the name of a force that was extremely troublesome in the Star Territory. There were many bandits in the mountains, pirates in the sea, and there was also a kind of existence in the star field called Star Pirates. What they did was not much different from the bandits and pirates. They did business without capital, robbing people and committing all kinds of crimes. There were many star pirates in the Star Territory, but there were only a few famous ones. Fierce Wind was one of them, because this star pirate force had an Origin King Realm Master in charge. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak existence in the entire star territory, an overlord of any cultivation star. If such a master engaged in robbing people, it would be a disaster. The top forces of the star field had once worked together to exterminate these galactic pirates. However, galactic pirates were like weeds that would sprout again when the spring breeze blew. Even if one or two galactic pirate forces were eliminated, more would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Squall were also extremely cunning. They never touched those existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Those that were targeted by them were all forces that could benefit them but were powerless to resist. Moreover, they didn't have any moral bottom line. The targets that they robbed never had a good ending. They were all killed and robbed. When Fierce Wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. It could be said that Fierce Wind was the most notorious group of star pirates in the boundless star territory. Around the people of the Lu family, the galactic pirates of the Wild Wind Gang surrounded them in their strange-looking tiger chariots. Every one of them had a malicious smile on their faces, especially when they looked at Lu Huaishuang. Their eyes shone with a shocking light as they brazenly scanned her beautiful position, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. The smile on Machaochuan's face became more and more obvious as the fat on his belly shook and rippled. This must be young Lady Lu. Sure enough, you are an outstanding beauty with good cultivation. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Lu Huaishuang's face was sullen as she swept her eyes over the Lu family. Although it had happened suddenly, today's events were really strange. Fierce Wind seemed to know they were here and had specifically come to find them. As the current head of the Lu family, she could not help but think of something. The eyes of an Origin King Realm Master were very sharp, so she quickly discovered some clues. It was a member of the Lu family, and in terms of seniority, he could be said to be her uncle. When their eyes met, she could not help avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, she felt a little heartache and disheartened. She did not understand why her family would betray her. Chapter 3081. This girl had shown extraordinary cultivation talent and aptitude at a very young age. She was of noble birth and had a good family background, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources. Her outstanding aptitude, coupled with the unconditional support of her family, represented the rise of a new cultivation star. It took her less than 100 years to reach the Origin King realm step by step. She did not have the strange temperament of other young ladies of great families, and was extremely kind to her servants. She was very popular on Rising Sun Star. If it were not for the old patriarch's old injury suddenly relapsing and his body falling ill, she would probably still be in retreat. Cultivation was not boring for her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Experiencing the strength in her body growing bit by bit gave her an indescribable joy. Taking the command of the Lu family in the face of danger was not her wish. Her quiet cultivation time was broken and replaced by all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Every day when she opened her eyes, it was as if she heard countless mouths crying for food. In the past 30 years, she had spent a lot of effort for the Lu family, but her own strength had not increased at all. She could not understand why someone from the Lu family would betray her. Why? What was their goal? 30 years of hard work, was this betrayal all she got in return? She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly loosened it. Her gaze swept past the uncle and turned to Fatty Ma. She said indifferently, "Since second master is here, then first master and third master must be nearby, right? Why don't you show yourself?" Her beautiful eyes swept around as her red lips parted slightly. Although Fatty Ma was not bad, she was not afraid. She had probed the other party's strength in the fight just now. They were probably on par with each other. Both of them were first-order Origin Kings, so no one was much weaker than the other. She had the advantage of powerful Saint Chi, while Machaochuan had the advantage of rich combat experience. After all, he was a star pirate, a master who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If it was only Ma Chaochuan here, the Lu family would be able to carve out a bloody path with their strength. But when Fierce Wind moved out, it was always in full force. Fierce Wind had 3 masters. The first master was Shengyao, a second-order origin king. The second master was the white fatty Ma Chaochuan, and the third master was Gu Ming, a first-order origin king. The Gale force was able to survive the encirclement of so many forces not only because of luck, but also because of their own powerful strength. Ma Chaochuan chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm the only one who's come today. Eldest brother and third brother have other matters to attend to. If Miss Lu wants to see them, why don't you come with me to Fierce Gale territory? You'll be able to see them then." Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Second master, are you inviting me?" Ma Chaochuan's smile did not change. "If Miss Lu is willing to cooperate, then that is an invitation. What if I don't cooperate?" He. Ma Chaochuan only smiled. His intentions were obvious. If he didn't cooperate, it would be a threat. Lu Huaishuang said calmly, "I have long heard of the Tempest's reputation. The territory of the Star Realm is vast, and it is fate that we can meet here. I have not prepared anything, but the Lu family is willing to offer some humble gifts and invite the brothers of the Tempest to have some wine and tea. I would also like to ask the second master to make way for us. Most space pirates only sought wealth." If possible, Lu Huaishuang did not want to have any conflicts with them. Of course, the main reason was that she had a bad feeling about this. Ma Chaochuan was definitely not the only person here. That first master Shengyao and third master Gu Ming might be lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If a fight really broke out, the people of the Lu family would probably not be able to survive. She herself might not be able to escape either. It would be best if she could spend money to avoid disaster. Ma Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. He praised, "I've long heard that the first miss of the Lu family is a heroine who does not lose out to men. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Since ancient times, women were difficult to raise. This young miss of the Lu family had a heart and courage that most women lacked. No wonder she could lead the Lu family and occupy half of the morning sun. If she were a man, there would probably be another overlord in the territory of the Star Realm in the near future." He shook his fat head. "What a pity. Although I would like to invite Miss Lu over, I'm afraid some people won't agree." "Who is it?" Lu Huaishuang asked in a low voice. A pitch-black warship suddenly broke through the thick fog and descended from the clouds. Its huge hull was not inferior to the Lu family's warship in the slightest. It was almost as if it was carved from the same mold. At the bow of the warship, a conspicuous He character could be seen clearly even from afar. The crowd was in an uproar. "It's the He family's warship. How could it be them? This is a trap. Motherfucker. The He family is actually colluding with the Fierce Gales. How shameless." The He family was the other top family on the Morning Sun. They shared the Morning Sun together with the Lu family. As the saying went, 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain. On the same cultivation planet, 2 top families were at odds with each other. Naturally, there would be friction between them. Today, one side would attack the other. Small conflicts would escalate, and large conflicts would become life and death grudges. The 2 families on the Morning Sun could be said to be like fire and water. But Lu Huaishuang would never have guessed that the He family was actually connected to the Fierce Gales. What was the Fierce Gales? They were the most notorious pirates in the entire territory of the Morning Sun. There was no other. Anyone who had anything to do with them would never be able to clear their name. Was the He family not afraid that the news would leak and cause the entire territory of the Morning Sun to attack them? At that time, even if they took over the Lu family's property, they would not have the chance to enjoy it. But soon, Lu Huaishuang's face darkened. Since the He family's worship dared to come out so openly, it was obvious that they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Dead people would never reveal any secrets. Her eyes were cold as she turned her head to look at the clan uncle. That person's mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this change was not within his expectations. The warship landed not far away, and the cabin door opened. A hale and hearty old man stepped out. This old man looked to be in his 60s, and half of his hair was white. He had the dignity of a superior, and his expression was dignified. No one saw him move, but in a few steps, he was not far away. Behind him, hundreds of He clan's elites followed closely behind, eyeing the Lu clan's people covetously. The situation immediately became tense. The sound of the Lu family members gulping could be heard. Everyone was nervous. Ma Chaochuan was still smiling, as if he did not see He Wuzui's arrival. He Wuzui stared at Lu Huaishuang, and laughed coldly before saying, "Little girl, to think that you would have such a day." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was a villain who had gotten his way. Lu Huaishuang heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that today was not going to be a good day. In such a dangerous situation, she became even calmer and said, "Old Master He, the grudge between Chaoyang Star is between our families. It's not appropriate to involve other people in this." He Wuzui snorted coldly, "The three leaders of the Fierce Wind family are my sworn brothers. How can they be considered outsiders?" His words were earth-shattering. Lu Huaishuang was also shocked. She had never heard of such a thing. No one in the territory of Morning Sun knew about it. But at this point, she believed that He Wuzui would not joke with her. And looking at Ma Chaochuan, he did not have any intention of refuting. Obviously, things were as he said. He and the three leaders of the Fierce Wind family were indeed sworn brothers. Admiring Lu Huaishuang's stunned expression, He Wuzui felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. After enduring for so many years, he finally got his reward today. From now on, Morning Sun Star belonged to the He family. The surname Lu would no longer have anything to do with it. "Fourth brother, the others are fine, but does the Lu family's first young lady want to die?" Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned to ask He Wuzui. Killing the trash of the Lu family was nothing, but this Lu Huaishuang was quite tempting. There were many beautiful women, and with Ma Chaochuan's strength and status, there was no shortage of beauties around him. But beauties who had reached the Origin King realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He had never tasted one. What's more, he had long heard that the Lu family's first young lady had been in secluded cultivation. He was afraid that she had not even tasted a man. It would be a pity if she died like this. As soon as he said this, He Wuzui knew what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "Second brother, although roses are fragrant, they are covered in thorns. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Ma Chaochuan thought about it seriously and nodded, "Fine." He also knew how difficult it was to capture a first-order Origin King alive, so he simply dismissed the idea. Otherwise, if he hesitated, he might be the one to die. "Do it!" He Wuzui suddenly shouted. Obviously, he wanted to end this quickly and not give the Lu family any chance to resist. As soon as he said this, Ma Chaochuan clasped his hands and two golden balls suddenly appeared in his hands. The golden balls were filled with world energy and were obviously not ordinary artifacts. He Wuzui's body shook as Saint Qi began to circulate in his body. Lu Huaishuang's face was solemn. She wiped her blue sword with her finger and soared intent sword. A great battle was about to break out. However, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared beside her, and in a split second, a water-splitting thorn stabbed towards her. Lu Huaishuang was shocked. All her attention was on Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzui. When she saw them move, she was naturally on guard. Who knew that those two were just a distraction? The real killing blow had already reached her. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. He Wuzue and Machaochuan both smiled, looking like they were waiting to watch a good show. The water splitter flashed with a cold light and gave off a deadly aura. It was as if blood would bloom in the next moment. At this moment, the owner of the water splitter felt his hair stand on end. He could not help but feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes also narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The young man who had been lying quietly at her feet, dead for a long time, actually moved at this moment. It began to move in an extremely strange manner. First, his feet stepped on the ground and his calves suddenly stood on their own. Then, his thighs straightened and his body suddenly bounced up. When Lu Huaishuang looked down, she met with a pair of clear and deep black eyes. These black eyes were like a bottomless abyss. With just one look, Lu Huaishuang felt as if she was about to sink into them. She was shocked and hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to stabilize her mind. Chapter 3082. Each of the three masters of the fierce wind family had their own unique skills. First Master Xianxia was a powerful second-order origin king, one of the strongest existences in the entire star territory. Second Master Machaochuan was a charmingly naive fatty, but his fat wasn't just a result of eating too much, it was also the capital he relied on to survive. His defense was extremely amazing and he was like a meat shield. With his fat, he could exchange a few blows with a master a realm above him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was only a few blows. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be made up for with some fat. As for Third Master Guming, he was a thin but strong man who was best at concealment and assassination. His whereabouts were unpredictable and he came and went without a trace. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The one who suddenly attacked Lu Huaishuang was the third master of the fierce wind family, Guming. Lu Huaishuang's previous guess was correct. The fierce wind family had indeed mobilized all their forces. Machaochuan's claim that eldest brother and third brother had important matters to attend to was just a blatant lie. Guming relied on his superior concealment divine technique to quietly sneak to Lu Huaishuang's side. Just as Lu Huaishuang's attention was attracted by Machaochuan and he Wuzue, the water splitter suddenly attacked. He was also a first-order origin king and had the advantage of a sneak attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't take Lu Huaishuang's life, he could at least severely injure her. The Lu family was led by Lu Huaishuang, so as long as this woman was seriously injured, the rest of the Lu family would be nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. The sudden accident caused Guming's soul to leave his body. In a flash, a young man in ragged clothes stood in front of Lu Huaishuang and stared at him calmly. Although there was no color in his eyes, Guming couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The young man in front of him was like a towering mountain. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the mountainside was shrouded in mist, making it hazy. Who is this person? When he sneaked over earlier, he had also noticed this person lying at Lu Huaishuang's feet, completely lifeless. He was obviously dead. But why was he able to stand up? Furthermore, an extremely powerful vitality burst forth in an instant. How was this a dead person? He was clearly alive and well. Guming only panicked for a moment. Being able to cultivate to the origin king realm, both Guming's temperament and wisdom were top-notch. After a moment's deliberation between retreating and advancing, Guming released a dazzling cold light from his water-splitting dagger and stabbed forward at an even faster speed. No matter who you were, at such a close distance, even a third-order origin king would be able to pierce a hole in your path. Go away. Lu Huaishuang finally regained her senses. Seeing that Guming was advancing instead of retreating, while the young man in front of her had no reaction, she immediately shouted and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, what shocked her the most was that the other party did not react at all. His feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Not only did she not manage to pull the other party away, she even staggered and almost bumped into the other party's back. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The viciousness on Guming's face stiffened and was replaced by extreme fear. He raised his head to look at the young man, and his eyes trembled violently. At that moment, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. The biggest possibility was that this reckless brat would be killed by him, or that he would only injure him, or that the other party would counterattack and he would act accordingly, but he had never imagined the situation in front of him. The other party remained motionless, allowing his water-splitting dagger to stab into his chest. His flesh remained intact, and even his skin was not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, his water-splitting dagger flashed and its color dimmed slightly, causing Guming to almost lose his grip. The water-splitting dagger was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely sharp. Not to mention flesh and blood, it could even pierce through iron. Guming did not even feel any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. In other words, this strange young man had indeed resisted his blow with his flesh and blood, and then, nothing happened to him. Is he even human? Guming was proficient in concealment and assassination, and was good at killing people in one blow. His sense of danger was also extremely keen. So, when he found that his full-powered blow had no effect, he decisively fled, his thin body blurring as if he was about to merge into the air. He had no choice but to flee. The existence of this young man in front of him was beyond his understanding, and a voice in his heart was screaming, "If you don't flee, you'll die." The young man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly not fast, and even seemed a little stiff, but with just a casual grab, Guming, who was about to merge into the air, was grabbed by the neck, and his translucent body instantly solidified. The divine technique of concealment was inexplicably broken just like that. Guming was frightened out of his wits. He felt a strong force on his neck, as if his neck could be broken at any moment. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The young man raised his hand and lifted him up directly. This situation made everyone's hair stand on end. It would have been fine if they did not know Guming's identity and strength, but Guming was an Origin King after all. How could he be captured so easily like a helpless chick? Third brother. The smile on Machaochuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grim look on his chubby face. He Wuzui's expression was also extremely solemn. He silently summoned his artifact, his eyes drifting, as if he was looking for a way out. Under everyone's gazes, the young man looked at Guming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, he frowned and curled his lips, weak, too weak. He had not fought with an Origin King for many years, and all the enemies he had encountered over the years were all people with exceedingly high cultivation. Thinking about it now, he was not used to it. He even felt a little nostalgic, and his mood was inexplicably complicated. Thinking back, he had experienced the same thing in the past. "Who are you, sir?" Machaochuan asked in a deep voice. The faces and figures of the several overlords of the Star Territory flashed in his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He had never heard of a young man with such astonishing strength. "A bunch of trash, you want to know this king's name?" The young man coldly snorted. His tone was extremely arrogant, but no one felt it was out of place. This young man's tone was arrogant, and he had the strength to back it up. If it was anyone else who said this, they would probably laugh. Machaochuan did not even dare to get angry. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. "Please calm down, sir. It was us who had eyes but failed to see. We ask Sir Master to be magnanimous and forgive our third brother. We will leave now and never offend you again." He acted cautiously on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing He Wu Zui. His fourth brother was an idiot. When did the Lu family find such a strong backer? He actually did not know. He and the others had even come here to humiliate them. Now that they had kicked the stone floor, they did not know if they would be able to return alive. If they had the chance to return, they would definitely cut off all ties with their fourth brother. If they continued to be together with him, they would be killed sooner or later. You come and go as you please. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state before, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard everyone's conversation, so he naturally knew what was going on with these people. Although he was not a swordsman, it was not a big deal for him to do something that came to him on a silver platter. Ma Chaochuan complained in his heart, but could only lower his stance again. "Please make a decision, sir." I, Kuang Feng, admit defeat. He could not even tell the depth of his opponent's cultivation. He really did not have the confidence to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, why would he humiliate himself like this? He was a man of honor after all. The young man frowned, deeply despising this white fatty. He had no backbone at all. He could not arouse his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire world suddenly became extremely dangerous. Arcs of lightning began to swim in the air. Everyone's expression changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that a pitch-black vortex had appeared in the clouds, and there seemed to be an electric dragon swimming in the vortex, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. "Are you crazy? I hit it so well." The young man also looked up and suddenly cursed. Lu Huaishuang frowned and stared at the young man's back with a strange expression. Was he cursing the heavens? She suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This young man's cultivation seemed to be very strong, and his figure was also very handsome. Just now, she had caught a glimpse of him and saw that his appearance was not bad. Why, did it seem like there was something wrong with his head? If that was not the case, why would he curse the heavens? Was the heavens jealous of the talented? This thought came to Lu Huaishuang's mind. Before she could finish her thought, there was a loud crack that made everyone's eardrums tremble. As if in response to the young man's curses, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the cloud vortex. It connected the heavens and the earth like a divine pen, splitting the heavens and the earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Huaishuang, who was closest to the young man, turned pale. It could not be helped. That bolt of lightning was actually heading straight for the young man. Its target was obvious and precise. The heavens had struck him with lightning. How many bad things had this young man done that even the heavens could not tolerate him? Let's go. The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Huaishuang's collar, and threw her. Before Lu Huaishuang could react to what had happened, her whole body flew out like an arrow from a bow. Then she saw the bolt of lightning strike the young man's body. The young man's black hair instantly stood on end. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 100 feet became a sea of lightning. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothingness. A burnt smell filled the air at the same time, as if someone was roasting meat. As the smell entered their nostrils, it was nauseating. The lightning strike lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the lightning in the sky poured down like moonlight, constantly pouring down. The young man was struck until his whole body convulsed, as if he had contracted chicken plague. It was painful to look at. Chapter 3083. Lu Huaishuang turned her gaze away, her face full of pity. No matter how evil this young man was, such a death was too tragic. What's more, he had helped her just now. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been injured. Machaochuan and Hiwuzue were overjoyed. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, the heavens had its way. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens spared. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They knew what the other was thinking. After a while, the lightning that fell from the sky subsided. The black cloud vortex in the sky also disappeared. The whole place was silent. The young man was still holding Guming, but whether it was him or the third head of Wild Wind, their hair was standing on end. Their faces were charred black and their auras were almost non-existent. Not to mention what happened to that young man, the third head of the fierce wind gang was dead. Everyone had seen the power of that lightning punishment. Even a third-order origin king wouldn't be able to survive it, let alone Guming, who was only a first-order origin king. This was simply an undeserved disaster. Although the young man had the ability to take his life, he didn't really kill him. Instead, it was the heaven's lightning punishment that took Guming's life. Two silhouettes suddenly shot over. Machaochuan and Hiwuzue, one on the left and one on the right, pounced over like lightning. Cut the grass by the roots. If you beat a snake to death, you'll hit it with a stick. How could they not understand such a simple principle? Previously, he had been cautious only because this strange young man had displayed superhuman strength. Now that this young man had been struck by lightning punishment, it didn't matter if he was dead or alive. They had to ensure that this young man was thoroughly dead. Only then would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only put their lives in the hands of others. Although Machaochuan was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. His white rolling body was indescribably strong and agile. The two golden pills in his hands emitted a dazzling light. Before he arrived, the two golden pills had already flown out. They carried an unparalleled momentum as they smashed towards the young man's head and chest. Hiwuzue formed a seal with his hands and released a powerful divine technique. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant python appeared in mid-air. The giant python raised its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on the young man. Everything happened in a flash, and Lu Huaishuang had no time to react at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hand, sending a sky full of sword chi at Hiwuzue and Machaochuan in an attempt to surround them and rescue them. However, she realized that it was obviously too late. She was only doing her best and leaving the rest to fate. She was of no help at all. Swish! 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 As the sword chi flew, Machaochuan and Hiwuzue, who were lunging forward, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. They came to a halt with a swish. They stared ahead in horror, and their hearts sank. It was not Lu Huaishuang's sword chi that stopped the two of them, but the young man's reaction. The young man who had been struck by the lightning punishment for over 10 breaths of time suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and wiped his disheveled hair. His originally calm and deep eyes were now filled with resentment and indignation, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. It was just a simple movement that made Machaochuan and Hiwuzue lose the courage to attack. They were forced to stop. The scene seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. Time seemed to have stopped as well. Everyone stood where they were, stunned. He wasn't dead. He had been struck by lightning punishment for over 10 breaths, yet he was still alive? Lu Huaishuang could not help but widen her eyes as well. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Only Machaochuan's two golden pills were still hurtling towards the young man, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man put down his hand that was touching his hair and shook it slowly. Machaochuan's heart skipped a beat. He had actually lost his connection with the 2 golden pills in that moment. He focused his gaze, and his body began to tremble violently. The 2 golden pills had actually reached the young man's hand. The young man's fingers moved nimbly, and the 2 golden pills moved around in his hand leisurely, turning into blurs. He had stolen his personal treasures with just a raise of his hand. What divine technique was this? What the hell was this guy doing? Wuzui's python divine technique lunged over as well, but Wuzui no longer had the strength to maintain it due to his shock. The python only vanished with a single movement. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva as his face began to twitch uncontrollably. That. Ma Chaochuan pursed his dry lips and tried his best to find an excuse, but he discovered that his courage had completely vanished. Even his voice trembled. I didn't kill him, the young man casually tossed Gu Ming's body away. The only reason Gu Ming had died was because of the lightning tribulation. From the beginning to the end, he had not tried to kill Gu Ming. Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. Ma Chaochuan smiled along, but it was even uglier than crying. What kind of misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The young man looked at him indifferently. How could Ma Chaochuan tell him the truth? Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. He would start a fight as soon as he disagreed with a single word. His eloquence had always been mediocre, so he was not skilled at being eloquent. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he constantly wiped it with his hand. If he could not explain himself, he would probably die today. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He turned around and fled as quickly as he could. If they had any chance of survival before the lightning punishment, then they had no other choice but to flee now. Who told him and Wuzui to attack the young man recklessly? He could only blame himself for not bringing his eyes with him when he came out this time. Now that he had fled, how could Wuzui stay any longer? He made a prompt decision to flee in the opposite direction. This was his subconscious reaction. He only hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chaochuan and give him some space to flee. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The young man did not even look at them. He only tossed the golden pill in his hand before taking a step back. He leaned backwards and swung his arm. A golden pill shot through the air. Wah! A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Wuzui did not even dare to look back. He used all the strength he had when he was young to flee. At that moment, he only hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. He could tell that it was Fatty Ma's voice. He suddenly felt pain from his back. His entire body was pulled along by a great force, and he could not help but fall to the ground. Wuzui scrambled to his feet in a hurry. He could not help but be startled. He saw that there was actually a pool of dark red blood on the ground, and, for some reason, his heart felt empty, as if something was missing. He lowered his head and saw the final scene of his life. There was a huge hole in his chest. From the wound, he could clearly see his internal organs squirming. His vision darkened, and he fell limply to the ground. His life was quickly draining away. It was completely silent. On the nameless land of the dead stars, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the several hundred disciples of the Lu family, the pirates of the Fierce Gale, or the elites of the He family, all of them were deeply shocked. They all looked at the young man who had not moved at all. They looked at him with reverence as if they had seen a god. There was no other reason. The young man had only casually tossed out 2 golden pills. There was not a single ripple of aura. In other words, he had used pure physical strength. Then Ma Chaochuan and Wuzui fell to the ground. They did not even have the chance to resist. Ma Chaochuan was dead. Wuzui was also dead. 2 first-order origin kings were as weak as 3-year-old children in front of this young man. Before the 2 of them had planned today's trick, they would never have imagined that they would end up like this. Shock, panic, dread, all kinds of emotions spread among the cultivator of the three groups. With the terrifying strength displayed by this young man, if he wanted to, he could easily kill all 1,000 people here. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Looking at the young man, besides gratitude, there was also a hidden worry. The young man had indeed helped her, but this was the first time Lu Huaishuang had met him. She did not know whether he was good or evil. She was not a little girl who did not know the ways of the world. There were several hundred elites of the Lu family under her command. She needed to consider more than just her own likes and dislikes. She wanted to go forward and inquire about this young man's temperament, but she did not have the courage. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly saw the young man turn his head and look at her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huaishuang's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this smile was somewhat malicious, and when she was stared at by this young man, it gave her the illusion of being stripped naked, causing her to involuntarily tighten her body. If I were you, I would roll over here obediently. Lu Huaishuang's face changed slightly. What does he mean? He didn't seem to have offended him in any way. When the situation suddenly changed, he wanted to help him. Moreover, when the lightning punishment descended, he also threw him out. He didn't seem like a bad person, so why did he suddenly change his attitude towards him? Could it be that she had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? But this young man's fist was bigger, so Lu Huaishuang did not dare to resist. Her cultivation was not much stronger than Machaochuan and Wuxia. These two were easily killed by this young man. If he wanted to kill her, she was afraid she could not resist. Sighing in her heart, she could only accept her fate. But before she could take a step forward, she suddenly felt a movement behind her. Turning her head in surprise, she saw a figure appear at some point, exuding a powerful second-order origin king cultivation. Lu Huaishuang could not help but narrow her beautiful eyes. Xianxia, the Wild Wind tribe's first master. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, Lu Huaishuang still recognized him at a glance. Who else could a second-order origin king appear here at this time be but Xianxia? This first master of the Wild Wind tribe, who could live an extremely comfortable life even when the great forces of Star Territory had joined forces to hunt him down, but at this moment, he was like a pimp in a brothel, humbly trotting over with a cautious smile on his face. Passing by Lu Huaishuang, Xianxia arrived directly in front of the young man, half knelt on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "Xianxia greets Master." Master's strength is unparalleled. Xianxia is completely convinced and is willing to follow the Master and serve him faithfully. Please allow me. Chapter 3084. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Whether Xianxia would rather die than submit or compromise, it was all within everyone's expectations, but this guy bowing down as soon as he arrived was far beyond everyone's expectations. Was this person really the Violent Wind tribe's first master? Was he really a second-order origin king? Everyone felt like this was extremely unreal. But on second thought, this was a wise man submitting to the circumstances. Xianxia obviously did not have the confidence to confront this young man, so he put on such a humble posture. The strong would only bow their heads in front of someone stronger. The young man looked down at Xianxia, his eyes flashing as the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had discovered something interesting. But soon, he frowned again. He did not expect this guy to be so spineless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Although Xianxia had been hiding nearby from beginning to end, he had not attacked him, so there was no enmity between them. Now that he had put on such a show, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to kill him directly. Machaochuan and Wuxia would die because they deserved it, but Xianxia had an instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. This guy had given him a difficult problem. The young man thought for a while, but did not know how to deal with it, so he simply ignored him and closed his eyes, standing in place. Xianxia remained motionless, maintaining the posture of kneeling on one knee. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The feeling of being a fish on the chopping block was not good at all. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he had no choice but to submit. The young man did not respond, and the scene fell silent again. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for half an hour, but the young man did not move. Since she did not move, the Lu family naturally did not move, nor did the violent Wind tribe's pirates. Instead, it was the He family's elites who were exchanging glances with each other, intending to take this opportunity to flee. Lu Huaishuang glanced over coldly. How could she allow such a thing to happen? The Lu family and He family had fought to the death on Rising Sun Star. Both sides were evenly matched in strength and both had Origin King Realm Masters, but after today, the He family would no longer be able to resist. He Wuzue was dead, and the He family was leaderless, so the Lu family could take this opportunity to annex many of the He family's properties. It would be best if he could keep the hundreds of He family's elites here as well. Lu Huaishuang glanced at the young man again and made a decision. Her blue sword glowed brightly as she pointed it at the He clan. Kill. Lu Huaishuang said coldly. One word decided the fate of the He family. She was a woman, but she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Soft-hearted people couldn't wield power, and kind people couldn't wield troops. From the day she took over the power of the Lu family, she no longer lived for herself. The battle was one-sided. Originally, the Lu family and the He family had a similar number of cultivators, but with the death of the head of the He family, the people were scattered. Even if they had a few hundred elite cultivators, they were nothing more than a plate of loose sand. On the other hand, the Lu family had Lu Huaishuang in charge, and the people were united as one, making them invincible. In just an hour, hundreds of people from the He clan were killed or injured. Only a few managed to escape. Although those few people were lucky enough to escape, they were nothing more than a few trapped beasts on this dead star, unable to cause any more trouble. While the Lu family and He family's martial artists were fighting, the fierce Wind Star pirates had also taken the opportunity to escape without a trace. The Lu family did not have the heart to deal with such a group of star pirates. Their target was only the He family's elites. Hence, Squall's group was able to leave this place easily. They didn't even attract any pursuit. Xianxia was completely abandoned. They had shared joys and sorrows. Their great master might not live to see the sun tomorrow, so they naturally didn't want to leave their lives in the hands of others. Xianxia was still half kneeling there, cursing his little brothers in his heart. Normally, they would eat meat, drink wine, and play with women by his side, each one more active than the last, but now that their boss was in trouble, each one of them ran away faster than the last. The coldness of human hearts was vividly reflected at this moment. Half an hour later, the Lu family retreated. Hundreds of people had only paid a small price to achieve a huge victory. In today's battle, the Lu family had lost hundreds of elites, including the patriarch. Even the Lu family's only Origin King grade starship had been captured by them. Such a record could only be described as amazing. Thinking about how the Lu family would dominate Chaoyang Star in the future, everyone couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to the inexplicable appearance of the young man. If he hadn't killed He Wuzue, it would have been hard to say who would have won today. Lu Huaishuang rushed back, her clothes neat and tidy, her hair neat and tidy, a charming smile blooming on her stunning face, but when she looked again, she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the place where the young man was originally standing was empty. Only Xianxia was still half kneeling on the ground, motionless. The sand on the ground was almost soaked with his sweat. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the young man. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Walking forward, she asked, "Where is he?" Xianxia didn't answer. "He's not here," Lu Huaishuang said again. Xianxia was stunned and carefully looked up, but when he found that there was no one in front of him, he suddenly trembled. There was no surprise, only shock. He didn't even know when the young man had left. They were only 2 steps away from each other. With his powerful second-order origin king Cultivation, even if a third-order master wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to detect them. But the young man had magically disappeared without a trace, which made Xianxia feel horrified, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision just now. Although he had lost all face, he had at least saved his life, not following in the footsteps of his second, third, and fourth brothers. "Can I get up?" Xianxia asked. Lu Huaishuang coldly snorted, "You're asking me that?" She didn't have a good impression of fierce wind. Almost all the cultivator in the territory of Chaoyang Star didn't have a good opinion of star pirates, so naturally, she wouldn't give him any face at this moment. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and tried to get up, but he didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he slowly stood up while carefully looking around. It was as if a figure could jump out at any time and beat him to the ground. This movement lasted for half a cup of tea's time. After standing up, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. Since I'm fine now, it means that the master didn't want to do anything to me." Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. He was a second-order origin king, but he couldn't even enter that person's eyes. Otherwise, how could he be ignored like this? "Young Lady Lu, I've heard a lot about you, huh?" Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. "Where did he go?" Lu Huaishuang had never been so eager to find someone, but the only person she could ask was Xianxia. "This. I don't know," Xianxia smiled bitterly. Lu Huaishuang suddenly looked at him in amazement, her expression changing slightly as she understood the hidden meaning behind his words. But he should still be on this dead star. Xianxia wasn't sure, but he had already calculated in his heart that if that person really left, he could take the opportunity to leave. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about harming the Lu family. After surviving a disaster, he just wanted to escape as far as possible. How could he have the mind to do anything else? Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How about, we go look for him together?" Lu Huaishuang glanced at him before summoning her star shuttle without saying a word and turning into a stream of light that flew off in a certain direction. Xianxiao's mouth twitched as he hesitated between running away and searching, but in the end, he grit his teeth and chased after her, shouting, "Young Lady Lu, wait for me." It wasn't just awe and fear, but also the traces of a higher martial Dao from this young man, a goal he had been chasing for so long but was unable to grasp. On a barren stone mountain, the figure of a young man sat quietly. There wasn't much vitality on this dead star, not even a trace of green. Such stone mountains could be seen everywhere on the dead star, covered with scattered sand and stones. When the wind blew, dust would fill the air, making it impossible to see anything within 10 meters of the mountain. The stone mountain wasn't high, only 1,000 meters in height. Xianxia and Lu Huaishuang stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, but it was as if they were looking at a giant peak. That was because the figure sitting on top of the mountain was only 1,000 meters tall, but the figure was even taller than 9,900 meters. Half a month ago, the two of them had found this place together and finally saw the figure they were in awe of. Not daring to disturb him, they waited silently at the foot of the mountain. This wait lasted for half a month, during which time the young man sat there motionless, as if he was dead. Even his aura was close to non-existent. Neither of them knew what he was doing. Cultivating was not like cultivating, and entering seclusion was not like entering seclusion, it was more like sleeping. Half a month of waiting was boring, but fortunately, both of them were origin kings. Normally, they would spend a lot of time in retreat, so they had become accustomed to it. Xianxia wanted to know the origins of this young man and had asked Lu Huaishuang many times, but how could Lu Huaishuang know anything about this young man? He had inexplicably appeared on her starship, and at that time, she had thought he was dead. Now, she somewhat believed her third uncle's previous speculation. The hole in the starship was likely created by this young man. Only such an incredible existence could withstand the bombardment of 10-star cannons and remain unscathed. However, Lu Huaishuang was a little irritable right now. This first master of Fierce Wind sect was a bit talkative, chattering endlessly with her every day. Unlike a second-order origin king, he was more like a resentful housewife. Moreover, Lu Huaishuang also found that when Xianxia looked at her, he did not show any covetous eyes. This should not be just awe towards this young man, there should be some other reason. However, this was also fine as Lu Huaishuang was extremely disgusted with this kind of gaze. Young lady Lu, this time we didn't get to know each other. If you have time, you might as well visit my Fierce Wind sect's territory. My Fierce Wind sect's territory has nothing but, we'll talk about it after you return alive. Lu Huaishuang interrupted his chatter without any trace of politeness. Xianxiao's face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 3085. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Xianxiao's hearts suddenly moved and they looked up towards the top of the mountain. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged finally got up, stretched lazily, and yawned twice, as if he had just woken up from a dream, standing there with his hands behind his back as he stared off into the distance, his gaze deep. Lu Huaishuang and Xianxiao exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and flew towards the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 1,000-meter peak. Landing, both of them were startled. Because at this moment, the young man in front of them gave them a feeling of nothingness. He stood there like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and undetectable. If not for their eyes, their divine sense would not have been able to detect his aura. Had he been sitting cross-legged here for half a month in retreat just to restrain his aura to the extreme? What was he doing this for? Not daring to neglect, Lu Huaishuang curtsied and said, "This mistress, Lu Huaishuang, thanks master for taking action and turning my Lu family's misfortune into a blessing. This mistress is deeply grateful." The young man said, "It was just a slight effort, consider it an apology for damaging your starship." Sure enough, the starship was damaged by him. Although she had some guesses before, hearing him admit it himself, Lu Huaishuang's heart shook and she respectfully said, "This mistress wouldn't dare." She was also a powerful master, but facing this young man who didn't seem to be much older than her, she no longer had the confidence of an origin king realm master. Standing in front of him, she was like a toddler learning how to speak, someone who could easily topple her to the ground with a single finger. She wanted to ask how this young man had fallen into a coma since he was so strong, but she was afraid that she would make a mistake if she spoke too much, so she kept her mouth shut. Xianxiao's eyesight was much sharper than hers, so he quickly put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask master's honored name?" Lu Huaishuang also turned her beautiful eyes towards the young man. "Yang Kai, my name is Yang Kai." The young man replied. A strange light flashed across Xianxiao's eyes. He had never heard of this name before, but he was certain that there was no such master in the star territory. His heart shook. Could this person have come from that place? If that was the case, then everything made sense, including why this person was suddenly struck by lightning. That was because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. His heart was filled with excitement, and he increasingly felt that he was right to endure the humiliation. If he put in effort, he might be rewarded in the future. Lu Huaishuang had obviously thought of this as well, and the splendor in her beautiful eyes became even more obvious. "Where is this?" Yang Kai asked. "A dead star?" Xianxiao answered cautiously. If it was someone else who asked such a ridiculous question, they would have slapped that person. There were countless dead stars in the territory of the universe, and they had existed since time immemorial. Who could give those countless dead stars a name? This question really didn't make sense. I'm asking, where is this place? Yang Kai pointed at the vast star field and drew a circle. His movement was not big, but it seemed to be able to draw the stars in the sky into his arms. Lu Huaishuang suppressed the excitement in her heart and said softly, "The territory of limitless star." The territory of limitless star. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he did not return to the Hangluo star field, which disappointed him a little. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to the territory of the lower planes, Yang Kai also knew that there were countless planets in the lower planes. The probability of directly returning to the Hangluo star field through the void corridor was less than 1 in 100. He did not know how to return, and after entering the void corridor, he could only follow Wukong's aura. Unfortunately, he lost track of him. He did not know whether Wukong was in the territory of this universe, or if he had already fled without a trace, hiding somewhere and waiting for a comeback. "Master, could it be that you are not from the territory of this universe?" Xiangyao asked boldly. His heart beat violently in his chest, and Lu Huaishuang also stared at him without blinking. No. There was nothing to hide, and with these two's eyesight, he believed that they could tell. This question was just a confirmation. Hearing this, Xiangyao and Lu Huaishuang's expressions turned serious. Xiangyao was so excited that his lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, "May I ask if Master is from?" Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Xiangyao immediately kept quiet out of fear. He was so excited that he forgot about the other's power, and he was scared. Lu Huaishuang said, "This place is simple, Master, why don't you follow me back to talk?" Since he was not from the territory of Limitless Star, then he must have a lot to ask. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to get closer to him. As long as this person was treated well, the Lu family would have nothing to worry about. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right." Lu Huaishuang smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yang Kai walked down the mountain. Just as he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot tripped over his right foot for some reason. He stumbled and fell forward with a blank look on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself. Coincidentally, he caught hold of two plump mounds of softness and immediately felt the surprising elasticity in his palms. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. The scene was completely frozen. Lu Huaishuang's face quickly turned red, as if she was on fire. The feeling of the hand on her chest made her feel at a loss, and she almost couldn't resist stabbing him with her sword. With her skills and reflexes, she could have avoided Yang Kai the moment he fell towards her, but because of the other party's strength, she didn't dare to make any excessive movements and simply stood there, and the result was like this. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and now her sensitive spot was grabbed by a man she had never met before. She didn't even know anything about him. Lu Huaishuang's eyes couldn't help but redden. Shengyao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face, thinking that even if his master was lustful, he shouldn't have done this, right? How could he fall down after tripping over his right foot? What the hell was going on? Where's your earth-shattering cultivation? What happened to his ability to kill 2 origin kings with a snap of his fingers? Yang Kai also wore a look of shock as he slowly withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and opened his palms to take a look, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Shengyao and Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but misunderstand. Was this master reminiscing about something? "I didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai looked up at Lu Huaishuang with a sincere expression, but this explanation seemed weak. Lu Huaishuang pursed her red lips and lowered her head. "It's fine." How could it be fine? It was a matter of honor, but since her strength was inferior, what could she do? Did she want him to take responsibility? Even if the other party was willing, Lu Huaishuang would reject him. Yang Kai sighed, let's go. There was no point in explaining. Only he himself knew what had happened. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. Xianxia was a little stunned, feeling that this person's temper was really strange. Obviously, his cultivation was heaven-defying, so he could have just flown over, but now he was actually walking. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of this master, so he could only follow behind Yang Kai. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for a while, calming her mood before gritting her teeth and following. First master, you don't need to follow me, just go back where you came from, Yang Kai suddenly said without looking back. After half a month, he no longer had any killing intent towards Xianxia. What's more, he didn't want to kill Xianxia at that time. A trivial second-order origin king was nothing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Fierce Wind sect had committed all kinds of crimes, that was a matter of Limitless Star's territory and had nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia immediately seemed to be humiliated. His face turned red as he said, Sir, as a man, I'm a man of my word. Since I said that I will follow you and serve you, I will definitely not leave. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled, Are you a man? Xianxiao's face couldn't help twitching, not knowing how to respond. As you wish, Yang Kai stepped forward again, and Xianxia quickly followed. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help frowning, secretly despising this first master of Fierce Wind sect. Even after being insulted like this, he still didn't take it seriously. At the same time, she admired his thick skin. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Yang Kai obviously didn't walk fast, nor did he use any movement skills, as if he was just an ordinary person, but whether it was Lu Huaishuang or Xianxia, both of them had to circulate their Saint Qi to keep up with him. In less than half an hour, they had returned to the previous starship. The two starships were anchored in the barren desert, like two giant compatriots. Lu Ling was standing outside, and when he saw Lu Huaishuang appear, he hurriedly greeted her. His eyesight was also quite good, so when he saw Lu Huaishuang and Xianxia following behind Yang Kai, he immediately bowed and said, Lu family's Lu Ling greets the master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brushed past him, and walked straight into the open hatch. Lu Huaishuang passed by Lu Ling and quietly sent a message, We'll talk later. She also followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to make proper arrangements for Yang Kai before she could do anything else. Xianxia also wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Lu Ling with a hostile expression on his face. Xianxia quickly said, I am the master's follower, so I must accompany him. Get out of my way. Pushing his Saint Qi, Xianxia pushed Lu Ling and the others away, the huge gap in cultivation giving him an advantage. As he spoke, there was a sense of pride in his words, causing Lu Ling and the others to be surprised. A second-order origin king, the first master of the Fierce Wind tribe, was actually willing to be someone else's follower? What is wrong with this world? The interior of the starship was extremely spacious, so Lu Huaishuang took the lead and led Yang Kai through the corridors of the starship. A short time later, she led him to a room, pushed open the door, and said, Master, please. Entering the room, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. This was not the smell of incense, but rather the natural fragrance of a woman. The interior of the room was luxuriously decorated. The walls were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered with a thick and soft red carpet. On the left side was a large bed with a pink curtain hanging on it. To the right was a huge bath filled with fresh flowers. Although Yang Kai was not inside, he could still feel that the temperature of the water was just right. On the other side was a dressing table, and although there was no rouge or other tacky things, it was still a dressing table. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. Chapter 3086. And from the looks of it, this was Lu Huaishuang's own room, and the best room in the entire worship. Under normal circumstances, no matter how respectful a lady was to a guest, she would not give up her own room for a guest to live in, as this would inevitably lead to gossip. But Yang Kai's power was far beyond the scope of a guest, and all Lu Huaishuang could think of was to leave the best room for Yang Kai. Even if he had molested her before, Lu Huaishuang did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Xianxia glanced at Lu Huaishuang meaningfully, a smile on his face. Lu Huaishuang's cheeks flushed. Although she did not have any other thoughts, she felt a little embarrassed to give her room to a man who looked about the same age as her. She said softly, "Master, are you satisfied with this place? If not, you can change to another room." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded, not avoiding anything. To him, this was just a place to rest, and there was no difference whether it was a room or not. As long as Master is satisfied. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt herself heave a sigh of relief. The faint anticipation in her heart had turned into reality, startling her. She hurriedly said, "My lord, please rest for a while. I'll come back to speak with you after I've settled some matters outside." "Go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Huaishuang took her leave, but before she left, she glanced at Xianxia. She did not like this uninvited guest, but Xianxia was acting under the name of Yang Kai, so she could not chase him away. She just glared at him as a warning. After the door closed, Yang Kai began to walk around the room, casually picking up things to look at, then putting them down, then picking up other things to look at, as if everything was new to him. Xianxia was like a tail, following behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around. Xianxia could not dodge in time and almost bumped into him. He hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Bath, do you want to go?" Xianxia's eyes twitched. He lowered his head and said, I dare not, I dare not. I will take my leave for now. Master, if you have any orders, please do not hesitate to call. I will wait outside." As he spoke, he ran out of the room, closed the door behind him, and stood respectfully outside. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. He thought that his disguise was flawless. Even his sworn brothers in the fierce wind who drank, ate, and played with women with him did not see through his true identity after so many years. However, he knew that his disguise was not worth mentioning in the eyes of that official Yang. She had seen through his disguise the moment she saw him, but she was too lazy to point it out. Thinking about what that lord had done to Lu Huaishuang before, and then thinking about what he wanted, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He nodded inwardly and suddenly made a hand seal. Then, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Inside the bathtub, Yang Kai took off his clothes and leaned against the wall with his hands spread out, a look of comfort on his face. His muscular body was extremely well proportioned. If any of the women in the fierce wind saw him, they would probably scream in horror. Now that he had arrived in the territory of the lower star, although he was in the completely unfamiliar territory of Boundless Star, he had barely completed his goal. When he established the High Heaven Palace, he had thought about one day bringing his friends and family from Shadowed Star to Boundless Star, but after so many years of working hard to improve his cultivation, he had never had a chance to return to Boundless Star territory, let alone find a way to do so. Now, however, there was an opportunity. Although he had arrived in the territory of Boundless Star, there was still a chance to return to Hangluo Star Field. Yang Kai knew that Star Territory was very different from Star Territory. Some Star Territories were connected to each other, so perhaps, he could find a way to travel to other Star Territories in Boundless Star's territory. Yang Kai decided. His primary goal was to find a way to return to Hangluo Star Field, and his secondary goal was to inquire about the whereabouts of Wukong. He had a hunch that Wukong might also be in Boundless Star's territory. If that was the case, Yang Kai could find his whereabouts. Wukong was very knowledgeable and would know how to travel back and forth between the territory of the two stars. After taking a bath, Yang Kai put on his clothes again, combed his hair, and summoned the sealed world bead. Gritting his teeth, he carefully circulated his strength and entered the small sealed world bead. In the pavilion area of the small sealed world bead, Lu Yen, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her figure flickered and appeared outside the pavilion. The embodiment that appeared with her looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were happily chatting about something. Seeing them appear, Li Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu Yen, what's wrong?" "Master is here." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked over. Li Jiao was startled when he heard this, but suddenly reacted and looked over in surprise. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered and soon arrived in front of the pavilion, grinning, "Everyone is here." Lu Yen stood there and opened her arms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her and asked, "What? Hug?" Yang Kai said, "Are you kidding me? You're getting younger and younger." Saying so, he walked in front of her and reached out to pick her up, as if he was holding a baby. Lu Yen sat on his arm, her soft black hair hanging down, a satisfied look on her face. She had been cultivating on Spirit Beast Island with the Fire Phoenix for a long time. It was not easy for her to meet Yang Kai on Dragon Island, but she didn't have time to interact with him. Now, she finally got what she wanted. Her two hands grabbed Yang Kai's ears and played with him, as if she had gotten a new toy. She was extremely unbridled. Yang Kai shook his head, but she didn't give up, so he could only let her be. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao bowed to the ground, "This Li will never forget your kindness. In the future, if Brother Yang has any orders, this Li will definitely obey." Lu Sanyang also walked forward and bowed, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking revenge for Sanyang." Saying so, her eyes turned red. Lu Yuqin also said, "Thank you, Uncle Yang." She didn't have a good impression of her father long. These days, she had heard a lot about the past from her mother. In her opinion, Li Jiao was her father, and that guy called Fu Qi was the biggest bad guy in the world. Yang Kai reached out and lifted them up, saying, "The one taking revenge is not me, but Brother Li. You don't have to thank me for this." Li Jiao said shamefully, "This Li's skills are not good enough. If it wasn't for Brother Yang's help, how could I have the chance to take revenge?" Although Fu Qi didn't die in his hands, Li Jiao had a lot to do with Fu Qi's death. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yang Kai giving him the protection of the Dragon Palace, he wouldn't have had the chance to fight Fu Qi just for this. He was very grateful to Yang Kai. The resentment he accumulated on Dragon Island was swept away, and he was looking forward to the future. He secretly decided that after returning to the Fire Dragon Palace, he would treat Lu Sanyang and her mother well, and also treat his women well. After chatting for a while, the embodiment suddenly interrupted, "Did you encounter some trouble?" It was formed from one of Yang Kai's souls that entered the stone mongooses body. To some extent, it was connected with Yang Kai's mind, so it naturally noticed some clues. There is indeed some trouble," Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's sit down and talk." He waved his hand and a few chairs and a wooden table immediately flew out from the loft. These were all made by the people of Tongxian realm and left here in the early years. Everyone sat down. Yang Kai held Lu Yan's arms and wanted to put her on a chair, but Lu Yan refused. In the end, he could only put her on his lap and hug her. In a few words, Yang Kai told them what happened in the Dragon Palace. When they heard that Wukong escaped, broke through space, and sneaked into the territory of the lower world star, everyone was shocked. When they heard that Yang Kai also chased him to the strange territory of the limitless star, everyone was even more surprised. The current situation is like this. Yang Kai looked solemn. The territory of the lower world star has its own world principles that reject cultivators above the Origin King realm. So, except for Yuqin, none of you can safely move around outside. Once you go out, you will definitely be rejected by the heavenly way. Lu Yen asked, "What about you, master?" Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. The territory of the lower world star rejected even Dao Source realm cultivators, let alone stronger existences. I was also rejected. Yang Kai touched his nose. Although I suppressed my cultivation as much as possible before entering the territory of this lower world star, I was still struck by lightning after coming here. That lightning punishment was the most obvious sign of the world principles rejecting Yang Kai. Fortunately, he had already sealed most of his cultivation, otherwise, the lightning punishment would have been even worse. Although it was only the territory of the lower world star, the world principles were extremely powerful. If he really provoked the heavenly way, even Yang Kai would not be able to survive in this territory. Then I fell. PFFF. Lu Yen laughed out loud. It was hard to imagine what a First-Order Emperor Realm Master falling. The others also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai reached out and knocked Lu Yen on the head. Lu Yen immediately covered her head with her hands and pouted. So, Brother Li and Sanyang can only stay here for the time being. There is no way for you to return to the territory of the lower world star. But don't worry, I will find my way back after dealing with my own matters. Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Since Brother Yang can come, he can definitely leave. But, do you need our help here? Although with Brother Yang's cultivation, it's impossible for you to find an opponent in this kind of lower star field. If there are 3 of us, we can at least provide some assistance." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If Brother Li wants to help, then seal your cultivation first." "Okay," Li Jiao nodded. "I also want to help," Lu Yen said. "Okay." Lu Yen smiled sweetly. He felt that her personality had changed a lot after this reunion. "Where's Luan?" In another room, Lu Huaishuang finished dealing with some trivial matters and asked Lu Ling. Hearing the cold tone in her voice, Lu Ling's heart trembled and he asked suspiciously, "What happened to him?" Lu Huaishuang said, "He betrayed our location and attracted the fierce wind force and the He family." Chapter 3087. Luan was the uncle who had avoided her gaze when their eyes met. Lu Huaishuang was not blind. She knew the truth without asking. She did not have the time to deal with the traitor, but now that she had time, she could not let him go. The Lu family did not need any traitors. Lu Ling was shocked. Him? That can't be, right? He and Luan were cousins. They had been drinking and chatting together a month ago. He could not believe that Luan would betray the Lu family. But he knew that Lu Huaishuang would not speak without thinking. Since she had said so, she must have solid evidence. His expression turned serious. "I'll go take a look." He turned and left. Not long after, he returned with a sour expression. Luan ran away. He searched the entire warship but could not find Luan. He asked the cultivator of the Lu family but no one had seen him for a long time. As expected. Lu Huaishuang was not surprised at all. If she were Luan, she would have run away too. A traitor was always more hateful than an enemy. If he did not run away, he would end up in a miserable state. She breathed a sigh of relief. If Luan did not run away, she would not know how to deal with him. Kill him as an example? No matter what, he was still her senior. He was her uncle. If she did, would some people be disappointed and think that her iron blood was heartless? Since he had run away, it had saved her a lot of trouble. Just like the few He family members who had escaped the net, on this dead planet without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, they probably wouldn't live very well even if they tried to survive. So Lu Huaishuang didn't plan to chase after them. Letting them go was the biggest punishment she could give them. Why would he betray the Lu family? Lu Ling was heartbroken. Either he did it for profit or he was caught red-handed. Lu Huaishuang said faintly and waved her hand. Forget it. Don't tell anyone about this to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Yes. Lu Ling nodded. But Luan still has family on Chaoyang. How should we explain it if they ask? Third uncle, you have to think of an excuse. Lu Huaishuang looked at him. Lu Ling nodded, all right, leave this matter to me. He paused for a moment before continuing, by the way, the He family's battleship. Lu Huaishuang raised her head abruptly. Don't even think about that warship before you get that person's permission. Although they had wiped out the He family, and the Origin King grade starship was the Lu family's spoils of war, in the end, most of the credit should go to Yang Kai. The Origin King grade starship was imperceptibly branded with the surname Yang. Lu Ling said, of course I know. These days, I have also restrained my clansmen from boarding the warship. However, I don't think that person would be interested in a warship. Can you go and ask for his opinion? Although the Lu family was a tyrant on Chaoyang Star, they only had one Origin King grade starship. If they could obtain another one, their strength would definitely rise to a new level. An Origin King grade starship was the best weapon for attacking cities and seizing territory. If they returned to Chaoyang Star and wanted to deal with the He family's remnants, the deterrence of this warship was indispensable. Lu Huaishuang rubbed her temples as she thought of that person. She remembered how he had molested her when she went down the mountain. She could still clearly recall the touch on her chest, causing her expression to become slightly unnatural. He said he didn't mean it. Heh, have you inquired about the origin of that person? Lu Ling asked again. Lu Huaishuang shook her head, I only know he is not from Infinite Star's territory. Lu Ling trembled, not from Infinite Star's territory? Suddenly thinking of something, he whispered, could it be? Lu Huaishuang nodded, I also suspect he is from that place. No wonder. Lu Ling said thoughtfully, even the leader of the fierce wind gang is willing to be his follower. If he's from that place, he's definitely not going to submit to Shengyao. Shengyao must have noticed it too, right? Lu Huaishuang smiled softly, a person like him is one who seeks fortune and avoids disaster. If there are no benefits, how could he be willing to be someone's tail? Lu Ling said solemnly, then our Lu family must establish a good relationship with him, we can't let Shengyao gain the upper hand. It would be best to cater to his interests. I just don't know what this person likes, but what men pursue is mostly wealth and power. Perhaps we can start with that. Our Lu family also brought a few extraordinary women with us this time. I know, let me think about it, Lu Huaishuang nodded. These words were obviously meant to send him away, so Lu Ling said, then I'll go out first, let me know if you have any news. Sitting on the chair, Lu Huaishuang's expression kept changing. She thought for a long time but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, she decided to meet that person first. Regardless of whether she could establish a good relationship with him, the most important thing was to get familiar with him. Shengyao was on the side, and if Shengyao gained the upper hand, the Lu family would have nothing to do with it. This was a great opportunity, and Lu Huaishuang didn't want to miss it. Light footsteps came from the passageway, and Lu Huaishuang's figure slowly appeared. When she reached her room, Lu Huaishuang was shocked. She stared in front of her and growled, who is it? There was actually a woman standing at the door. Her figure was extremely hot, slim and graceful. Her breasts were bulging out of her clothes. She wore a light purple dress that fit her body perfectly. A purple silk belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The back of her waist had an obvious curve, and then her buttocks suddenly rose up. It was soul-stirring. Her hair was soft and smooth, draped over her shoulders, and her peach blossom eyes were sparkling and moist, as if they could speak. Even though they were both women, Lu Huaishuang couldn't help feeling a little excited when she saw this woman. This woman was simply a seductress. Of course, if it weren't for the second-order origin king aura she was exuding, it would have been even better. Lu Huaishuang wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beauty at the moment. No matter who it was, if they suddenly found such a strange master on their starship, they would definitely be on guard. A blue light bloomed as Lu Huaishuang pointed her sword at the other party, a cold look on her face. Although this woman's cultivation was lower than hers, this was her own starship, and if they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win. To her surprise, in the face of her open hostility, the woman was actually indifferent. She held a rouge box in one hand and was applying makeup in front of the mirror in the box. Her expression was meticulous. Suddenly, her hands paused and she said irritably, "I haven't done this in so many years, I'm not used to it. Little sister Shuang, can you help me put on some eyeshadow?" Little sister Shuang? Lu Huaishuang frowned. Do we know each other? She was sure she had never seen this mature and charming woman before, so the way the other party addressed her made her suspicious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. We just separated, how could you not know each other? What are you talking about? Lu Huaishuang was a little impatient, but in the next moment, she stared at her in shock as she thought of a possibility. The woman suddenly changed her voice. What about now? Are you Xianxia? Unable to believe her eyes, Lu Huaishuang's mouth fell open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. The famous chief of the Wild Gale in the Wuxia Star Zone had turned into a fair-skinned, beautiful woman who looked like a peach blossom. In an instant, Lu Huaishuang felt as if her worldview had been shattered and her thoughts had come to a halt. He. The leader giggled, her chest jiggling as her clothes nearly ripped apart. Lu Huaishuang still couldn't believe it, but at this time, who else could appear here and had a second-order origin king cultivation besides the leader of the fierce wind gang? How did you? Lu Huaishuang simply didn't know what to say, her mood at this moment extremely complex. The leader's smile faded and she revealed a sad expression. We are all women, and we all stand at a high position. Surely you can understand why, right? Lu Huaishuang was startled for a moment before slowly understanding. When she took over the Lu family, there were many voices of doubt. It wasn't that her cultivation wasn't high enough. In the entire Lu family, there was no one with a higher cultivation than her, but because she was just a woman. After fighting several tough battles and personally killing countless enemies, she had stabilized the Lu family situation and established her status as the leader of the Lu family. However, her former carefree attitude was gone, and she had to pay attention to her words and actions at all times. It was as if in this world, men always had an advantage over women. Why? All the men in the world were born women, so why should they look down on women? Men and women were all human beings, so why should there be a difference between them? If the Lu family was like this, what about the fierce wind gang, which had committed all kinds of crimes in the territory of Convergent Star? The leader said, if those little brats knew that I was a woman, and such a beautiful woman at that, do you think I would be able to rule them? Just my sworn brothers alone would probably eat me alive. Lu Huaishuang nodded in agreement. Ma Chaochuan and Guming could drink wine, eat meat, and play with women with Xianxia, but the premise was that Xianxia had to be a strong man like them. If Xianxia reverted to being a woman, it was inevitable that Ma Chaochuan and Guming would have some ideas. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt a sense of empathy towards her. To some extent, the situation of the two was very similar. Both were extremely beautiful women, both of them held high positions, and both of them were bound by various restrictions. Xianxia is not your name. Lu Huaishuang said. No woman would have such a masculine name. The leader pursed her lips and smiled, it's just a random alias. What should I call you in the future? He Yunxiang, the leader smiled, I am a child of a poor family, so my name is not very pleasant to the ears. Lu Huaishuang nodded lightly, then frowned and said with a strange expression, I heard that you slept with 100 women in a single night? Since she was a woman, how could she do such a thing? However, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor, it must have really happened. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Shuang, you are very nosy. Her eyes flashed. If you want to know, you can come find me when you have time. Lu Huaishuang's expression immediately turned serious, and she said somewhat unnaturally, no need. She secretly regretted asking her such a question. Her brain must have been flooded with water. Chapter 3088. Why are you standing here? Knowing that this woman was the head of the squall, Lu Huaishuang sheathed her long blue sword and suppressed her hostility. The master is bathing. Why should a woman like me stay inside? Oh. Lu Huaishuang nodded, not daring to knock on the door. She stood aside obediently. There was a moment of silence. He Yunxiang was still drawing. Suddenly, with a face full of anger, she threw the rouge box far away. Then, she angrily reached out and grabbed it. A clear and pure water ball condensed in the palm of her hand. She used the water ball to wash away the impurities on her face, revealing her natural appearance. Exhaling, she said, "That's it." As if she was going to the execution ground, she put on a resigned posture. Lu Huaishuang said, "It's better to be natural." You think so too, right? He Yunxiang suddenly felt that the young lady of the Lu family had become much more amiable. She looked at her carefully, secretly comparing herself to her. Well, they both had their own merits. She couldn't tell who was prettier, but their temperaments were completely different. She just didn't know which one of them the master liked more mature and charming, or more elegant and natural. But in terms of figure, He Yunxiang glanced at Lu Huaishuang's chest, a sense of pride rising in her heart. What are you looking at? Lu Huaishuang obviously felt her gaze, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. She secretly hated her. She didn't know what this woman ate, but how did she grow so big? The door suddenly opened without a sound. The two women looked at each other, their expressions suddenly serious. He Yunxiang reached out to hold her breasts and squeeze them into the middle, making the cleavage even more attractive. Only then did she sway her hips and walk in. Lu Huaishuang was speechless. She looked at herself and saw that there was nothing wrong with her, so she followed in. Master. He Yunxiang walked in front of Yang Kai and bowed respectfully, intentionally or otherwise revealing her breasts. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not looking at her. Obviously, he already knew that she had regained her true appearance, so he wasn't surprised. Master. Lu Huaishuang also bowed, but much more formally. Have a seat. I have something to ask the two of you. Yang Kai gestured with his hand and sat down on the main seat. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and laughed. I don't dare to ask for guidance. If Master has any questions, this concubine will tell you everything she knows. Lu Huaishuang looked at her. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to curry favor with those in power. Master, do you need me to help you comb your hair? He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai's long hair that draped over his shoulders and said, My skills should be okay. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled at her. Master, you're too kind. He Yunxiang immediately walked behind him, and a comb appeared in her hand out of thin air. She gently combed Yang Kai's hair, as virtuous as a newly married wife. Lu Huaishuang saw this and suddenly moved her hand. A tea set appeared on the table in front of her. She took out the stored spring water and meticulously began to brew the tea. She could not do what He Yunxiang did, so she could only start with the art of tea. Fortunately, she had been proficient in this art since she was young. She took the tea leaves and brewed them skillfully and elegantly. It was a sight to behold. The room was quickly filled with the alluring aroma of tea. Xianxia did not stop what she was doing. She said, "Is this the cloudy mountain spirit mist tea?" Lu Huaishuang said, "First master has a good eye." Xianxia smiled, "It's just that this tea is too famous. How could I have such a good eye? Today, thanks to master, I can taste one of the top 3 teas in the territory." Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything. Lu Huaishuang could not help but feel discouraged. The Lu family had paid a great price to obtain this tea, and there were less than 3 taels of it. Normally, they would not take it out to drink, but today, it did not have the desired effect. However, on second thought, if this master really came from that place, then the top 3 teas in the territory of planet Wuji would not be worthy of his attention. She immediately collected her thoughts and focused on brewing the tea. After a short while, the tea was ready. Lu Huaishuang scooped out a cup and respectfully pushed it in front of Yang Kai. She said, "Master, please enjoy." Yang Kai nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup and took a sip, savoring the taste in his mouth for a moment before drinking it in one gulp. He said, "Not bad. It was indeed good to have such a spirit tea in the territory of planet Wuji." Lu Huaishuang finally smiled after being praised. "You sit too." Yang Kai turned to Xianxia. Her hair was already combed, but Xianxia did not sit immediately. Instead, she stood to the side. "Yes." Xianxia smiled and sat down. She was natural and unrestrained. After 3 rounds of tea, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I have something to ask you." The 2 women put down their teacups at the same time and sat up straight. "Is there any connection between planet Wuji's territory and the territory of other planets?" The 2 women shook their heads. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but he still refused to give up and asked, "You really don't have any?" He believed that these 2 women would not lie to him, but the answer he received disappointed him. Lu Huaishuang said, "As far as I know, there is no such thing." Xianxia, however, sensed some other information and asked carefully, "Master, you want to go to another territory?" Yang Kai said, "Yes." Xianxia said curiously, "Then why did Master not go to the territory of planet Wuji's ancestral territory but come here?" Yang Kai looked at her in shock. "What is ancestral territory?" Xianxia blinked. "Master, didn't you come from ancestral territory?" "Never heard of it." Lu Huaishuang also opened her mouth wide. She and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How is this possible? If he didn't come from ancestral territory, how could he have such powerful cultivation and strength? They had always thought that Yang Kai came from ancestral territory, but who would have thought that this conjecture was wrong? The 2 women were a little confused. If he didn't come from ancestral territory, why would he be rejected by the heavenly way? How could he kill an origin king so easily? "May I ask where Master is from?" Xianxia looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Star boundary." "Star boundary?" The 2 women were confused again. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. "You haven't heard of it?" Those who could enter the ancestral territory were the top masters, and only those people were qualified to survive in the ancestral territory. Although the 2 of them were origin kings, they were not the top and did not have any connections. The masters who entered the ancestral territory have never returned. So, everyone guessed that it was impossible to return to the star territory from the ancestral territory. Perhaps this was possible, but Yang Kai felt that it was more likely that it was because of the rejection of the heavenly way, or that after experiencing greater strength, those people's eyes were no longer on the lower star territory. Just like himself, if possible, he would not go to the star territory casually. If he had the time, he would rather stay in the star boundary to improve his cultivation. Chapter 3089. Master, you want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked. Yes, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at them expectantly. Lu Huaishuang smiled bitterly. Although the Lu family is not bad on Chaoyang planet, we are nothing in the entire planet territory. I don't know anything about the ancestral territory. He felt a little vexed. If he could help Lu Xian in this matter, the Lu clan would definitely be rewarded greatly. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. He Yunxiang rolled her eyes. Although I don't know how to get to the ancestral territory, I think someone should know. Who? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lu Huaishuang also reacted. She turned to He Yunxiang and asked, "Are you referring to the Yen family?" He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. 500 years ago, an ancestor of the Yen family left Tai planet and went to the ancestral territory. It was a hot topic then. Although no one knows if the ancestor of the Yen family successfully entered the ancestral territory, the Yen family is the most knowledgeable about it in the Wuji territory. Master, if you want to go to the ancestral territory, it would be best to start with the Yen family. The Yen family. Lu Huaishuang's eyes flashed with fear. They are not to be trifled with. What is the background of the Yen family? Yang Kai asked. Knowing that he was not from the Wuji territory and was not familiar with the distribution of power in the territory, the two ladies explained carefully. In the Wuji star zone, the Yen family was the surname of a family. It was also synonymous with the gathering of experts. Not only did the Yen family possess a cultivation star like the Tai star, but they also possessed 4 or 5 other cultivation stars. None of them were inferior to the rising sun star. The Tai star was much better than the rising sun star. If the cultivation stars were to be categorized, the Chaoyang planet would be considered as the middle level, and Tai planet would be the top level. The Chaoyang planet could not be compared to the Chaoyang planet in terms of spiritual energy and resources. One could imagine how terrifying the Yen family's foundation was after occupying so many cultivation stars. In the territory of Limitless Star, the Yen family could be said to be the overlord of the overlords. They had as many as 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. Among them, the current patriarch of the Yen family, Yen Luo, had the reputation of being the strongest person in the territory of Limitless Star. A galactic pirate gang like the Wild Wind Gang would commit all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, and looting. However, if they encountered a battleship of the Yen family in the territory of the Star Sector, they would never dare to do anything. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Yen family and was satisfied. If that was the case, perhaps he could start from the Yen family and find out the method and route to the ancestral territory. When the two ladies saw how calm Yang Kai was and how he was not affected by the Yen family's power, they felt that he was even more unfathomable. He Yunxiang was overjoyed in her heart. She felt that giving up her self-esteem and face to hug this thick thigh was really not a bad deal. If she could go to the ancestral territory with him, what harm was there in being willing to attach herself to his leg hair? Her expression changed as she pursed her lips and smiled. What a coincidence. Little sister Shuang, isn't your destination this time the Tai star? Yang Kai asked, is it on the way? Lu Huaishuang nodded, we are going to the Tai star to exchange some supplies. If Master doesn't mind, how about we go together? The rising sun star was very far from the Tai star. Even an Origin King grade battleship would take a full 3 months to reach there. Naturally, there would be many differences between the two stars. Every 35 years, the Lu family would bring a batch of specialties from the rising sun star and then go to other cultivation stars to exchange for the specialties of those stars. The destination of this trip was the Tai E star. All right. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. Although he was from the Emperor realm, in the territory of a lower star, there were many inconveniences. He always felt that his strength was suppressed in his body and could not be used. Even the slightest use of his strength would cause the heavenly way to reject him. Since it was on the way, he was naturally happy to hitch a ride. After confirming the destination, Yang Kai asked about some things in the territory of the infinite star. The two ladies naturally explained to him enthusiastically. He Yunxiang's intention to join him was obvious and did not hide it at all. 2 hours later, Yang Kai said he was tired. Lu Huaishuang got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she hesitantly asked Yang Kai how to deal with the He family's Origin King grade battleship. Yang Kai waved his hand, "It's yours." How could he put an Origin King grade battleship in his eyes? He Yunxiang's brow rose as she couldn't help feeling that this sir was truly generous, gifting her an Origin King grade starship. However, thinking about it carefully, standing at such a height, Yang Kai's view of things was completely different from hers. What she saw as a treasure was probably nothing more than a pile of garbage in front of him. Lu Huaishuang thanked Yang Kai profusely and said that she would exchange crystal stones of equal value for the battleship, but after being refused by Yang Kai, she left. It was not that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but the crystal stones in the territory of this lower star were of no use to him. He still had piles of high-rank source crystals in his space ring, and if he took out any one of them, it would likely lead to a bloodbath in this star's territory. Lu Huaishuang said goodbye and left, but before leaving, she glanced at He Yunxiang meaningfully. The latter pretended not to see and shamelessly stayed behind. After the door closed, a single man and woman were left alone. "Does Master have any other instructions? If you need anything, just call this mistress." The room was not hot, but He Yunxiang's cheeks were rosy. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, and when she spoke, she pursed her red lips. If other men saw this, they would probably be captivated by her beauty in an instant, and would be infatuated with her soul. The meaning behind her words was clear as day. Facing the young man in front of her, she could only rely on her own beauty, and coincidentally, she was very confident in her looks. Yang Kai was a man, and a young and vigorous one at that. In such an environment, with such a beautiful woman, it was natural for him to be tempted by such a suggestion, but after cultivating for so long, he did not lack self-control. After so many years of wandering, his horizons had been broadened and he had seen all kinds of beauties, so how could he be tempted by a trivial He Yunxiang? Looking at her, he smiled and asked, "Is it worth it?" "What? You haven't lost your primordial yin, so you're still a virgin, right?" He Yunxiang's face turned red. If her blushing cheeks were a little bit intentional, then at this moment, she really revealed her true feelings. She lowered her head and bit her red lips. When she looked up again, she said firmly, "As long as Master can take me to a higher level of martial arts, it's worth it." Yang Kai shook his head, "I won't make a deal with this kind of thing." Since the topic had been pointed out, He Yunxiang did not hide it and said leisurely, "In a woman's life, she has to find a man she can entrust her life to. Looking at the whole territory of Wuxia Star, the one who can enter my eyes has not been born yet." The young man's figure was reflected in her watery eyes. Not only had he entered her eyes, but she could not pull them away. It was not love at first sight, but she knew that if she really wanted to find a man to entrust her life to, then this person in front of her was the best choice. The opportunity was in front of her, and if she did not seize it, it would soon slip through her fingers. She did not want to think about the past when her life was about to end and regret her hesitation today. "You're so sure that I can give you a wider world?" He Yunxiang brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled, "Although I don't know what kind of power Master has, a woman's sixth sense will not be wrong." You're too confident. I'm going to the Yen family this time. I know. He Yunxiang looked at him curiously, not knowing why he brought this up. I'm going to the Yen family to find out how to enter the ancestral territory. What do you think the Yen family will do to me? He Yunxiang was stunned. She had not thought about this before, but thinking about Yang Kai's question, she immediately thought of many things. The way to enter the ancestral territory had always been a secret. Although there were many rumors in the territory of Wuxia Star that many experts from different eras had successfully entered the ancestral territory, no one knew where and how they entered. This method had always been in the hands of the most powerful forces. Since it was a secret, naturally, they would not be willing to disclose it to outsiders. Yang Kai's journey would definitely not be smooth. There was a high chance that he would have some conflict with the Yen family. Tai E Star was the headquarters of the Yen family. It was the place where the entire upper echelon of the Yen family gathered. Anyone who had a conflict with the Yen family there would suffer losses. This young man in front of her was extremely powerful. Even if he could not defeat him, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. However, she was just a second-order origin king. If she was too close to him, how could she not be targeted by the Yen family? At that time, she would not be able to escape. She was also a meticulous person. Thinking about it, she understood a lot of things. The determination on her face disappeared and was replaced by hesitation. Previously, she felt that it would be good to rely on a big tree like Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that her thinking was too simple. You can leave. Yang Kai waved his hand. He Yunxiang did not move. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee like she did when they first met. She said in a deep voice, "Master, please allow me to follow you and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai said curiously, "I thought I made it clear to you." The trace of hesitation on her face just now was real. Why did she change her mind in the blink of an eye? Was it because a woman's heart changed too quickly, or was it because he was too straightforward? He Yunxiang lowered her head. Her chest was wide open, but she didn't do it on purpose. It was just that this posture would inevitably expose her body. She said firmly, "In life, there will always be opportunities, but those that can be grasped are called opportunities. It is also possible to grasp a fatal poison needle. Master must have gambled many times in his life. Then, this mistress begs Master to give me a chance to gamble. You will regret it. The path is chosen by oneself. Once you have made a decision, you will not regret it." Yang Kai stared at her deeply. He Yunxiang did not move. Just as she said, in the martial Tao, any decision made in front of one opportunity after another was a gamble. Some people gambled and rose to the sky in a single bound. Some gambled and lost and fell into the abyss. She was also a gambler. If she did not dare to gamble, how could she cultivate? Although she was a woman, she had been mixed in with a group of rough men all year round. She lacked the hesitation of a woman and had the decisiveness of a man. She wanted to gamble. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and soar to the sky. Chapter 3090. If Master questions my loyalty, this mistress is willing to offer up her soul brand and become your slave without complaint. Yang Kai chuckled, not out of mockery, but out of admiration for this woman's courage and boldness. The first master of the fierce wind tribe really had some ability. If she was just a pretty vase, she would have been eaten up by others long ago. Since she was not a vase, perhaps she could be of use. He was completely unfamiliar with the territory of Limitless Star, so if he had a native to guide him, it should save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, he was now in the territory of this lower star plane with his extremely high cultivation. Although he had the ability to turn the world upside down, he did not dare to use it at will, lest he be rejected by the heavenly way again. Having a lackey was not a bad thing. In particular, this lackey was very pleasing to the eye. It was much better than having a man following him around. Hearing him laugh, Xianxia looked up at him, her delicate and beautiful face full of expectation. "There is no need for you to become my slave, and I don't need your soul brand either." "Master." Xianxia was a little anxious. She had already said so much, could it be that he still could not be moved? Did she really have to take the initiative to take off her clothes and serve him? Although she was mentally prepared to give herself to him, she still could not do such a thing. "Since you want to follow me, you need to prove your worth. If you want to work for me, your cultivation is still a bit low." Xianxia was startled, but immediately her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. "Master, you mean, did he agree? This should be a yes, right?" She had never been so worried about personal gains and losses as she was now. A beautiful picture seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of her, showing her a new world. "Then, let's raise your cultivation first." Xianxia said excitedly. "Yes, this mistress will cultivate now. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations." Although she said so, with her current strength, how difficult would it be to break through to the next realm? She had been stuck in the second-order origin king realm for hundreds of years, and if there was a chance for her to break through, she would have done so long ago. How could ordinary meditation achieve that? However, since Yang Kai said that her cultivation was not high enough, she naturally had to hurry up and cultivate. Regardless of whether she could break through or not, she had to show this attitude. "Open your mouth!" Yang Kai shouted. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but she immediately opened her mouth. Before she could react, she felt something enter her mouth and slide down her throat to her lower abdomen. She couldn't even taste it. In the next moment, Xianxia's expression changed greatly because she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. It was as if there was a flame burning inside, wanting to burn her from the inside out. What is this? Was it a medicinal pill? What kind of pill could have such a terrifying effect? She knew that Yang Kai must have given her some incredible pills, so she couldn't care less about her shock and horror. Quickly changing her posture, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and formed a few seals with her hands, circulating her secret art. Yang Kai sat to the side and ignored her, picking up the spirit tea on the table and taking a sip. Inside the room, a strong wind was blowing, and all kinds of decorations were rustling in the wind. The water in the bathing pool was rippling, overflowing the pool. Uncontrollable bursts of energy raged in the room, turning it into a mess, as if a peerless master had fought a life-or-death battle here. Yang Kai sat motionless, not bothering to resist these bursts of energy, allowing them to strike his body. Xianxia's face flushed red as she moaned with difficulty. Her whole body was soaked in sweat, and her clothes stuck to her skin, outlining her seductive figure. The aura of a second-order origin king rose steadily and soon reached its peak. It didn't take long, only a cup of tea's time. Her aura, which had been maintained at a certain level, suddenly soared to a new height. At the same time, an invisible aura, with Xianxia as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions, stirring up the already messy room even more. Fortunately, this room was Lu Huaishuang's boudoir and was protected by various powerful spirit arrays. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the Lu family. A long moan rang out as Xianxia's whole face flushed red, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Her tender body tensed up as her inner thighs trembled. Slightly opening her eyes, a blurred light flashed, as if she had climbed to the top of the clouds. Her entire body stiffened for a long time before she suddenly gasped for air. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently, swinging in a soul-stirring arc. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. He was just about to break through, but now she was in such a state. He simply didn't know what to say about her. Drenched in sweat, Xianxia finally regained her strength and inexplicably felt her body become lighter, as if she had thrown away some kind of burden. Her mind was clear and her body was light. Third Order Origin King Realm. She had just casually broken through to the Third Order Origin King Realm. She almost thought that she was dreaming, but when she turned her head and looked to the side, she saw a pair of eyes full of ridicule. Only then did she realize that this was real. She was also a Third Order Origin King, standing at the top of the food chain in Star Territory. The bottleneck that had been stuck in front of her for hundreds of years had suddenly been broken before she even knew what had happened. What kind of spirit pill was that? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Looking at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. Regardless of whether she would encounter any dangers by his side in the future, or whether she would perish, just the reward at this moment showed that she had made the right choice. If she hadn't insisted on following him, how could such a good thing have fallen into her lap? If she had really cultivated on her own, she didn't know if she would have had any hope of breaking through to the Third Order Origin King Realm in this lifetime. The man in front of her could use a single spirit pill to push her cultivation to the Third Order, so it was not impossible for him to take her to even higher heights. Standing up, Xianxia was about to thank him when a foul smell suddenly poured into her nostrils. Frowning, Xianxia examined herself and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The surface of his body was sticky, and his exposed arms were covered with a layer of black mud-like substance. It was as if he had just rolled out of a quagmire. After this embarrassment, she was shocked. She naturally knew what was going on because she had encountered it before and had seen many others experience it. This was something that would only happen when one had just started cultivating and their strength was not high enough. Marrow cleansing and meridians rebirth. The black mud covering the surface of her body was obviously the impurities that had been discharged from her body. She was just a Second Order Origin King, but when she broke through to the Third Order, her marrow and meridians had been cleansed and reborn. This surprise was far greater than the joy of her breakthrough. Breaking through was just a simple increase in strength, but this marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing had fundamentally improved one's cultivation aptitude. She found that she had greatly underestimated the effects of that unknown spirit pill. No wonder she felt her body become lighter, her physique becoming purer. How could she not feel light? Full of surprise, she felt that there was no one in this world who was luckier than her. "Master, please forgive my rudeness," Xianxia said. Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she fell into the bathtub at the side. While she was in mid-air, her clothes had already been quickly taken off, revealing her curvaceous figure. But, when she fell into the water, she was as light as a feather, without the slightest splash. After submerging in the water for a moment, she suddenly jumped out. The filth on her body had already disappeared, and her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. The clear water of the bathtub flowed down her cheeks, as if it was the most exquisite porcelain in the world. As it passed over her plump breasts, it suddenly slowed down, then sped up again as it reached its peak, passing over her flat belly. Xianxia reached out to wipe the water off her face, then climbed to the side of the bathtub. She crossed her arms and rested her chin on them as she looked up at Yang Kai. She did not hide anything. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was still natural and unrestrained. Since she had already submitted to this master, she believed that she would be eaten up sooner or later, so what was the harm in taking a look? Moreover, after what happened just now, she actually hoped that she would be eaten up sooner. If she could become his woman, would he not treat her well? She had a request, but she definitely did not have any evil intentions or tricks. Yang Kai did not avoid it. Why should he reject an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep? He was a man, so why should he be afraid of her? He walked slowly to the side of the bathtub and sat down, then said, "Tell me about your cultivation method." Xianxia's expression changed as she vaguely realized something. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and explained the essence of her cultivation method in detail. Her cultivation method was quite good even in the territory of the infinite star. Even if it was not the best, it was still a first-class secret art. However, others may covet her secret art, but how could this person in front of her have it? She explained in detail while Yang Kai listened attentively, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. Then Yang Kai asked her to take out her artifact to have a look, already having a plan in mind. Half an hour later, He Yunxiang dressed up neatly and stood in front of Yang Kai again. After undergoing marrow cleansing and vein cleansing, she seemed to be much more beautiful than before. Standing there, she was an extremely attractive scenery. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. The charming atmosphere just now had not been able to arouse this man. However, the more this kind of man was, the more worthy it was to entrust him to her, right? She felt more and more that she had made the right bet this time. My generation pursues the martial Tao tirelessly, so it is inevitable that there will be fights. When encountering an enemy, the strength of one's cultivation will determine victory or defeat, but artifacts and secret arts are also indispensable. Although your secret art is good, it is still slightly inferior. Here is a set of secret arts that should suit you, take it and study it. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to her. He Yunxiang suppressed the excitement in her heart and bowed deeply. Many thanks for Master's reward. This artifact is also for you. Refine it carefully, there may be a place on Tai E Star where you will need to contribute. Another ribbon-like artifact was handed to He Yunxiang. This ribbon was 7-colored, brilliant and beautiful. He Yunxiang fell in love with it at first sight. She had always disguised herself as a man, so all the artifacts she used were in the style of men. She had never used a feminine artifact before, so this ribbon undoubtedly satisfied one of her long-standing expectations. Chapter 3091. He Yunxiang didn't have the time to investigate this secret art for the time being, but she believed that since it came from this master in front of her, it wouldn't be bad. At the very least, it would be better than what she had cultivated before. However, the quality of the ribbon artifact in front of him was clear at a glance. She reached out and stroked the ribbon, feeling the aura fluctuations coming from it. A look of excitement appeared on her face as she said with infinite fascination, "Master is really above the Origin King realm." Although the cultivator in the lower star territory was certain that there was a higher realm above the Origin King realm, they didn't know what kind of mysteries this realm held, or what kind of height it was. They didn't even know the name of this realm. Above the Origin King realm was what they called this realm. The ribbon artifact in her hand was definitely above the Origin King grade. Someone who could give away such an artifact must be above the Origin King realm. It's called the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Dao Source Realm? He Yunxiang looked up at him excitedly. This was the first time she knew the name of the realm above the Origin King realm. It was as if a new door had opened in front of her, showing her a whole new world. Only after you convert all the Saint Qi in your body into Source Qi will you be qualified to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Work hard, there is still a long way to go. What you need to do for now is to stabilize your cultivation. He Yunxiang suppressed the excitement and yearning in her heart and said respectfully, "Yes. Go, inform me when we are close to Tai E Star. Don't disturb me at other times." He Yunxiang bowed and left, holding the ribbon in front of her chest, as if she was holding the most important thing in her life. Outside the door, she didn't look for a secret room to enter seclusion, but sat cross-legged at the door, assuming the posture of a guard. Not long after, Lu Huaishuang came to find her. She had gone to deal with the He family's starship before, so she sent some of the Lu family's people to take the He family's starship back to Yangyang Star. The He family's patriarch was dead, and hundreds of elites were killed. This news had to be sent back as soon as possible so that the Lu family could prepare. This way, when she returned to Yang Star again, she could directly attack the He family. She believed that the He family would not be able to stir up any more waves. Once again, she saw He Yunxiang outside the room. Lu Huaishuang casually glanced at her, then stared at her in a daze. They had only been apart for less than 2 hours, but she felt that the leader of the fierce wind gang had changed a lot. She seemed to have become more charming and enchanting. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw her. Immediately afterwards, he was taken aback. How did you reach the Third Order Origin King realm? Having just broken through, He Yunxiang could not conceal her aura at all, so her Third Order Origin King cultivation was clearly visible. 2 hours ago, she was just a Second Order cultivator. He Yunxiang smiled without saying anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to reveal her secrets, but Yang Kai's methods were indeed unimaginable. She couldn't guarantee that Lu Huaishuang wouldn't have any devious thoughts after hearing about it. If this woman also wanted to rely on the master, wouldn't she have another competitor in the future? How could the leader of the fierce wind gang do something that would only bring trouble to himself? But even if she didn't say it, how could Lu Huaishuang not guess? Shocked, she asked, "It's him?" He Yunxiang smiled and said, "Master is in retreat, so I also need to meditate. If little sister has nothing else to do, please go back. Master said to inform me when we arrive at Tai E Star." His cultivation had always maintained an extremely amazing speed, and his repeated breakthroughs were enough to break the imagination of ordinary people, but since reaching the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been stuck at this level, unable to break through. He used to think that it was because his opportunity had not come yet, so he could not break through. But now, he understood that the so-called opportunity had not come yet, and it was just a problem with his mentality. All this time, he had been too impatient, eager to break through to the First Order Emperor realm and explore the mysteries of the Second Order Emperor realm. Haste was no speed. His overly impatient mentality had created an extra barrier and shackle at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm. Even though he had some insights before and intended to let nature take its course, in the environment of the star boundary, intentionally or unintentionally, he still wanted to increase his strength, so how could he let nature take its course? Naturally, he could not break through. But after coming here, not only did he not dare to use his strength at will, but he also sealed most of his cultivation, and could not cultivate. With his mind open, he suddenly realized where the problem was. This situation was somewhat similar to the darkness under the light. The problem had always been in front of him, but he did not notice it, because his eyes had not been paying attention to the ground beneath his feet. After this trip, whether he could return to the Hongluo star field or not, with this enlightenment, it was worth the trip. He believed that when he returned to the star boundary, there might be a different surprise. He continued to pick up the book and read it seriously, leisurely like an old man in his later years. ************ There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Yang Kai did not even raise his head. He Yunxiang pushed the door open and entered. A delicate fragrance seemed to roll up, making the entire room fragrant and charming. "Master, we're almost at Tai E Star." She remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. When Lu Huaishuang sent someone to inform her, she immediately reported the news to Yang Kai. Yang Kai responded casually, his eyes still fixed on the ancient book in his hand. What kind of secret book is this? He Yunxiang couldn't help but be a little curious. The lord in front of her was able to casually take out an extremely profound cultivation method and give it to her. It could be seen that he had a deep foundation. How could something that could make him look at with such interest be lacking? It was not good to peek at others, especially when peeking at such a strong master. It was very likely that it would provoke him. If that was the case, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. But a woman's curiosity was like this. The more she suppressed it, the more it would rebound. Xianxiang could still keep her head down at first because the master did not guard against her, but that did not mean that she could casually investigate his secrets. But after waiting for a while, she really could not hold back and looked up at the ancient book. 3 big words appeared in front of her eyes, and Xianxiang could not help but twitch. Qingshan Ji. What kind of bullshit ancient book was this? Pa. Yang Kai closed the Qingshan Ji, then stood up and swept past Xianxiang in a few steps. He called out, "Let's go." Xianxiang followed behind him step by step. Only by hiding your aura can you be considered stable. You still need to work hard. A voice came from the front. Xianxiang nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said meekly, "What master said is right." The time was too short. Only half a month had passed, and it was indeed not enough time for her to stabilize her realm. Although it was better now than it was half a month ago, the aura of a third-order origin king was still very obvious. Anyone with a little bit of insight would be able to see it. How is the refinement of that artifact going? Although there is some progress, I can't use it freely yet. That ribbon was a Dao source grade low-rank artifact. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained it. Too many cultivator had died at his hands over the years, so naturally, their belongings had become Yang Kai's spoils of war. With Xianxiang's newly promoted third-order origin king cultivation, refining a Dao source grade artifact was a little difficult, even if it was a low-rank one. What about the secret art? Reading it. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. Thank you, Master. There are indeed many things that are difficult to understand. Xianxiang did not refuse. If she wanted to follow Yang Kai, she had to ensure that she was useful, and this value depended on her strength. Chapter 3092. Lady Lu, I will take my leave now. The starship docked in the star field about half a day's journey away from Tai-E star. The hatch opened and Yang Kai cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. Master, I wish you a safe journey. Farewell, Master. Lu Huaishuang bowed gracefully, and the group of Lu family elites behind her also cupped their fists to see him off. They didn't ask him to stay, nor did they say goodbye. Lu Huaishuang knew that Yang Kai chose to part ways with her here because he didn't want to implicate the Lu family. Tai-E Star was the Yen family's headquarters, and its forces were deeply entrenched on Tai-E Star. Yang Kai's departure would definitely result in some kind of conflict with the Yen family. If they investigated, they would definitely find out that he had come with the Lu family, which would inevitably implicate the Lu family. Yang Kai knew this, and so did Lu Huaishuang. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it weren't for her family, she would have been very happy to send Yang Kai off. However, with such a big family behind her, Lu Huaishuang had to consider many things. She felt a little grateful in her heart. This master was very thoughtful and considerate. If he had insisted on traveling with the Lu family, Lu Huaishuang definitely wouldn't have been able to refuse. However, he chose to disembark from the starship some distance away from Tai-E Star, cutting off all ties with the Lu family. After this farewell, she didn't know if she would have a chance to see him again in the future. She hoped that they would meet again, and at that time, she would stand in front of him with a stronger cultivation. Yang Kai turned his head and motioned to Xianxiang. Xianxiang immediately summoned her star shuttle and stood side by side with Yang Kai before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Tai-E Star territory. Star shuttles were a very common flight-type artifact in Tai-E Star territory. Yang Kai also had one when he was in Hengluo Star Field, but it was replaced after entering the star boundary. Xianxiang Star Shuttle was an Origin King grade artifact, so its speed wasn't slow, but it still took almost 14 hours to reach the periphery of Tai star. The gigantic azure sphere was like an eye within the territory of Wu Zhen star, emitting a mesmerizing radiance. There was a layer of misty aura surrounding the sphere, as if it was shrouded in a layer of fog. However, Yang Kai knew that it was the spiritual energy of Tai star. Sure enough, it was the headquarters of the Yen family. This Tai star was one of the best cultivation stars Yang Kai had ever seen. Looking at the entire Hengluo star field, perhaps only Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon star, could compare to it. Master, are we going directly to the Yen family? He Yunxiang asked while controlling her star shuttle. Yang Kai stood behind her. He obviously did not use any strength, but his body was as steady as a mountain. No matter how fast He Yunxiang moved, he did not waver at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Let's go straight for the enemy. Okay. He Yunxiang nodded. The strong confidence in Yang Kai's words had infected her. An Origin King was enough to dominate the entire star territory. Why would they be afraid of a mere Yen family? If the Yen family was tactful, they would cooperate and hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. However, if they were not, He Yunxiang could already imagine what kind of blow this overlord of Wu Ji Star's territory would face. Although they had not been together for a long time, and she did not even know Yang Kai's specific character, He Yunxiang could feel that the master she had sought refuge with was relatively easy to talk to. He was not the kind of person who liked to bully the weak. This was the demeanor of a strong person. Those who liked to crush others with their strength and force others to submit were usually not confident in themselves. The best way to communicate with a person like the master was to be honest. Who knows, she might even be able to get something in return. Hopefully, the Yen family was tactful. He Yunxiang had been to Tai star several times. After all, it was the best cultivation star in the entire star territory. Although she was the leader of Gale Force and was notorious for being beaten, no one knew her true appearance. As long as she returned to her original appearance, she would be able to enter Tai star safely. Therefore, she was very familiar with the route this time. She flew around Tai star in the opposite direction for a while before heading downwards. After dashing through the clouds, the scenery on the ground immediately came into view. The location seems to be a little off. He Yunxiang observed the surroundings and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. After flying in the sky for another 4 hours, a huge city finally came into view. That's the foundation of the Yen family. When they arrived in front of the city, they landed and walked forward. Any city of a certain scale would not allow cultivator to fly in. This was because it was inconvenient to manage. Only a few special people had the right to do so. Yang Kai was used to this, so he did not think much of it. The city walls were towering, at least 300 feet tall. The city gate below was wide open. A ferocious and terrifying head hung above the city gate like a ferocious ghost. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light and its huge mouth was the entrance to the city gate. The cultivator that entered the city was swallowed into the stomach of this ferocious ghost and disappeared without a trace. Every time a cultivator passed by, the ferocious ghost's scarlet eyes would flicker as if it was investigating something. There were many cultivator queues in front of the gate waiting to enter the city. He Yunxiang asked for Yang Kai's opinion and waited at the back of the queue with him. After a cup of tea, they entered the city gate. Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of energy sweeping across his body. It was similar to the scanning of divine sense but completely different. He immediately understood that this energy was the secret skill of the ferocious ghost statue's eyes. It did not have any ill intentions. It was just a record. At this time, it was already late at night, but the entire city was bubbling with excitement, as if it was a living creature. Thousands of lights were lit up in the city, and even the narrowest alley was illuminated by the light in all directions. There was an endless stream of cultivator passing by, shoulder to shoulder. The streets were all over the place and crisscrossed with shops on both sides. It was extremely prosperous. The shops were of different shapes and sizes. Some of them were filled with the atmosphere of a foreign territory. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were also tall buildings that were dozens of stories high. They were like pillars that supported the sky in this bustling city. In the center of the city, there was a pair of peaks that towered into the clouds. The left and right sides were extremely symmetrical, as if they were carved out from a template. Yang Kai raised his head and saw that from top to bottom of the twin peaks, there were many terraced buildings. The lights on that side were especially bright. There were also groups of palaces, which were grand and extraordinary. That is where the Yen family lives. Other than those who are sent out, most of the Yen family's experts live there. He Yunxiang pointed at the twin peaks and explained. Then, she asked, Master, are we going now or, I'm just asking for directions. Let's go now, Yang Kai said. Milord, please follow me, He Yunxiang said as she led the way. The two went straight to the twin peaks. Although the city was big, He Yunxiang was a third-order origin king. Her speed was naturally not slow. Although Yang Kai did not use any strength, he was still able to move like the wind. After an hour, they arrived at the twin peaks. Outsiders, please stop. This is the residence of the Yen family. There was a guard at the foot of the peak. The guard's cultivation was not bad. He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from the origin king realm. Such a cultivation would be considered a master in the star territory, but in the Yen family's headquarters, he was only a gatekeeper. It was clear how strong the Yen family's heritage was. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was extremely arrogant as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, revealing a trace of disdain. He did not feel any power fluctuations from Yang Kai and thought that he was just an ordinary person. However, He Yunxiang's third-order origin king aura startled him. Although he could not judge He Yunxiang's true cultivation, he knew that she was an origin king. Coupled with He Yunxiang's extraordinary appearance and mature demeanor, Yang Kai immediately became interested. It was rare to see an origin king realm master with such stunning beauty. In the outside world, a cultivator like him would never dare to look at an origin king at will. But where was this place? This was the Yen family, and he was also a member of the Yen family. So, even if his cultivation was inferior, his eyes wandered over He Yunxiang's beautiful body for a while. He couldn't help sighing in admiration in his heart. If he could have sex with this woman, even if he died, it would be worth it. There were also several Yen family guards nearby. At this moment, they all cast their eyes over and were amazed. He Yunxiang's face sank. She was now a third-order origin king, standing at the peak of the star territory. So what if he was a member of the Yen family? The weak should show respect to the strong. If she had come alone, she would probably have to endure this matter. But now, she was branded as a member of the Yang Kai. Every move she made represented the face of the Yang Kai. How could she allow a few servants to act so presumptuously? The aura of a third-order origin king burst out, causing the Yen family disciple who had been sizing her up to turn pale. He stumbled back a dozen steps and almost fell on his butt. He clutched his chest with a look of lingering fear on his face. At that moment, he felt like he was going to die. This was the pressure of an origin king. And it was not an ordinary origin king. It was at least a second-order origin king. His face changed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Even if he was a disciple of the Yen family, the other party's cultivation was not ordinary. The Yen family would not offend an origin king for such a trivial matter. Putting away his arrogance, he cupped his fists with a dignified face, may I ask for Madam's name? Why are you here? He was completely different from his previous arrogant self. Xianxia said, requesting an audience with the patriarch of the Yen family. I hope you can inform him on my behalf. Requesting an audience with the patriarch? The man was taken aback. He shook his head. I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult. The patriarch of the Yen family was the true overlord of the Star territory. How could he be met by just anyone? The woman in front of him was indeed an Origin King, but the Origin King realm was also divided into levels. I only request an audience with the patriarch of the Yen family. Please make it convenient. The man shook his head again. It's not inconvenient, it's just. After a pause, he asked, does Madam know the patriarch? If she was an old acquaintance, then there would be no problem. He would be happy to inform the patriarch. Maybe this charming woman was the patriarch's old lover outside. I've heard a lot about you, but I've never had the honor of meeting you. Come on, help me. As Xianxia spoke, a space ring had already been silently flicked over. The hall was magnificent and richly ornamented. An old man was sitting in a corner of the hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and savoring it. Seeing someone enter, he raised his eyes and couldn't help but light up. What a charming woman! After noticing Xianxia's aura, he couldn't help but be surprised. She's actually a third-order Origin King? Just now, the family guard came to report that a beautiful woman had come to see the patriarch. Her cultivation was good, at least a second-order Origin King. However, the guard's eyesight wasn't high and he couldn't see that she was a third-order Origin King. Slowly getting up, he greeted her with a smile. A second-order Origin King wasn't qualified for him to do so, but a third-order Origin King was. He was just a third-order Origin King. Xianxia stepped forward and bowed. This mistress greets Elder Yen Qing. Yen Qing returned the courtesy and smiled kindly. Madam is too polite. May I ask how I should address Madam? Xianxia reported her name. Yen Qing's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Xianxia wasn't one of the famous masters in his mind, especially since the other party was a woman. How many third-order Origin Kings could there be in the entire territory of the Star? Where did this Xianxia come from? Although he was puzzled, he didn't inquire about the other party's details abruptly. Since she had come to his door, she must have a request, so how could he not know her origins? However, it seemed that this woman had just broken through to the third-order Origin King realm and was unable to conceal her aura. Yen Qing enthusiastically invited Xianxia to take a seat. Yang Kai also sat down slowly, causing Yen Qing to frown, thinking to himself that this brat really didn't know any etiquette. However, before he could figure out the relationship between Xianxia and Yang Kai, he couldn't act rashly, so he simply pretended not to see anything. Yen Qing clapped her hands and a servant served tea. After chatting for a while, Yen Qing intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Xianxia's origins, but she cleverly avoided the topic, which made Yen Qing a little displeased. After drinking a cup of tea, he got straight to the point. Madam He, may I ask why you have come to my Yen family? Xianxia put away her smile and said solemnly, this mistress came uninvited because she has a request. I hope Elder Yen Qing can forgive me. Yen Qing chuckled. Madam He, please tell me. My Yen family has some influence in the territory of the Star, so if there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse. Anyone could say polite words, and if it was really a small favor, he would help casually. Letting the other party owe the Yen family a favor was not a bad thing, and it might even be possible to recruit her. Elder Yen Qing is too modest. In the entire territory of the Star, I'm afraid only the Yen family can help this mistress. Elder Yan Qing may be experienced and knowledgeable, but there are always some things that you have not seen before. This thing was made by Yang Kai, so how could Yan Qing have seen it before? He Yunxiang was now a third-order origin king, and the next step was to break through to the Dao source realm. The source condensing pill was an essential spirit pill that could help her transform the Saint Qi in her body into source Qi. Yang Kai had given her a few bottles on the way here as a backup. Taking out one at this moment, it really had the desired effect. What effect does it have? Yan Qing asked curiously. He Yunxiang showed an awkward look, as if she did not know what to say. Seeing this, Yan Qing became even more anxious and quickly said, "In that case, please go back, Madam He." He knew that He Yunxiang would not leave so easily. Sure enough, when He Yunxiang heard this, the hesitation on her face disappeared and she spat out 4 words, "Above the Origin King realm." Yan Qing's body trembled as a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Chapter 3094. Taking this spirit pill will allow one to reach the Origin King realm and above? Yan Qing's throat was a little dry. This was something he had not encountered in many years. He Yunxiang said, "There is only a chance. This spirit pill is just an external object, the foundation is still in one's body." There was one more thing she did not say. Taking this spirit pill would indeed give one a chance to reach the Origin King realm and above, but the premise was that one would need to take a lot of them over a long period of time. A single source condensing pill could not have much effect. The transformation of Saint Qi in an Origin King realm cultivator was an extremely long process. How do I know if Madam is telling the truth? Yan Qing frowned. He had lived for so many years and was used to seeing storms and waves. After the initial shock, his mind had calmed down and he could not help feeling suspicious. If this so-called source condensing pill really had such a miraculous effect, why didn't this woman take it herself? Why did she have to take it out to tempt him? Wasn't she afraid that he would eat her up until not even her bones were left? I have something to ask of the Yan family. What good is there in lying to you? He Yunxiang said solemnly. Yan Qing shook his head and said, "Empty words are useless. If that is the case, this old master would like to examine this spirit pill personally." He Yunxiang smiled lightly, "Sure." A white light flashed in front of Yan Qing as he grabbed the source condensing pill in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this woman? If this spirit pill is so precious, why is she giving it to me so easily? Madam, aren't you afraid this old master will take this spirit pill for himself? Yan Qing asked. The Elder Council? He Yunxiang asked in surprise, like a little girl who did not know much about the world. If you want to take it for yourself, you need to have the ability. No. Yan Qing shook his head. The world was bustling with activity. Everyone came and went for benefits. What would they not do in the face of such huge benefits? He just could not understand where this woman's confidence came from. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her head. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. If you take this spirit pill, can you exchange it for information leading to the ancestral territory? Yan Qing sighed lightly, enough, but the premise is that this spirit pill really has the effect you say. Madam, please wait a moment, this old master needs to find someone to examine it. Elder Yan Qing, please do as you please. He Yunxiang gestured with her hand. This matter was of great importance, so Yan Qing didn't dare dally. She hurriedly turned around and entered the inner hall, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. He Yunxiang turned to look at Yang Kai and whispered, "The fish has taken the bait." Yang Kai nodded calmly. He Yunxiang said, "Actually, with Master's ability, you can easily make the Yan family hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? The source congealing pill was just a bait, and this place was the Yan family's headquarters. An outsider with no background taking out such a pill was equivalent to inviting the Yen family to snatch it away. He was just trying to use his power to suppress them. Wouldn't it be better to just take action? It would save them a lot of trouble. This was the fierce wind's way of doing things. They would snatch whatever they wanted. As the leader of the fierce wind, Yunxiang had fully implemented this philosophy. Yang Kai said, "I have my own plans." In fact, he was a little embarrassed. It wasn't nice to bully the weak. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, bullying a group of origin kings and origin returning realm cultivators felt like a master robbing a child. But if this child was a disobedient brat, then he would need to discipline her. At the peak of Twin Peaks, in a secret room, the Yen family's patriarch, Yen Luo, pinched the source congealing pill as his expression changed. Yen Qing stood to the side, licking his dry lips from time to time. After a long time, he asked, "Patriarch, does this spirit pill really have such a miraculous effect?" Yen Luo pondered for a while and shook his head, "I can't tell. Let's wait for the grandmasters to come and take a look." Even the patriarch couldn't tell. Yen Qing wasn't shocked but happy. He felt more and more that this source congealing pill was amazing. Not long after, a few people filed in. Regardless of their cultivation, these people exuded a strong pill fragrance. Obviously, they were people who dealt with herbs and pills all year round. These people were naturally alchemists. These people were the most outstanding alchemists in the Yen family. All of them were origin king-grade alchemists. After entering the secret room and seeing Yen Luo and Yen Qing, the leading black-robed old man said, "Patriarch, why did you summon us here so urgently? Take a look at this spirit pill." Yen Luo handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The black-robed old man took it and the others also cast their gazes over. Their initial indifference disappeared in an instant. All of them widened their eyes and exclaimed, What kind of spirit pill is this? Let me see, quickly. Don't snatch it." The group of respected alchemist grandmasters instantly lost their demeanor and looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The shock in their eyes was about to overflow. After a while, the leading black-robed old man looked at Yen Luo excitedly, "Patriarch, may I ask where this spirit pill came from? Can you tell what grade it is?" Yen Luo didn't answer the question. "I can't tell, but with our methods, it's absolutely impossible to refine such a spirit pill." The other alchemist grandmasters nodded in agreement. This spirit pill had exceeded their knowledge and experience. Forget about refining it, they couldn't even distinguish its composition. The answer was obvious. This source condensing pill had suddenly appeared, and even third-order Origin King realm masters and Origin King grade alchemists were unable to distinguish it. The only possibility was that this spirit pill was above the Origin King realm. The black-robed old man still wanted to ask something, but Yen Luo waved his hand and said, "Withdraw." Even though the several alchemy grandmasters were reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey and simply bowed before leaving, their eyes filled with reluctance as they stared at the spirit pill. After they left, Yen Luo said lightly, "You just said that the woman named Yunxiang gave this spirit pill to you casually?" "Yes. It seems she has more than one spirit pill in her hands." Yen Luo suddenly laughed. Yen Qing saw this and immediately understood what he was thinking. How could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Both sides had the same idea, so he hesitated for a moment before asking, but if she can take out such a thing casually, how could she be easy to deal with? What if behind her? The possibility is not high. Also, don't forget where you are. Yen Luo glanced at him lightly. Yen Qing was startled for a moment before nodding, "I understand." Turning around, he walked out of the secret room. A woman with no background, even if she was killed or captured on Twin Peaks, no one would know, right? "It's begun, Master." Inside the hall, He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai with a smile as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in her ears. A powerful aura, like a giant dragon waking up from its slumber, quickly surrounded the hall. A person stepped out of the inner hall with a solemn expression. It was Yan Qing, who had left not long ago. He Yunxiang asked, "Elder Yan Qing, what was the result of the appraisal?" Yan Qing shouted, "Bold woman, you actually dared to use a fake spirit pill to deceive my Yan family. You must have eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall." He Yunxiang was shocked. "Elder Yan Qing, what are you talking about? What fake spirit pill?" Yan Qing snorted coldly, "Although this old master does not know where you found it, that spirit pill has been verified by several Origin King grade alchemists of my Yan family. It is useless. You want to exchange it for the secrets of my Yan family? Do you think my Yan family is easy to bully?" He Yunxiang was terrified. Her face turned pale. How could it be a fake spirit pill? That is a spirit pill that is useful for breaking through to the Origin King realm. How would I dare to deceive the Yan family? She found it funny and understood why Yang Kai had to go through so much trouble before. Even the Yan family had to find a reason to deal with her. This was probably what they meant by having a good reason. How could it compare to Wild Wind, who could kill and rob as he pleased? It seemed that it would take some time for her to adapt to the outside world. Could it be that the inside of my Yan family's Origin King grade alchemists is not as good as yours? Yan Qing snorted coldly. He Yunxiang sighed, "In that case, please return the spirit pill to me, Elder Yan Qing. Just pretend that I did not make that suggestion before." Yan Qing sneered, "You still want that spirit pill? This old master threw it away long ago." He Yunxiang's eyes turned red. "How could your Yan family be like this? That is a very precious spirit pill. It's fine if you don't know its value, but why did you throw it away?" She was full of grievance and helplessness, which made people feel pity for her. Is this woman really stupid or is she pretending to be stupid? Yan Qing was a little confused. Could it be that she has been hiding somewhere to cultivate and only came out recently? Otherwise, how could she be so ignorant of the world with her cultivation? That's right, that must be it. Otherwise, how could I not have heard of a third-order Origin King? Maybe she obtained some incredible inheritance and has been cultivating in seclusion somewhere. Yan Qing's heart shook when he thought of this. The last trace of worry he had disappeared. Forget it, forget it. It's just a spiritual pill. Since the Yan clan is so unreasonable, I will take my leave. He Yunxiang stood up and wiped the corners of her eyes. She was extremely sad. Is my Yan family a place where you can come and go as you please? Yan Qing shouted. He Yunxiang panicked, then what do you want? You deceived my Yan family and tried to steal our secrets. If I let you go, where will my Yan family's face go? Madam He, stay here obediently. He Yunxiang took a few steps back and said in shock, "You want to detain me?" Since they had already shed all pretenses, Yan Qing no longer hid anything and said in a deep voice, "Madam He, if I were you, I would definitely surrender. Madam is weak and seems to have just broken through. If you fight with this old master, it won't be good if you hurt yourself." He was full of confidence that he could take down He Yunxiang. In comparison, he was a veteran third-order Origin King. How could He Yunxiang compare to him? The various deployments outside were just a precaution. He Yunxiang scolded, "You are despicable and shameless. How can the Yan family have someone like you? I asked to see the patriarch and ask him to uphold justice for me." Yan Qing sneered, "The patriarch will not see you." He Yunxiang opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly stood up. When he moved, He Yunxiang immediately shut her mouth. Yan Qing glanced at her coldly and frowned slightly. He then raised his hand and swept it towards Yang Kai. His movements were relaxed, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. However, this most powerful trump card did not give Yan Qing the slightest sense of security. After this blow, Yan Qing's figure retreated in an attempt to increase the distance between him and the young man. Yan Qing's figure suddenly stiffened as a big hand covered his neck, squeezing him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. The moment he was squeezed, Yan Qing went limp like a dead dog, unable to circulate his Saint Qi any longer. With a tinkling sound, the long needle artifact fell to the ground. Yan Qing was shocked beyond words. He saw that the young man in front of him had broken his trump card with just a blow of air. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Ha ha ha. With a loud crash, the doors and windows of the hall shattered and a dozen people rushed in. The movements inside naturally could not escape the perception of the masters outside, so as soon as they noticed signs of a fight, they immediately rushed in, each of them exuding an Origin King aura. The one leading them was an old man with white hair and a hale and hearty spirit. He was a third-order Origin King and his aura was even stronger than Yan Qing's. He was the Yan family's great elder, Yan'an. The long sword in his hand swayed and suddenly straightened. Tens of thousands of sword chi converged into a single point and stabbed towards Yang Kai's back. Murderous intent surged, as if there was no one around. His sword Dao Cultivation was displayed vividly at this moment, making everyone who saw it gasp in amazement and become intoxicated, as if they had been drawn into the world of endless sword cultivators. Chi. The long sword pierced through Yan'an's back without encountering any obstruction and came out from his chest. Success. The feeling from the long sword in his hand let Yan'an know that his sword did not stab empty air. It was a unique feeling that came from stabbing into flesh. The smell of fresh blood permeated the air and the many Yan family origin kings who followed in showed joy on their faces. Ah! He Yunxiang exclaimed. She never expected that Yang Kai, who was crowned as an invincible existence in her eyes, would not even be able to withstand the sword of the Yan family's great elder. When Yan'an broke through the door earlier, she also saw it, but she had full confidence in Yang Kai, so she did not stop him at all. She just stood aside and watched the show with a smile on her face. Then, she saw a scene that she could not believe. What happened? Impossible. Yang Kai showed absolute strength to deal with second elder Yan Qing and directly crushed him. How could he be pierced by great elder Yan'an's sword? Even if his back is facing Yan'an, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. You overestimate yourself. Yan'an coldly snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly released an extremely cold aura and froze Yang Kai's back. A layer of frost quickly spread out from the wound. Great Elder, Pu. Yan Qing's panicked voice came out. When he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to spit out blood. Yan Qing raised his head and looked at him, only to see a strange smile on his face. He frowned. What is Second Elder doing? Why is he smiling at me like that? Just as he was in doubt, the familiar face facing him suddenly warped and transformed into the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. What? Yan'an turned pale with fright. If the person facing him was that young man, then who was the one that he had pierced through with his sword? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked over, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Familiar figure, familiar clothes, familiar height, and hair, who else could it be if not Second Elder? What's going on? What's going on? I was clearly attacking that young man and I had already succeeded. Why did the outcome turn out like this? Even though Great Elder's cultivation was extraordinary and he had a calm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment. Illusion. He Yunxiang's beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately felt relieved. I knew it. How could this master be so easy to deal with? It turned out that at that moment, Everyone in the hall had been affected by a profound illusion technique and had mistaken Yang Kai and second elder Yan Qing for someone else. There was no trace of them, but they had been able to make so many origin kings fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Such ability was truly terrifying. In Yang Kai's left eye, the golden light converged and the surging spiritual energy calmed down as he clicked his tongue. Great Elder is really ruthless. I really don't know what kind of enmity there is between Great Elder and Second Elder. Could it be that he made you wear a green hat? Or perhaps he killed your mother? Great Elder actually took advantage of this moment to take revenge for a private grudge. This young master has no choice but to give you 4 words, well done. Men like us should be quick to repay kindness and enmity, quick and direct. Great Elder is truly a role model for us. You. Yan'an was furious and reached out to pull out his sword. *Poo, Yan Qing coughed up another mouthful of blood but was easily avoided by Yang Kai. His face was pale and bloodless. If he didn't know Great Elder well, he would have thought he had some kind of grudge against him and was taking this opportunity to retaliate. Stabbing me with your sword is one thing, but why did you suddenly pull it out? Yan Qing knew that this was Yan'an's profound cold chi, which was extremely overbearing and vicious. I'll kill you. Yan'an was furious, his hair and beard flying wildly as he raised his sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai. Because of this young man before him, his lifelong reputation had been destroyed in a single day, and the crime of harming a brother of the same clan wasn't light. After today, his reputation would surely plummet. How would he have the face and qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder? He would likely have to retire and live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Facing the angry blow of Yan'an, a veteran third-order origin king, Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. *Sheng, a clear and melodious sound lingered in the air. Yan'an's anger was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, leaving behind only fear and shock. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai saw that the young man was holding Yan Qing's neck with one hand while his other hand was holding her artifact sword firmly between his fingers. It was as if what he was holding was not an origin king-grade artifact that had killed countless enemies, but rather a fallen leaf. Yan'an's heart shook violently as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Hurriedly pouring his cultivation into his sword, he did not retreat but instead thrust forward again. Yang Kai's eyes were full of sarcasm as he flicked the sword lightly with his finger, causing it to emit a clear cry. The sword almost flew out of Yan'an's hand as he struggled to hold on to the hilt and not let go, but the momentum of the sword was already out of his control and it flew straight to the side. *Chi, with a soft sound, the sword pierced through Yan Qing's chest and into his heart. Ugh! Yan Qing's eyes widened in an instant. She let out a weak exhale from her throat. She struggled to move her eyes and fixed her gaze on Yan'an. She opened her mouth and used all her strength to spit out a few words, Fuck your mother. His head slumped and he died completely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yan'an almost lost his ability to think, his mind going blank as his lips trembled violently. Chapter 3096. A third-order origin king who stood at the peak of star territory, the second elder of the Yan family, had died just like that. He had died at the hands of his own people. Such a result was unacceptable to everyone. If Yan Qing had been killed by Yang Kai, it would have been fine, but from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai had only been holding his neck and had not killed him. It was Great Elder Yan'an's 2 swords that took his life. Was it because Great Elder's skills were inferior and he was used? Of course not, this young man was simply too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he had toyed with a third-order origin king and used him to kill another third-order origin king. This kind of ability was simply unparalleled in this world. The grace of raising rice must be repaid, and the enmity of the smallest grievance must be repaid. Although he was a little embarrassed, since the Yen family wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to accept it. When a cultivator picked up a sword, he had to be mentally prepared to be stabbed by someone else. Throwing Yan Qing's body aside as if he was throwing a rag sack, Yang Kai stared coldly at Yenan. When their eyes met, Yenan suddenly came back to his senses and his heart trembled. Now was not the time to blame himself and be sentimental. How to deal with the crisis in front of him was the most important thing. He thought that with the Yen family's large lineup, it would be a piece of cake this time. But now, before he could even figure out the details of this young man, his second elder had already died. It could be said to be a heavy loss. If anything happened to him, the Yen family's strength would definitely plummet. He hurriedly retreated, but Yang Kai reached out to grab him. The slow movement was an inescapable move in Yen's eyes. His hair stood on end as he broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" Yang Kai grabbed empty air as Yenan silently disappeared in front of him and suddenly reappeared a few dozen meters to the side with a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai raised his brow and did not look at Yenan. Instead, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a person had appeared out of nowhere and was quietly floating in the air, looking down at Yan Qing's body with a gloomy face. Yenan was able to escape this calamity not because of his own ability, but because of this person's methods. Just now, Yang Kai actually sensed traces of spatial energy fluctuations. Yen's disappearance and reappearance were very similar to his own teleportation, but the distance was much shorter. The head of the Yen family? Yang Kai asked. Yen Luo's face was cold as he ignored Yang Kai. It was as if he didn't see him. He looked at Yan Qing for a while before saying, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in the Yen family." Although his voice was calm, his heart was burning with rage. A moment of carelessness had actually caused him to lose an elder of his clan, and this loss could be said to be great. "You deserve to die." Yen Luo turned his head abruptly. His face instantly became ferocious as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "That depends on whether or not Patriarch Yen has the ability. If he didn't have the ability, he would kill him. Don't think that body tempering is omnipotent. There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. How can a frog at the bottom of a well imagine the beauty of the star field?" Hearing this, Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded, "You're right." Yen Luo raised his hand and pointed at him, saying indifferently, "Kill yourself and you'll be able to die quickly. If this king takes action, you won't have such a good life." Yang Kai said, "I came here this time just to ask how to get to the ancestral territory, and I'm even willing to pay." "Patriarch Yen, you don't have to be so unreasonable, right? What's the point of fighting and killing for no reason? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yen Luo coldly snorted. How could he be interested in talking to him? He raised his finger and slashed it down. The world buzzed instantly as an indescribable pressure fell from the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. All the Origin King Realm Masters in the hall, regardless of their cultivation, felt their bodies shrink and they couldn't even raise their heads. He Yunxiang was shocked and her pretty face was filled with horror. She had thought that after breaking through to the Third Order Origin King Realm, she would be able to run amok in the ancestral territory. Even if she encountered some existences she couldn't defeat, she could always run away. But now, when Yen Luo took action, she realized she was wrong, very wrong. The power of a single finger was already so terrifying. If she was really targeted by him, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. How could he be so powerful? Yen Luo's aura was only that of a third-order origin king. Even if he had broken through longer than her, he shouldn't be so much stronger than her. At this moment, the pressure that Yama was exerting on her was even more terrifying than Yang Kai's. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the heavens, as if he was the earth. His words were law, and no one could go against his will. The power of the stars. Yang Kai raised his sword-like eyebrows, showing a look of surprise before quickly relaxing. This Yen Luo was a star master, and it seemed that he was the star master of Tai Yi Star. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to mobilize the power of the stars. Tai Yi Star was the headquarters of the Yen family, and as the patriarch of the Yen family, he had refined Tai Yi Star's source, so it was reasonable for him to become its star master. No wonder his tone was so arrogant, so this was the reason. As a star master, he was the master of Tai Yi Star. Yang Kai was also a star master, so he naturally knew how much power a star master could use on their own cultivation star. The reason why Yen could escape from him was not because of some kind of space divine technique, but because Yen Luo was a star master. Yang Kai's spine sank, but he didn't bend down and instead just looked at Yen Luo in the sky with interest. Even if he didn't use any power, just relying on his physique, it was impossible for a trivial star master to make him bow. Yang Kai's physique was incredibly powerful, and now that he was in his dragon transformation, his body was more than 100 meters tall. With his half-dragon bloodline, how could he bow his head to a mere third-order origin king? Yen Luo was surprised. Although he hadn't used his full strength, who could withstand the anger of a star master? This little brat's body tempering was actually so strong that he could withstand such pressure. Could it be he had obtained some kind of powerful inheritance? Thinking so, Yen Luo couldn't help feeling excited. The more he fought like this, the greater the benefits he would obtain after killing him. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked. This king is laughing at something that should be laughed at. Yang Kai nodded and said, then it seems that I should also laugh. If you can laugh. Yen Luo stretched out his remaining 4 fingers and turned them into a palm, flicked his wrist, and slapped down towards Yang Kai. The world trembled again as everyone who was already bowing fell to their knees, none of them spared. With such a result, it was difficult for everyone to imagine what would happen to Yang Kai. He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai anxiously and was suddenly dumbfounded. She saw Yang Kai stomp his feet on the floor, causing a deep pit to appear beneath his feet. Thousands of pieces of the floor in the hall also flew up at this moment and turned to dust mid-air. With the help of this stomp, Yang Kai rushed up like a meteor. After rushing up 10 meters, Yang Kai's figure paused slightly. Obviously, he had been stopped by the power of Yen Luo's palm, but it was only a momentary pause. In the next moment, the barrier that was enough to shatter any origin king's soul was pierced through like a piece of paper. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yen Luo and threw a punch at him. Yen Luo was taken aback and the calmness and disdain on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dignified and incredulous look. Is this guy on steroids? I am the Star Master. On Tai Yi Star, I am the master of everything. How could someone be able to achieve this? The void trembled and the universe collapsed as the fist passed through space, leaving a series of black marks in its wake. Yen Luo clearly noticed that the space around him had shattered. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, there was only one way out: hide. Such a punch was certain to kill him. Even if he was the Star Master, he would not be able to resist it. As his figure flashed, Yen Luo had already disappeared. Yang Kai's punch hit the air and the power of his fist burst out, but there was nowhere for it to vent and it dissipated. With a rumble, the hall collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Figures flew out in embarrassment, coughing non-stop. When they looked up, they were all shocked. The Yen family main hall, which had stood on the Twin Peaks for thousands of years, had now turned into ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. People were constantly flying out of it, cursing loudly. Under the Twin Peaks, in the lively Yi City, countless people stopped to look over here. They were all full of suspicion, wondering what had happened to the Yen family to cause such a huge commotion. Without the support of his strength, Yang Kai also fell to the ground. Standing on a wooden plank in the ruins, he looked in a certain direction. I wonder if Patriarch Yen can still smile now? How could Yen Luo still smile? His face was extremely pale, so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. He looked at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, all in disbelief. On Tai Yi Star, there was actually someone who could threaten him. This was something he had never imagined before. He was not the only Star Master in the territory of Tai Yi Star, but everyone recognized that in a Star Master's territory, whether the Star Master's cultivation was second order or third order, they were invincible. Because a Star Master could mobilize the power of a cultivation star's source, which was the power of heaven and earth. Who in this world could resist the power of heaven and earth? Something that he had never dared to imagine before had really happened, and it had happened right in front of him. Yen Luo almost thought he was dreaming. After a long silence, he said, "You do have some skill, worthy of being a body refinement cultivator, but if you think you can beat this king, you are gravely mistaken." He was in an invincible position. No matter how strong the young man below was, what could he do if he couldn't touch him? "Patriarch Yen, do you still want to be stubborn?" Yang Kai looked at him faintly. Yen Luo shouted, "You killed my Yen family's elder and destroyed my Yen family's foundation. No matter who you are, my Yen family will not rest until you die." After suffering such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? The stronger he was, the bigger his temper. If he didn't get back his face today, how could the Yen family establish itself in the territory of Infinite Star in the future? Yang Kai sighed. Patriarch Yan's words just now were correct. Yen Luo looked at him coldly. Yang Kai continued, "A frog at the bottom of a well naturally can't imagine the beauty of Star Field. Today, this young master is in a rare mood, so I'll show you garbage." As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his body. Chapter 3097. From beginning to end, there were no traces of cultivation on Yang Kai's body. All he relied on was the strength of his physical body, so much so that even He Yunxiang thought he had a body-tempering background. But at this moment, Yang Kai's body was giving off the aura of Saint Qi. No, it wasn't Saint Qi. This aura was purer and more profound than Saint Qi. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai's aura rose steadily, crossing one hurdle after another, and soon reached the first-order origin king realm before stabilizing. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. He had almost reached his limit. In this damned place, the most he could use was the origin king realm. If he tried to use any more, it was likely he would be rejected by the world principles. Yen Luo's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He had thought this brute was nothing more than a muscular brute, nothing to worry about, but the other party had actually been hiding his strength all this time. A powerful body tempering coupled with a first-order origin king cultivation. This was going to be difficult. But soon, the worry in Yen Luo's eyes was swept away. Yang Kai was just a first-order origin king, not too powerful. As the Star Master of Tai Yi Star, how could Yen Luo be afraid of him? "Patriarch Yen, are you ready?" Yang Kai looked up at Yen Luo. Staring at him with his dark eyes, Yen Luo's heart clenched as an unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his body. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a figure appeared in front of him. If it wasn't the young man, who else could it be? *C*. Yen Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, not even noticing how the other party had arrived in front of him. Instinctively, he pushed his star's source strength and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Before he could even catch his breath, the young man actually followed him like a shadow and appeared before him again. The two of them were only a foot apart, and the young man's smiling expression caused Yama's hair to stand on end. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk Yen Luo's figure constantly changed position as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He relied on the various conveniences of a star master to change his position at will, but this young man was like a maggot to him. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of him. Often, as soon as he stabilized his figure, the young man would arrive, never exceeding a meter in front of him. His trump card became useless in an instant. The experts from the Yen family who were watching from below were dumbfounded. The speed at which the two of them changed their positions in the sky was so fast that it was hard for them to predict their movements. In just a dozen breaths of time, their figures had flickered and moved dozens of times, but they still maintained the same pace. The laws of space! Yama exclaimed. As a Star Lord, he was keener than anyone else to perceive the changes in the power of nature. The young man in front of him was emitting clear waves of the power of space, which was obviously a sign that he had mastered the laws of space. Unlike him, who relied on his identity as a Star Lord, he was able to teleport with his own abilities. At this moment, Yama was completely flustered. He had thought that he was in an invincible position. Who would have thought that his opponent would have such means to deal with him? A fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Yama wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that the surrounding space was viscous. The fist was like a mountain pressing down on him, blocking the light in front of him. No matter how he tried to dodge, it was impossible for him to dodge. His chest suddenly felt stuffy. With a bang, blood splattered. Yama fell like a meteor and smashed into the ruins of the Yen family's main hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. He saw stars and felt his nose bridge collapse. When he opened his eyes, the tall figure cast a shadow over him. "Mercy!" Yama shouted in a sorrowful voice, no longer as calm as before. The person in front of him really had the strength and ability to kill him, and it seemed that he hadn't even used his full strength. Yama couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if this person burst out with all his strength. Where did this person come from? Is he crazy? If you're so strong, why didn't you just show it earlier? Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Today, the Yen family has been humiliated. Not only was I, the patriarch, beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back, even a third-order origin king elder was killed. Yen Luo wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other experts of the Yen family also had the same thoughts, especially Yenan. He had a bitter taste in his mouth. Yen Qing had died tragically in his hands, and he had hoped that the family head would avenge him. Who would have thought that the invincible family head would beg for mercy in less than 10 minutes? Is the patriarch too cowardly? No, a wise man submits to circumstances. In any case, the Yen family's face had been completely lost today. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so this matter wouldn't spread. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Yen family's reputation and prestige. I think we can have a good talk now. Yang Kai looked down at Yama. If Master has any questions, this Yen will tell you everything he knows. Yama squeezed out a smile reluctantly. Halfway up the mountain, in another hall, good fragrant tea was being served. He Yunxiang stood obediently behind Yang Kai like a maidservant. Yama changed his clothes and tidied himself up. He strode out from the back hall and bowed, "Greetings, Master." After that, he winked at Yen and smiled and handed over a box respectfully. "Master, this is your spirit pill." When the box was opened, the source condensing pill lay quietly inside. He Yunxiang reached out to take it and sneered, "Didn't the second elder say that it was lost?" A trace of uneasiness flashed across Yen's face and he explained, "That's pure nonsense. Yen Qing acted on his own accord and has nothing to do with the Yen family. Please forgive him, Master." The second elder also said that this spirit pill is fake, impossible. This spirit pill is clear, full, and has a pleasant fragrance. How can it be fake? Although we don't know what kind of spirit pill this is, we know that this spirit pill must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that Yan Qing made up this story to get his hands on this spirit pill. He Yunxiang said seriously, it's all thanks to Elder Yan for cleaning up such a black sheep. Otherwise, he would have brought disaster to the Yan family in the future. Yan nodded repeatedly and said, yes, yes, it's all thanks to Master's help. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to do that? Master and I were also deceived by that thief and caused many misunderstandings. Please don't take it to heart. He Yunxiang smiled and said, Master won't take it to heart. Thank you, Master. Yan Luo said with a pained expression, I didn't see the right person for what happened today. If Master wants to punish me, I'm willing to accept it. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and smiled, the culprit has been killed, so this matter is over. Master Yan and the Great Elder are both sensible people and were also deceived by others. How can you be blamed? Hearing this, Yan Luo and Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He Yunxiang's expression turned serious as she said, My lord, you came all the way here for just one matter. Yan Luo said seriously, Master, don't worry. You can leave the matter of going to the ancestral territory to the Yan family. When the time comes, I will personally lead the master there. He Yunxiang was speechless. In the face of absolute power, the matter that was harder than ascending to heaven became so easy. She didn't say anything and Yan Luo agreed immediately. Moreover, the master of the Yan family would personally lead the way. Who else in the entire star territory could receive such treatment? Yan Luo rubbed his hands and said carefully, however, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Master can grant it. He Yunxiang's face darkened, are you negotiating with the Master? Yan Luo shuddered and said in a panic, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I definitely wouldn't dare. It's definitely not a negotiation. It's just a small request. If Master doesn't agree, is the Yan family not going to tell the Master the method to go to the ancestral territory? Absolutely not. Whether Master agrees or not, I will fulfill my promise. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and said, What's the request? Let's hear it. Yan Luo laughed dryly, for Master, this is just a matter of lifting a finger. It's like this. This Yan also wants to go to the ancestral territory, so I would like to ask Master to give me a ride. You also want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked curiously, if you want to go, go ahead. It's not like you don't know the method. Yan Luo's expression turned solemn, Master, my Yan family does know the method to go to the ancestral territory, but the road is extremely dangerous. Even a third-order origin king like this Yan will end up crushed if he is careless. If not, this Yan Luo would have gone to the ancestral territory long ago. Why would I wait until today? Master's strength is exceedingly high, so you won't put the thorns on the road in your eyes. This Yan just wants to hitch a ride. The road to the ancestral territory is very dangerous. He Yunxiang also heard of this for the first time, so she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. It depends on luck, Yan Luo said seriously. Luck was something that couldn't be explained clearly. If one was lucky, the road would be smooth, but if one was unlucky, every step would be dangerous. Sometimes, luck was also an important measure of a cultivator's strength. Don't complain about the unfairness of the heavenly way, because the heavenly way was like this. He Yunxiang couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she could only ask for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai didn't care and nodded, okay. Yan Luo was overjoyed and bowed to the ground, many thanks, Master. Yan Qing also cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Patriarch, for getting what you wanted. Yan Luo smiled, after I leave, you will be the patriarch of the Yan family. When the time comes, you have to take good care of it. Yan Qing bowed and said, "It's all thanks to Patriarch." Yan Luo turned and said, "Master, let's set off in 10 days. What do you think?" Of course, if Master is in a hurry, 3 days is also fine, but this Yan Luo still has some things to take care of. After stepping down from the position of Patriarch, there were naturally many things that needed to be done. 10 days it is. Yang Kai stood up. These few days didn't matter anyway. Yan Luo thanked him profusely and immediately led Yang Kai to rest. The side room was extremely luxurious, and it was decorated with luminous pearls. He Yunxiang said, "Master, the Yan family won't cheat, right?" Yan Luo's respectful behavior made her a little suspicious. Even if he had to submit to a powerful force, he didn't have to be so servile. After all, he was a star master. Chapter 3098. However, he did not understand why Yan Luo wanted to go to the ancestral territory with Yang Kai. If the Yan family really had some tricks up their sleeves, why would they follow Yang Kai? Since we are here, let's just take things as they come. Even if the Yan family was up to something, why would he be afraid? However, he had unsealed a little of his cultivation today. He had to quickly seal it again. He had already sensed that there was some inexplicable hostility between the heavens and earth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, there was a huge crowd at the foot of the Twin Peaks. Almost all of the important figures in the Yan family had gathered here. On the square, there was a pitch-black battleship anchored there. The news that the master of the Yan family was going to the ancestral territory had spread like wildfire. This was a huge matter for the Yan family. The last time someone from the Yan family went to the ancestral territory was 500 years ago. Furthermore, no one knew if they succeeded. This time, the master of the Yan family suddenly announced that he was going to step down from his position as the master of the Yan family. He was going to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors to explore a more profound martial Tao and a wider world. When the news spread, the entire Yan family was shocked. Thousands of people gathered here to send him off. Only a small number of people in the Yan family knew about what happened 10 days ago. They knew that the master of the Yan family and the great elder were humiliated that day. Even the second elder died an unnatural death. These people were the mainstays of the Yan family. Naturally, they would not spread the news. Therefore, the people of the Yan family who came here basically knew nothing about the conflict 10 days ago. When Yan Luo walked out, everyone looked at him with respect. If they knew that their master of the Yan family was beaten to the point of begging for mercy a few days ago, who knew how they would feel? Although the disciples of the Yan family were puzzled by Yang Kai and He Yunxiang who were walking at the front, they did not know their background. They felt that the attitude of the master of the Yan family and the elders towards the two of them was thought-provoking. Not long later, everyone boarded the battleship. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound and a strong energy wave, the battleship took off slowly and rushed into the vast star field. Only when the battleship disappeared from their sight did the people of the Yan family leave reluctantly. The former great elder, the current head of the Yan family, Yenan, hurried back after giving a few instructions. He walked into the secret chamber and saw an eye-catching lantern at first glance. The lantern looked very old. It was unknown when it had been placed there, but it was spotless. There was nothing else in the secret room except for this lantern and a table. On the table, there was an incense burner. Yan An's expression was extremely solemn as he took out an incense stick from his space ring. This incense stick seemed to be specially made, as thick as a thumb and about a foot long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but even before it was lit it exuded a strange fragrance. Yan'an held the incense stick and recalled Yama's instructions a few days ago. His eyes flashed with determination as he touched his wrist with his finger. Immediately, a wound appeared on his wrist and blood flowed out. He placed the incense stick on the wound, and blood immediately seeped into it, turning it dark red bit by bit. After an entire hour, the incense stick finally changed color completely, and it was completely blood red like a thick and large leech that had drunk its fill of blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Yan'an's face became a little pale, but his spirit became even more excited. He formed a seal with his hand, and his Saint Chi surged. He pointed at the incense stick and shouted, "Burn!" A little light bloomed from the incense stick, as if it was burning, but the fragrance that wafted out was dark red. Yan'an did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully held the incense stick and bowed to the lantern a few times before inserting it into the incense burner on the table in front of him. For a moment, it was so quiet that Yan'an's breathing could not be heard. The red gas released by the burning incense seemed to be summoned and rushed toward the lantern. As time passed, the quaint lantern also seemed to have some subtle reactions. When the incense stick was burning halfway, a sensational pressure suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, two lights lit up in the lantern, like two human eyes. Yan'an trembled and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Yan'an greets the old ancestor." The two lights in the lantern flickered a few times before slowly stabilizing. An old voice suddenly came from the lantern, "Yan'an? I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. Are you the head of the Yan family now?" From the meaning of the words, the owner of the old voice obviously knew Yan'an. "Old ancestor, I am indeed the head of the Yan family now. What about Yan Luo? I remember when I left, wasn't it Yan Luo who was in charge of the Yan family? It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me he's dead." Yan'an hurriedly said, "He's not dead, he's not dead. He has stepped down as the head of the Yan family and set off for the ancestral territory." "He's come to the ancestral territory? It's rare that he's willing to take this step. Congratulations." The old voice revealed a hint of joy. He then changed the topic and said majestically, "However, did you call me here just to tell me this? If it was just this, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill." When he left the territory of the Wuxia star, he told them not to disturb him unless it was something important. Yan'an bowed again and said sorrowfully, "Old ancestor, the Yan family has suffered a great humiliation. I hope the old ancestor can help us." The aura in the lantern changed. Suddenly, it was filled with killing intent. The old voice said coldly, "Tell me in detail." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The journey of the Yan family's battleship was extremely smooth. The huge, Yan word on the battleship was the best pass. No one dared to have any ideas about the Yan family's battleship. Some space pirates who saw it from afar would only run away. During this month, Yang Kai was still living leisurely. He familiarized himself with many ancient books and history books and gained a lot of knowledge. Yan Luo came to greet him every day and offered him delicacies. Yang Kai didn't reject any of them. However, a few women who were arranged to serve him were sent back. After a month, He Yunxiang knocked on the door and entered. Yang Kai saw that her aura was stable and her face was glowing. He knew that her level of attainment had stabilized. "We've arrived?" He Yunxiang replied. Yan Luo said, "We're almost there. Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai was very curious about the method and route to enter the ancestral territory. Although there were similar places in the Hung Luo star field, he might be able to gain something by observing it. The two of them quickly came to the control cabin of the battleship. A group of Yan family disciples were guarding the operating formations. They looked serious and excited. They knew where the destination was and were secretly grateful that Yan Luo chose them. In this way, they would have a chance to experience the ancestral territory before others. When they saw Yang Kai, they quickly bowed. Yen Luo came up and said, "Master, the stars in front have a passage into the ancestral territory." Yang Kai looked in the direction and asked curiously, "A dead star?" It was a dark and gloomy sphere. Even in the star field, it was extremely desolate. There were countless dead stars like this in the territory. Probably no one would think that this was the key to entering the ancestral territory. Yen Luo smiled and said, "If not, why would there be so few people who know the way to enter the ancestral territory?" There was no spiritual energy on the dead stars. Ordinary people would not check it out. Even if they passed by it, they would leave quickly. No one would think that there was a way to enter the ancestral territory. The Yen family is quite lucky. You can even find this. It's luck. Yen Luo smiled and did not explain further. It was indeed a coincidence that the Yen family could find this. Even he did not know how it was discovered and confirmed. When it was passed down to his generation, a lot of information had been lost. "Master, please take a seat. If this trip is successful, we will reach the ancestral territory soon." Yen Luo gestured with his hand. Yang Kai nodded and sat down peacefully. The starship slowly flew towards the dead star and landed in a direction. Soon, it entered a huge canyon. This canyon was deep, like a bottomless pit. When Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, he could not see the bottom. Under Yen Luo's command, the starship went all the way down. Soon, the sun was out of sight. It was as if they were sailing in a crack in the netherworld. The cold aura eroded through the starship, making people shudder. In such a harsh environment, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to last long. Only by relying on the starship could they reduce the consumption of energy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense spread out like a tide. He actually felt a strong fluctuation of space principles in the depths of this canyon. After a brief investigation, he immediately knew that his guess was right. There was a huge void crack below. It was extremely dazzling and was very different from the void corridor he had encountered before. Yen Luo's expression also became extremely serious in an instant. He personally operated several spirit arrays and activated the starship's defenses. Silently, the huge starship sailed into the void crack. It seemed to be swallowed, melted, and soon disappeared. A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Everyone in the starship changed their expression. He Yunxiang glanced at Yen Luo in surprise. Seeing his expressionless face, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Sure enough, one who achieved great things did not care about trifles. The others in the Yen family probably did not know, but she was now a third-order Origin King. How could she not know that this starship would not be able to last long? With the pressure of the terrifying void corridor, this starship would probably fall apart in less than an incense stick worth of time. At that time, besides the 3 Origin Kings in this starship, who would be able to escape misfortune? Even He Yunxiang herself was not sure if she could escape unscathed. She could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai now. Yen Luo must have known in advance that the people of the Yen family would die. But he still took 200 to 300 people from the Yen family and drove this starship in. His purpose was probably to use this starship in exchange for the incense stick worth of safety. It was ridiculous that the people of the Yen family were looking forward to it a month ago. They wanted to see the scenery of their ancestral territory, but they did not know that they had already become Yen En's chess pieces. Moreover, they were the kind of chess pieces that could be discarded at will. After a while, this artifact will belong to the Yen family. At this moment, the cries for help all around had subsided. It had only been 10 breaths since the starship was damaged. None of the hundreds of Yen family disciples who came to pilot the starship had survived. From beginning to end, Yama didn't react at all, as if the people who died weren't from the Yen family, but strangers. Xianxia's heart trembled. She increasingly felt that this person was cruel and merciless. She had killed and set fires many times, but it was impossible for her to be as heartless as him. In the endless void, it was impossible to distinguish between north and south. Looking around, it was filled with colorful lights. It was the first time Yama and Xianxia had experienced such a situation, so they quickly forgot about it and appreciated the strangeness of their surroundings. Yang Kai walked at the front, but there was still no fluctuation of world energy on his body. The terrifying pressure directly acted on his body, but it couldn't make him frown. The entire world was extremely quiet, and everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. Yama felt that something was wrong because the journey was extremely peaceful. They didn't encounter any dangers or sudden situations. 500 years ago, the patriarch set off for the ancestral territory. The world didn't know if he had succeeded, but Yama knew that the patriarch had successfully arrived at the ancestral territory. This was because 3 months after the patriarch set off, the Yen family used the secret technique left behind by the patriarch to contact him. At that time, the patriarch described his experience in detail when he entered the ancestral territory. Especially when passing through the multicolored space. According to the ancestor, this place was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. In this world that seemed extremely beautiful, there were many dangers hidden that ordinary people could not discover. Yama was fully prepared. He was vigilant at all times, afraid that danger would suddenly befall him. However, from the beginning to the end, everything was calm and peaceful. It was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. There was no danger at all. The patriarch couldn't have lied to him. So, the only explanation was that either the three of them had heaven-defying luck, or the leader had avoided many dangers in advance. Yama hoped that it was the former, because if it was the latter, then this person was too terrifying. Perhaps, the Yen family's deployment was not the right choice. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. There was no reference around, so no one knew how far they had walked. Yama's artifact armor had dimmed, obviously having lost much of its spirituality. However, he was prepared for this and immediately put on a new set of artifact armor. Xianxia also consumed a lot of energy. Her ribbon artifact required her to use her Saint Chi to maintain its defense. With her third-order origin King Cultivation, it was already difficult for her to control a Dao source-grade artifact, so it was impossible for her to maintain it for long. Taking out a spirit pill from her space ring and swallowing it, her tender body suddenly shook. She felt a warm current spread from her lower abdomen to her limbs and bones. Her Saint Chi, which was about to be exhausted, was greatly replenished at this moment. What's more, the medicinal efficacies were endless. She didn't even have time to refine and absorb them, wasting a lot of them. Master's actions are really good. It was absolutely impossible for such an excellent spirit pill to appear in the star territory. She didn't even know what this spirit pill was called, only that Yang Kai had given it to her along with the source condensing pill a few days ago. Time passed by, and no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would eventually grow tired of it. The three of them were like travelers walking in a lonely desert, not knowing where the road ahead was. Yama's expression of expectation was replaced by depression, and Xianxia was also a little anxious. Only Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and even his pace did not change. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and turned to Xianxia, "We're here." Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before she was overjoyed. Yama also looked up abruptly and saw that there seemed to be some unique scenery in the distance. His artifact armor was gone, and the one he was wearing was the last set. If he could not reach the ancestral territory, he could only thicken his skin and ask Yang Kai for protection. Fortunately, the goal was right in front of them, so their persistence had not been in vain. The three of them accelerated their pace at the same time. After a full day, a five-colored whirlpool appeared in front of the three of them. This whirlpool was in an extremely strange state of stillness. The three of them stood in front of this whirlpool, as tiny as 3 specks of dust, insignificant. Yama's lips trembled with excitement as he stared at the vortex, as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the scenery on the other side. Yunxiang's eyes also flashed with a strange light. If it were 3 months ago, she would never have imagined that she would have such a day. In the ancestral territory, it seemed that as long as she took a single step forward, she would be able to reach it. This was the dream of many people, but now it was within reach. The two of them turned to look at Yang Kai and were surprised to find that Yang Kai had closed his eyes and was standing there quietly. No one dared to disturb him. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." Taking a step forward, he stepped directly into the still 5-colored vortex. Yama and Yunxiang were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. A feeling of weightlessness instantly shrouded them. Feeling dizzy and shocked, they heard a burst of noise. Yunxiang and Yama tried to listen, but their ears were buzzing and they couldn't hear what those voices were saying. Only Yang Kai was looking around with a dumbfounded expression. The ancestral territory was a magical place. On the way here, he had imagined what kind of place the ancestral territory was, but after arriving here, he found that it was a little different from what he had imagined. It was not that he was disappointed, but the scene in front of him felt, something was wrong. Here they come, here they come. More people are coming. Hua, this time there are 3 people, which star territory are they from? These 3 people, my Beyond the Heavens sect wants one. Surnamed Lu, why don't you go? You said you want it, but first ask whether this brother agrees or not. So what if he agrees, so what if he doesn't? Do you want to fight with me? Come, who is afraid of who? No matter what you think, my Xing Luo mountain also wants one. The last one is mine, sacred Yufeng. Are you joking? I am very serious. Fuck your mother. Why are you cursing? It seemed that because of the appearance of Yang Kai and the other 2 people, the scene suddenly went out of control, and Yang Kai was stunned. Shut up, all of you, don't make a scene. Don't let others look down on us, don't you know the rules? First ask where they come from. An old man with a sallow face suddenly opened his mouth. This old man seemed to have some prestige. His body was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He held a pipe in his hand, and some sparks were coming out of it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Yang Kai and the others anxiously. Chapter 3100. At first glance, everyone was surprised because the young man leading the trio was actually looking at them with great interest. *C*, gasps rang out. How was this possible? From the star territory to the ancestral territory, one must have experienced a void shuttle. Because this kind of void shuttle covered an extremely long distance, it would be accompanied by some sequelae, the most obvious of which was that one's soul would become unstable and dizzy. Depending on one's strength, the duration of these sequelae would vary. Shorter ones would take a few breaths to recover, while longer ones would take more than a dozen breaths. But looking at the appearance of this young man, there were no sequelae at all. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Sweeping with their divine senses again, a strange expression appeared on their faces. This young man did not have the slightest world energy fluctuation. But how could a cultivator not have any world energy fluctuations? Either the difference in cultivation was too great, making it impossible for those weaker to detect him, or he had an artifact that concealed his cultivation. But what kind of artifact could a cultivator from the star territory have on him? With so many people present, how could they not see through him? This young man was a strange one. After a while, He Yunxiang and Yen Luo gradually recovered. At first glance, He Yunxiang's beautiful face paled and her Saint Qi surged as she looked around vigilantly. She did not expect to encounter such a situation as soon as she stepped into the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking around, the cultivation of the cultivator was no lower than the Origin King realm, and the aura exuding from many of them made her tremble in fear. Above the Origin King realm. This was an aura above the Origin King realm. It must be the Dao Source realm master mentioned. Have we arrived at the ancestral territory? If not, how could so many Origin Kings and above gather here? But what were they doing here? Were they trying to rob them? What could a cultivator from the star territory possibly have that could catch their attention? The two sides were not on the same level at all. Is it fun for a master to rob a child? While she was on guard, Yen Luo suddenly moved and strode to the side. He Yunxiang was stunned. Yang Kai squinted at his back. On the other side, 3 people were standing on a small slope. 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a young man. He stood in the air, looking confident and elegant. His aura was deep and serene. Beside him was a woman in her 30s. She was smiling faintly. The other person was an old man. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Yama's expression was filled with excitement. When he arrived in front of the slope, he knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "Yama greets the ancestor." As soon as these words were spoken, He Yunxiang's expression changed greatly. She stared at the old man in a daze. A flash of inspiration appeared in her mind, and she immediately understood who this old man was. It was rumored that 500 years ago, the patriarch of the Yen clan had gone to the ancestral territory, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Since Yama addressed the old man as such, the old man's identity was obvious. He was the patriarch of the Yen family, Yen Renhao, who had left the territory of the Wuxia star 500 years ago. He Yunxiang immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. This Yen Renhao was the strongest master on the Wuxia star territory 500 years ago, a peak third-order origin king. Now that 500 years had passed and he had been cultivating in the ancestral territory, it was likely he had already broken through to the Origin King realm. This was a trap. No wonder Yama agreed to take Yang Kai to the ancestral territory so easily. No wonder he asked to follow them on his own initiative. It turned out that he had been waiting here all along. She did not know what method the Yen family had used to contact Yen Renhao, but it was impossible for Yen Renhao to wait here for no reason. Obviously, after they left Tai Yi Star, someone from the Yen family had sent a message to the ancestral territory. Yen Renhao had deliberately waited here to welcome the arrival of Yen Luo. This is bad. The master's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, and he did not fear the Yen family of Tai Yi Star, but could he defeat Yen Renhao? What's more, Yen Renhao seemed to have 2 helpers around him. The woman was only a third-order origin king, so Yang Kai could probably deal with her, but the young man gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yen Renhao. Could the master be his opponent? In an instant, He Yunxiang thought of many things and glanced at Yang Kai with an ugly expression, but seeing his calm face without the slightest anxiety, she could not help but be taken aback. Good, good, good. On the other side, Yen Renhao laughed heartily as he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to lift Yen Luo up. Looking him up and down, he patted him on the shoulder and showed a look of approval. Good, good. Yen Renhao was naturally happy that a descendant of the Yen family had come here. Before him, no one from the Yen family had successfully reached the ancestral territory. In this world, although his strength had greatly improved, his life was far less carefree than it was on the Wuji Star territory. The arrival of Yen Luo could be said to be a pleasant surprise. In the future, if the two worked together, it was not impossible for the Yen family's prestige to extend to the ancestral territory. Old ancestor is well, Yen Luo can rest assured. Yen Luo said excitedly, Old ancestor, your cultivation. Yen Renhao laughed and waved his hand, let's not talk about cultivation for now. Come, let me introduce you to a master. Grabbing his arm, he brought Yen Luo to the young man and introduced, this is my brother from the Azure Sea Palace, Duan Muki. You can call him Martial Uncle Duan Muki. Azure Sea Palace. Yen Luo's eyes flashed as he heard the introduction. Although the Yen family could contact the old ancestor, they could not communicate for too long. They only contacted once 500 years ago, so the Yen family had no idea how Yen Renhao was doing in the ancestral territory. Suddenly hearing the introduction of the old ancestor, Yen Luo immediately understood that his old ancestor must have joined this force called Azure Sea Palace in the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking at the old ancestor's attitude towards Duan Muki, he seemed to be somewhat respectful. Yen Luo was not young, and he definitely looked much older than Duan Muki. However, for a cultivator in the world, those who were stronger were the seniors. Since his cultivation was inferior, he could only lower his posture. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly bowed and saluted, Yen family's Yen Luo greets Martial Uncle Duan Muki. Duan Muki smiled reservedly and nodded, Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. We will be family in the future. Yen Renhao said, your Martial Uncle Duan Muki's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Azure Sea Palace. It was thanks to his recommendation that I was able to join the Azure Sea Palace. In the future, you should ask him for advice. Yes. Yen Luo's expression turned serious. This is your martial aunt Shen Kuling. Yen Renhao pointed to the woman. Yen Luo thought to himself that the other party was just a third-order origin king, the same cultivation as him. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. How could she be a generation higher than him? He was an overlord in the territory of Limitless Star, standing at the very top. When had he ever been inferior to others? However, seeing her intimate appearance with Duan Muki, he immediately understood what was going on. He also saluted seriously, greetings, Martial Uncle Shen. Shen Kuling pursed her lips and smiled, Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. You are Brother Yan's descendant. When you join the Azure Sea Palace in the future, we will naturally take care of you. Since this is our first meeting, we did not prepare anything. This bottle of pills will be a gift to you. I believe it will be of some help to your cultivation in the future. This. Although Yen Luo was moved, he felt a little embarrassed to take someone's gift on their first meeting. He could only ask his old ancestor. Yen Renhao said, your martial uncle Shen is an alchemist. These pills were all refined by him. Since he is giving them to you, take them. Thank you, Martial Uncle Shen. Yen Luo hurriedly expressed his gratitude and received the bottle with both hands. He was very excited. Coming to the ancestral territory was indeed the right choice. He had just arrived and already received a bottle of pills. Although he did not know the grade of the pills and what effects they had, since they came from the ancestral territory, they could not be too bad. The few of them exchanged a few words. When the surrounding cultivator heard this, how could they not know the relationship between them? They sighed in their hearts, knowing that they would not have a chance to snatch someone from the Azure Sea Palace. The other party's old ancestor was in the Azure Sea Palace, so he would definitely join the Azure Sea Palace. How could he choose another sect? The two people who came with Yen Luo should also be from the same territory. With such a relationship, there would definitely be no other choice, so everyone lost the thought of roping them in. Under normal circumstances, cultivator from the same territory would gather together for warmth, unless there was some enmity between them. But if there was enmity, why would they come to the ancestral territory together? After the few people from the Azure Sea Palace finished exchanging greetings, Yan Renhao and Yan Luo's eyes met, and there seemed to be a surge of divine sense. The next moment, Yan Renhao looked at Yang Kai and He Yunxiang with a smile and said, "Since the two of you came here with Yan Luo, then come with this old man." There were too many people here. Even if he had plans to deal with Yang Kai, he could not do it here, lest other sects have something to use against him and criticize him. But as long as he left here and returned to the Azure Sea Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. "How dare you kill an elder of the Yen family and destroy the foundation of the Yen family? How could I let you go so easily? Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted just because you had some strength? If you were a frog at the bottom of the well, then you would be a frog at the bottom of the well. You would never be able to jump out of the well." However, he had to find a way to get them to the Azure Sea Palace first. Yan Luo also smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please. Yan Luo can come to the ancestral territory because of Brother Yang's care. Please give me a chance to repay you." There was no need for him to be humble and careful anymore. His own ancestor was standing behind him, and there was also Martial Uncle Duanmu. Why would he be afraid of Yang Kai? In his opinion, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than his ancestor and Duanmu Qi. Previously, he bullied the Yen family because of his power. Now that the tables had turned, it was time for him to taste the feeling of being bullied. He Yunxiang's face was gloomy, and she stared at Yan Luo with some anger. Although the Yen family's matter was within Yang Kai's calculations, it was ultimately the Yen family's own fault. If the Yen family had agreed to her initial suggestion, she believed that Yang Kai would not treat the Yen family badly. He would definitely compensate them handsomely. Unfortunately, the Yen family was blindly arrogant and sought their own death. How could they blame others? Moreover, Yang Kai clearly had the power to wipe out the Yen family, but he did not bully the weak. But in the end, he still fell into the Yen family's trap. Now that Yan Luo had achieved his goal, he revealed such a despicable side. He Yunxiang felt ashamed. Chapter 3101. Brother Yang, come with me to Blue Sea Palace. With the help of my Yen family's old ancestor, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yan Luo warmly invited. Yang Kai smiled faintly, "Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yan, but I have no intention of joining Blue Sea Palace. Farewell, we will not meet again." Duanmu Qi, who was whispering to Shen Kuling, heard this and his eyes darkened. He didn't care about Yang Kai at all. He came with Yan Luo this time only because he had some friendship with him. As for the Yen family's grudge with this young man, he didn't care. But he didn't expect this young man to refuse to join Blue Sea Palace, and there was no respect in his words. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Boy, my Blue Sea Palace can be considered a good force in the ancestral territory. Ordinary cultivators may not necessarily have the means to join. Since you have been given the opportunity, you must cherish it. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future." Yang Kai didn't say much and just slowly shook his head. Duanmu Qi's face darkened even more as he snorted, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. A country bumpkin from the lower star territory actually dared to be so arrogant." He released his Dao Source Realm aura to pressure Yang Kai. Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Duanmu Qi was just from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of the Emperor Realm. If he really unsealed his cultivation, wouldn't he scare everyone here to death? "Duanmu Qi, what are you doing?" Another Dao Source Realm aura suddenly spread out and collided silently with Duanmu Qi before disappearing. It was a burly man with bulging muscles. He had a rough appearance and his cultivation was equal to Duanmu Qi's, so he wasn't afraid of him. Don't you know the rules? You're trying to steal him. Yes, this friend has already said that he doesn't want to join Blue Sea Palace. Why are you still so chatty? Have some face. Don't let others look down on people from our ancestral territory. Come on, young man, don't be afraid. It's a wise choice not to join Shanghai Palace. What's so good about Shanghai Palace? It's better to join our sacred Peak. You'll have a bright future and great benefits. Come to my 9 stars temple. As long as your aptitude is high enough, I guarantee that you will be able to reach the Dao Source Realm within 10 years. Hee, little brother, do you want to consider the Yin Yang sect? As long as you enter the sect, you can bring any senior sister or junior sister back home. Moreover, the girl behind you has a face like a peach blossom. If I'm not wrong, it's the human face peach blossom physique. She's very suitable for cultivating the secret skill of the Yin Yang sect. Yunxiang was dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the group of Origin Kings enthusiastically sending invitations to Yang Kai or Yang Kai and herself. Were they all above the Origin King realm? Where's your modesty? Where is your magnanimity? Yunxiang felt like she was a tycoon who had accidentally stumbled into a wet market with a huge sum of money in her hands, attracting the warm reception of countless people. What was going on? Why was this happening? Something must be wrong. In just a short while, almost all the Origin Kings present had opened their mouths and sent out invitations. At a rough count, there were no less than a dozen. An old man smoking a pipe stepped forward. Instead of greeting Yang Kai, he went directly to Yunxiang's side and stuffed something into her hand with a serious expression, whispering, "Join my longevity pavilion. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get anything you want." This old man seemed to want to take the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. As long as he could get the woman beside Yang Kai, what was there to be afraid of not being able to deal with Yang Kai? Yunxiang lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. A somewhat familiar spirit pill immediately came into view. Isn't this a source condensing pill? She had taken a lot of source condensing pills recently, so she was very familiar with them, so she recognized them at a glance. However, compared to the one Yang Kai gave her, this source condensing pill seemed to be much worse. The pill fragrance was not as strong, the size was not as good, and the color was a little dull, as if it was malnourished. She immediately understood that the source condensing pills Yang Kai gave her were probably the best among pills of the same level. How could the one in her hand compare? Yunxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she was filled with confidence in Yang Kai. Without mentioning anything else, just in terms of spirit pills, the foundation of these people in front of her could not compare to Yang Kai. On the small slope, Duanmu Qi and the 2 Yen family members of Shanghai Palace looked unhappy, especially Yen Luo. He was hoping to rely on the old ancestor to teach Yang Kai a lesson after arriving at the ancestral territory and letting him know the consequences of offending the Yen family, but he did not expect such a turn of events. He seemed to understand what his old ancestor was afraid of. He could not attack Yang Kai in front of so many people. If Yang Kai joined another sect, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to take revenge in the future. Looking back at the old ancestor, Yen Renhao just shook his head slowly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Yen Luo clenched his fists hatefully, the anger in his chest had nowhere to vent. I appreciate everyone's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said with a smile, it's just that the two of us have no intention of joining any forces for the time being, I'm really sorry. The noise came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked at Yang Kai like looking at a fool. The enchanting woman of the Yin Yang sect said in a low voice, little brother, although I don't know what grudges you have with that Yen guy, if you don't find protection at this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move around in the ancestral territory. The old man also said in a low voice, a wise man submits to circumstances. As a man, you should know when to stretch and when to withdraw. A moment of forbearance is nothing. Yang Kai shook his head, thank you, everyone. He Yunxiang handed the spirit pill in her hand to the old man. Since she wouldn't join the other party's sect, she naturally couldn't take other people's benefits. The old man waved his hand, it's fate that brought us together. It's a gift to you. It was just a source condensing pill, he didn't care much about it. If he could make this man and woman change their minds, it would be a good investment. He believed that as long as He Yunxiang took the source condensing pill, she would definitely change her mind. See you later. Yang Kai said and walked out with He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang summoned a flight-type artifact and stepped on it with Yang Kai, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The group of people left behind sighed in vain. Yen Luo almost looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, and there was no door to hell. You could have chosen any force to join and left this place safely, but you just had to walk into a dead end. Wasn't it obvious that you wanted to let me get what I wanted? How could I easily miss such a good opportunity? Looking at the Yen family's old ancestor, how could they not see through each other's thoughts? Yen Renhao said, Brother Duanmu, this matter is over, let's go back to Canghai Palace. All right. Duanmu Qi nodded pretentiously, then threw out a small boat. The boat grew in the wind and soon became the size of 5 or 6 people. The 4 people from Canghai Palace boarded the boat and rose into the air, chasing in the direction Yang Kai had left without the slightest concealment. This kid, he's really looking for death. I think there's something wrong with his head. No, which guy from the territory of the lower plains isn't arrogant? Which one of them isn't a tyrant in their own territory? Now that he's suddenly asked to join a force and be under someone, I'm afraid he won't be too happy. To be able to cultivate until now, there's nothing wrong with his head. It's just that he thinks too highly of himself. I'm afraid he'll have to suffer a lot before he can recognize reality. These words couldn't help but resonate. Many of them had been like this, so how could they not know the importance of a change in mentality? Being a tyrant in the territory of the lower plains was nothing, but being able to stand tall in the ancestral territory was true ability. It seemed that this kid wouldn't have the chance to live to see tomorrow's sun. It's just a pity for that girl. The woman from Yin Yang sect sighed slightly. She wasn't exaggerating before. He Yunxiang had a charming face and was indeed very suitable to cultivate their Yin Yang sect's secret technique. It was just that she didn't have the time to promise any benefits, nor did she have the time to show He Yunxiang the strength and heritage of Yin Yang sect. But for a person who was about to die, she didn't care much. The scenery around them quickly passed by. Yang Kai and He Yunxiang flew while leading the way to the ancestral territory. The world energy here was indeed better than the star territory, but it was much worse than the star boundary. It was a level between the two. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that the world principles here weren't as strong as those in the star boundary. In other words, in the ancestral territory, the Tao source realm was probably the peak. It was probably more difficult than ascending to the heavens to give birth to the Emperor realm. If it weren't for the previous incident, He Yunxiang would definitely be happy to enjoy this dazzling scenery. But after that incident, how could she be in the mood to enjoy it? There was obviously an aura following behind them, like a maggot in their bones that they couldn't get rid of. Needless to say, it was definitely the people from Azure Sea Palace and the Yen family. There were several times when she wanted to ask Yang Kai what his plan was, but she swallowed the words back down. She comforted herself in her heart that there was nothing to be afraid of. Since Yang Kai was so confident, he definitely had a way to deal with those people. The cultivator who came from the star territory is all talented and intelligent. They are one in a million existences. These people have extremely bright futures. That's why those people in the ancestral territory are guarding there and are trying their best to invite us to join. Yang Kai suddenly said something that didn't make sense. He Yunxiang was surprised. Is that so? Otherwise, why do you think they have nothing better to do than to stay there all the time? If they have time, wouldn't it be better to meditate and cultivate? He had a similar experience before. When he first entered the star boundary, he was valued by Bian Yuqing. It was just that the ancestral territory was a little different from the star boundary. There was no fixed exit into the star boundary. After passing through the Starlight Avenue, the place where one would land was uncertain. But judging from what happened just now, the exit into the ancestral territory was fixed. It seemed to be a passage that connected the ancestral territory and the star territory, which gave those people the opportunity to wait. Yang Kai even felt that he could open a passage in the opposite direction and return to the limitless star territory again. This discovery made him excited, because if he could find the passage connected to the Hangluo star field, he could return to his homeland. Chapter 3102. However, I don't think those sects are too strong. Why would a truly powerful sect do such a thing? From the fact that these people were only first-order Dao source realm cultivators, it could be seen that in truly powerful sects, cultivators would flock to them like a flock of ducks, so why would they lower themselves like this? He Yunxiang nodded thoughtfully. Master is right. This is it. Yang Kai patted He Yunxiang's shoulder. He Yunxiang stopped the star shuttle. Surrounded by mountains, the scenery in the valley was beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. You've chosen a good grave for yourself. You have good taste. Yen Luo's voice came from behind. When he first spoke, he was still far away, but when he spoke the last word, he was already right in front of them. The boat was put away, and the four from Canghai Palace stood in the air. It's a good grave, but I didn't choose it for myself. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that rejecting the invitations of those sects and leaving alone would lead to Canghai Palace chasing after him? It was fine if Canghai Palace and Yen family didn't chase after him. Perhaps there was still a way to survive and enter the ancestral territory. After all, it was the Yen family who put in the effort, so it wasn't a bad idea to end this grudge. Since they chased after him, then he was sorry. A true powerhouse would never deliberately deal with the weak. They would only inadvertently destroy everything that belonged to the weak. A person who bullied the weak all day was not strong, but mentally ill. Yen Luo understood the meaning behind his words and snorted, shameless boasting. Now that the Yen family's ancestor is here, do you really think you can do whatever you want? Yen Luo was elated as he gritted his teeth and said, Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has passed away. Yen Luo's heart trembled as he said, Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has died. Yen Renhao nodded slightly and took a step forward. The aura of the first-order Dao source realm immediately reached its peak and pressed down on Yang Kai. Duanmu Qi said casually, You can do whatever you want with the man, but leave the woman to me. Shen Kuling immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Duan Muki smiled and said, Why wouldn't you be willing to find another sister to share your burdens and solve your problems? Shen Kuling also knew that she couldn't dissuade him. Men had always been fickle in love. As long as she could cling on to him, it would be fine. She faintly said, Then I have to be the elder sister. Up to you, up to you. Duanmu Qi smiled. Only then did Shen Kuling smile. Inadvertently, she glanced at He Yunxiang with some repulsion and disgust. After today, there would be another woman who would compete with her for favor. Just thinking about it made her unhappy. Patriarch, be careful. This person seems to have cultivated the spatial divine technique. The spatial divine technique. Yan Renhao's face turned cold, but he immediately said proudly, so what? In the face of absolute strength, what could the spatial divine technique do? Without any nonsense, he shouted, accept your death, and his figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Without using any artifact or secret technique, his hand turned into an eagle's claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's head. Source chi pulsed from his fingertips, and with a sizzling sound, his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into sharp weapons. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge the humiliation the Yan family suffered that day. He Yunxiang exclaimed. The Dao Source Realm cultivator showed his extraordinary strength as soon as he made a move. She didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. Yang Kai stretched out his hands to wipe his hair that was messed up by Yan Renhao, and turned to look at Yan Luo. Yan Luo's mouth was wide open, and he still hadn't recovered from the shock of his ancestor's death. It was too fast, from the moment his ancestor attacked to the moment he exploded into a bloody flower, it was only 3 breaths of time. The expected scene of Yang Kai dying didn't happen, and instead his ancestor died. He simply couldn't accept it, and his mind was greatly shaken, as if someone had hit him with a heavy hammer. His heart contracted, and he couldn't breathe. Feeling the piercing gaze, Yan Luo trembled, and only felt that his whole body was wrapped in the aura of death. He subconsciously flashed behind Duanmuqi, looking for a sense of security. You dare to kill my Blue Sea Temple's people. Duanmuqi was no longer in the mood to flirt with Shen Kuling. In the blink of an eye, Yan Renhao was killed, and he didn't even see what happened. He immediately shouted angrily, you deserve to die. The fact was just as Yang Kai had expected. Although Blue Sea Temple had some power in the ancestral territory, it wasn't a top sect, and there weren't many Dao Source Realm cultivators. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss. He thought it was just a small matter, but it actually caused the death of one of the temple's masters. If he returned, he would definitely be punished. It was simple to avoid punishment, and that was to kill the murderer and make up for his mistakes. Is this guy sick in the head? Yang Kai turned to look at He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled, I'm afraid his illness is beyond cure, and even the gods can't save him. Seeing that a cultivator above the Origin King realm couldn't even withstand a single move from Yang Kai, the worry in He Yunxiang's heart instantly disappeared. She could never measure how strong this master was. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Duanmuqi. His figure wasn't very tall, but it seemed to be able to cover the sky, blocking the light in front of Duanmuqi. Only then did Duanmuqi come back to his senses, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. How could he not know that a disaster was imminent? However, Yang Kai did not panic. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a long sword to appear in his palm. Impressively, it was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Layers of cold light rippled from the long sword as it transformed into a sword net that instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand high, and a sword also appeared in his hand. However, this sword was not the same as an ordinary long sword. It was extremely wide, and an ordinary person could use it with both hands. At a glance, one could tell that it was heavy, but he held it lightly in his hand without exerting any force. Without any fancy moves, the myriad sword slashed down just like that. The sword net that filled the sky instantly collapsed, and with a crisp clang, Duanmuqi spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The Dao Source grade long sword in his hand was broken in half. The myriad sword's momentum didn't decrease as it slashed down. Duanmuqi stood in place in a daze, as if he had been struck by a spell. He stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. Walla, Duan Wuqi's body split open from the middle, and his blood and organs scattered all over the sky. After a short silence, sobbing sounds came from the side. Shen Kuling's face was covered in tears, and her face was pale. She trembled as she looked at Yang Kai, her pupils dilated to the limit. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a human, but a vicious demon. 2 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't even last 2 moves in front of this young man. They were crushed to death like ants. She was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come with Duan Wuqi. When Duan Wuqi died, blood splattered all over his body. When she got close, she was directly dyed in blood. Blood mixed with tears flowed down her cheeks. It was fishy, salty, and nauseating. Yang Kai didn't look at her. He just smiled at Yen Luo, who was hiding behind Duan Wuqi. Yen Luo was also covered in blood at this moment. The fear and horror in his eyes were almost overflowing, and he was wailing in his heart. How can he be so strong? Is there such a strong person in this world? When Yang Kai attacked, he didn't even feel the fluctuation of spirit energy. With just a punch and a sword, his own old ancestor and Duan Wuqi died without knowing why. He fled, and with his reluctance to leave, he defeated the fear in his heart. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at his back. Yunxiang said, "Master, she didn't want to let Yen Luo go. If not for the master's unparalleled divine technique, she would have been tricked by Yen Luo. Since the situation had turned, how could she be merciful?" Chapter 3103. Yang Kai didn't chase after him. If it wasn't for the master, he wouldn't hold a grudge. But because, a spirit net suddenly flew out from the woods below, heading straight for Yen Luo, catching him off guard and wrapping him up tightly. Yen Luo was shocked and kept pushing his Saint Chi to resist, but what made him despair was that the more he struggled, the tighter the spirit net wrapped around him. In just a few moments, he was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, the thin threads of the net cutting into his flesh and blood. It seemed to have a sealing power that made it impossible for him to circulate his Saint Chi. On the other side of the spirit net, an old man with a yellow complexion appeared leisurely, holding a pipe in his hand and looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he held the pipe in one hand and the net-bound Yen Luo in the other and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He looked him up and down and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Although he was rejected by Yang Kai before, he couldn't bear to give up. He felt that it was a pity that a genius from Star Territory had been killed by someone from Blue Sea Temple, so he quietly followed him. His original intention was to find an opportunity to save Yang Kai from the fire and water, sell him a favor, and rope him in to join Long Life Temple. But who knew that instead of selling a favor, he would see a thrilling show. 2 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators were easily killed by this young man. Didn't that mean that it would be easy for this young man to kill him? What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through the depths of this young man's cultivation. Even if he had some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation, he couldn't hide his spirit energy when he attacked. But from the beginning to the end, this young man's ability was a secret. "How should I address you, old sir?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The old man said, "Su Hutu." Yang Kai said, Yang Kai would like to thank old man Su for his help. Su Hutu shook his head helplessly. He could easily kill 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators, so how could a third-order Origin King cause any trouble? Even if he didn't make a move, this guy called Yama wouldn't be able to escape alive. Changing the topic like this clearly showed that he didn't want to answer his question. Pondering for a moment, he said, there are nearly 10 Dao Source Realm Masters in Blue Sea Palace, and the Temple Master is a powerful second-order Dao Source Realm Master. You killed 2 of them this time, so I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Yang Kai said, although I'm not interested in exterminating an entire family, I won't be lenient if someone comes looking for death. Su Huda was shocked. Although his words just now were to tell Yang Kai some information about Blue Sea Palace, in reality, it was mostly to probe. Now, seeing that Yang Kai didn't even put a second-order Dao Source Realm in his eyes, he immediately knew that he had underestimated him. It also extinguished the thought of roping him into the Pavilion of Longevity. Even if such an expert was roped into the Hall of Longevity, it would probably bring an inexplicable pressure and worry to everyone. But, how was this possible? He had seen Yang Kai come from the Star Territory with his own eyes, so how could he have such a powerful cultivation? Which Star Territory could give birth to such a talent? It was simply unheard of. May I ask why little friend Yang has come to the Ancestral Territory? Since he couldn't rope him in, it was always possible to build a friendship. Perhaps he would be useful in the future. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, I just want to go from the Ancestral Territory to another Star Territory. This Su Huda wasn't a bad person, which could be seen from the fact that he had followed him all the way here. Moreover, Yang Kai knew nothing about the Ancestral Territory, so he Yunxiang couldn't be counted on. If there was a native who could give him some pointers, it would be more efficient. I wasn't born in the territory of Limitless Star, I just happened to be there by chance. I want to return to my homeland. Hearing this, Su Huda nodded, this is indeed a good idea. The Ancestral Territory was connected to many star territories, so using the Ancestral Territory as a transit point to go to another star territory was a possibility that many masters had discussed. The result was that it was feasible, but it required a certain price. Of course, it also required extremely powerful means. I just don't know how to return. Does Senior Su have any good suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Su Huta said, then I'll have to ask which star territory little brother Yang wants to go to first. This old master isn't boasting, but this old master was born in the Ancestral Territory and has dealt with many cultivator in the Ancestral Territory. Perhaps this old master knows someone from your star territory. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, has Senior Su heard of the Hangluo star field? Su Huta thought seriously for a moment and shook his head under Yang Kai's disappointed gaze, I haven't heard of it. He then comforted, but the Ancestral Territory is vast and boundless. My long life temple only has 3 or 5 star entrances guarding, and these entrances shouldn't be connected to the Hangluo star field, otherwise this old master would have known about it. Yang Kai asked curiously, Senior Su means that there are many entrances like the one before in the Ancestral Territory? There are at least several hundred of them. Yang Kai was surprised. Su Huta said, you might as well go to the other star entrances and ask around. If someone from your homeland comes to the Ancestral Territory, they will definitely be able to find something from those entrances. Where are those entrances? Su Huta thought for a moment before reaching out and sucking over 2 space rings. They were the space rings of Yen Renhao and Duan Mu Qi who had been killed before. Su Huta forcibly erased the marks on these 2 space rings and began searching through them. Suddenly, he took out something that looked like a scroll and threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. Su Huta said, infuse it with your divine sense and see. Yang Kai opened the scroll and poured his divine sense into it. The next moment, spots of light suddenly lit up from the scroll. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He poured his divine sense into the scroll and the spots of light suddenly became much closer. Most of the spots of light felt very far away, but one of them was very close to him. Su Huta said, this is a star path diagram. It records all the star paths discovered in the Ancestral Territory. The one closest to you is the place where you entered the Ancestral Territory. Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and put away the scroll. He was overjoyed. This is good stuff. Su Hutu smiled. This thing doesn't have much value in the ancestral territory. Almost any sect or individual cultivator with a little bit of background could afford to buy such a star path diagram. Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. Many thanks, old man Su, for your guidance. With this star path diagram, he could go to the various star path entrances to inquire about information. His future plans were now set. It's nothing, no need to thank me. This old master wishes little friend Yang Kai the best of luck. Many thanks. Little friend Yang Kai has something to do. Feel free to leave the rest to this old master. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble old man Su. Farewell. Calling out to He Yunxiang, the two quickly left on their star shuttle. Suddenly, Su Hutu felt a burst of powerful qi break through the air. Reaching out, he immediately caught a rolling object in his hand. Looking down, he couldn't help trembling. It was a spirit pill he had never seen before, but Su Hutu could feel that it contained unimaginable medicinal efficacies. He couldn't help feeling excited and expectant, wondering what kind of changes would occur if he took this spirit pill. Intentionally planting a peach tree and quickly harvesting a basket of plums, the returns had come a bit too quickly. He raised his head and looked at the weeping Shen Kuling and Yama, who was tied up like a dead pig by him. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. Soon, the smoke filled a large area. When the smoke dissipated, there was no one there. Master, where are we going now? Aboard the star shuttle, He Yunxiang asked. Seeing Yang Kai kill 2 origin kings with ease, He Yunxiang became even more respectful towards him. Yang Kai threw the star path diagram to her. Follow the records on it and run around. He didn't know where the entrance between Hangluo Star Field and the ancestral territory was, or even if there was such an entrance. Since he didn't know anything, he could only inquire about it one by one. This method was a bit stupid and would definitely take some time, but for now, there was no better way. He Yunxiang nodded, took the star path diagram, and immersed her divine sense into it. Soon, she determined the direction and drove her star shuttle towards one of the light spots. 5 days later, in a deserted swamp, in a huge puddle somewhere in the swamp, there was a colorful light. Looking down from the sky, the location of the puddle seemed to be an extremely mysterious place. When the 5-colored brilliance flowed, it was a dazzling sight. Surprisingly, this puddle was a star path entrance. Around the puddle, there were many cultivators scattered around, some of them exuding Dao Source realm auras, each of them looking for a place to meditate. Although they were waiting here for a newcomer, how could it be easy to wait for a newcomer? As such, they spent most of their time cultivating so that the improvement of their cultivation would not be delayed. Of course, the environment here was a bit harsh. A flash of light flew over from the distance, attracting the attention of many people. Those cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes in displeasure, wanting to see who was so unscrupulous as to disturb their cultivation. When the brilliance faded, the star shuttle was revealed, and an enchanting woman with an enchanting figure appeared, causing everyone's eyes to light up. She stood at the front of the star shuttle, while the rear half of the star shuttle was occupied by a young man. What was displeasing was that this young man was actually lying down on the star shuttle with his head resting on his hands and his legs crossed, giving off a leisurely appearance. Who is this person? How dare he put on such airs? Divine senses swept over him one after another, only to be met with stunned expressions as none of them were able to detect his cultivation. He Yunxiang stood on top of the star shuttle, smiled lightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Excuse me, but I have something I would like to ask." Beauty's always had some natural advantages, not to mention that her words were appropriate, making it difficult for people to have a bad impression of her. "What do you want to ask?" "Dare I ask, have you heard of the name Hangluo Star Field?" Immediately, someone replied, I have. He Yunxiang's eyes lit up. She had not expected to obtain such information at her first stop. Looking at the man with joy, she asked, can you tell me more about it? The man was a tall and sturdy man with bulging muscles. He smiled and said, of course. Miss, why don't we find a secluded place? I'll tell you everything you want to know. He winked at her. He Yunxiang's face suddenly sank. Behind the star shuttle, Yang Kai closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep. Chapter 3104. He Yunxiang suppressed the displeasure in her heart and said, if someone can give this mistress some clues about the Hangluo star field, this mistress will definitely thank you. The burly man smiled and asked, what kind of thanks? He was just a third-order origin king who had broken through not long ago, so what kind of good things could he possibly offer? If he was willing to repay her with his body, it would definitely attract a lot of people to inquire about the Hangluo star field for her. At the very least, the burly man himself was extremely willing, otherwise, he would not have deliberately taken liberties with her just now. He Yunxiang smiled and took out an item, this is the thank you gift. It was a round mirror that looked quite ordinary at first glance, as if it was used by a woman for dressing up. It was simple and unadorned and looked quite old, but when He Yunxiang poured a little of her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light immediately flashed and at the same time, an astonishing energy fluctuation burst out from the mirror. Pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to this mirror, filled with greed and covetousness. A Dao Source Grade artifact. And it was a Dao Source Grade mid-rank. No, a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact. Although they didn't know what kind of divine might this round mirror possessed, its grade couldn't be ignored. The Dao Source Realm cultivators present were all first order, and even if they had Dao Source Grade artifacts, they would only be low rank. There wasn't even a single mid-rank artifact, so how could they have ever seen a Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact? Such a treasure, not to mention them, even the various sect masters and sect masters did not have one. Only the most powerful sects in the ancestral territory had a few such artifacts, and all of them were sect-hallowed treasures. Asterisk Gudong, asterisk a series of gulping sounds rang out. Since ancient times, wealth and silk moved people's hearts. For those on the martial Dao, good pills and high-grade artifacts were indescribably attractive. Any one of these could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to leap through the Dragon Gate. I know about the Hangluo star field. Let me take a look at this treasure mirror first, and if it's not bad, I'll tell you the information you need. It was still the burly man who spoke. As he spoke, he had already leapt upwards, his Dao Source Realm aura pressing down on He Yunxiang as he stretched out his hand to grab the mirror. Obviously, he was preparing to snatch it. The remaining Dao Source Realm masters were startled and secretly cursed. Everyone had been here for a long time and had a deep understanding of each other's temperament. This burly man was unscrupulous and unreasonable. If this treasure was really snatched by him, it would be difficult for them to spit it back out. In an instant, all figures soared into the sky and rushed towards He Yunxiang, each of them aiming for the treasure mirror. He Yunxiang let out a long sigh as she looked pitifully at the crowd that was rushing towards her. A third-order origin king facing so many Dao Source Realm masters, not only was he not surprised, he even showed such an expression. Many people were surprised to see this, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Before the fist arrived, the burly man's expression changed greatly. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, the fist hit his face. Like a watermelon being cracked open, red and white splattered everywhere. The headless corpse was sent flying by inertia for some distance before falling to the ground and smashing into the swamp, splashing water everywhere. Gasps rang out as the 7 or 8 figures who were rushing towards He Yunxiang came to a stop, standing stiffly in mid-air, their blood almost freezing as they gulped with difficulty. Everyone's eyes turned towards the young man who was lying back on his star shuttle, their eyes filled with shock. In that instant, they clearly saw the young man move, and then the burly man died. They were well aware of the burly man's strength. No one had the confidence to win in a one-on-one fight, but now, he had been blown apart by a single punch in front of so many people without even being able to resist, dying like an ant. What kind of person is this? In their panic, even the sound of their breathing was suppressed, lest they annoy this person. Xianxia still smiled lightly as she swept her beautiful eyes around. Has no one heard of the Hangluo star field? No one answered, afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would die. Xianxia continued, my master is a man of his word. If anyone can provide information about the Hangluo star field, this artifact mirror will belong to them. Of course, if you can point out the entrance to the Hangluo star field star path, that would be even better. Master said that there would be another reward. One of the elderly men mustered up the courage to speak, Madam, we really don't know about the Hangluo star field, nor have we ever heard of it. They just wanted to send this man and woman away as soon as possible. If they stayed here, it would put too much pressure on them. That's a pity. Xianxia did not expect to find any useful information as soon as they arrived. Perhaps they would not find any clues even if they went to all the star path's entrances, but there was always a process of trying. We are definitely not lying. The elderly man had a sincere expression on his face. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, I believe you. But since you are guarding here, please help my master keep an eye out. If someone comes from this entrance, ask them where they are from. If they are from the Hangluo star field, ask them to go to Azure Dragon City 3 years later and say that Yang Kai is waiting for them. Azure Dragon City was one of the top cities in the ancestral territory. In the entire ancestral territory, there was no one who did not know about it. This place was the most suitable place for the meeting. And the 3-year period was the time Yang Kai calculated. If they wanted to go to all the star paths entrances in the ancestral territory, 3 years was just enough. If there was any harvest, then it was fine. If there was no harvest, then they could only go to Azure Dragon City and wait. Of course, of course. The elderly man responded. Xianxia said, when the time comes, if it is possible, I would like everyone to escort us all the way to Azure Dragon City. Everyone will be rewarded. She raised the mirror in her hand and smiled, Milord has many of these things. Everyone's expression shook, and all of them became excited. This was a great thing. Just escorting a person to Azure Dragon City would give them a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Of course, the premise was that the cultivator from the Hangluo star field had to come from this entrance. Kai Yang, everyone silently engraved this name into their minds, because perhaps this was their own opportunity. At the same time, they secretly guessed that this Yang Kai's background was not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave behind his name after killing someone. Obviously, he was not afraid of the force behind the burly man seeking revenge. And judging from the strength he showed just now, his cultivation was also unfathomable. If someone really wanted to seek revenge, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The star shuttle turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. One star path entrance after another was searched, leaving behind the same instructions and requests. Many greedy people were killed, but more people remembered the name Yang Kai, the 3-year promise, and Azure Dragon City. Time flew by and half a year passed. During this time, Yang Kai and Xianxia were constantly running around the various star path entrances, tirelessly. Xianxia also knew that this matter was very important to Yang Kai, so she was very diligent in her work. She spent most of her days either rushing around or cultivating without complaint. Although she had been in the ancestral territory for half a year, she had not even experienced the various wonders of the ancestral territory. She spent all her time rushing around and searching for people. Master, we're almost at the next entrance. The star path chart in his hand played a crucial role. Without it, searching in this vast ancestral territory would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, he looked at a little girl about 7 or 8 years old with a strange expression. One day half a month ago, Xianxia woke up from her meditation and was startled when she turned around. Because there was actually another person on her star shuttle, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was extremely cute. Her eyes were clear and flawless, like a clear spring. Listening to what Yang Kai said, this little girl seemed to be called Lu Yan. However, she did not notice how Lu Yan appeared on her star shuttle at all. This little girl was just as strange as Yang Kai. There was not the slightest fluctuation of world energy around her, as if she had never cultivated before. However, when facing this little girl, Xianxia felt a huge pressure, one that was not much worse than when she faced Yang Kai. Does this little girl possess strength comparable to the master? Xianxia could not believe this thought. Although a cultivator's age was extremely vague after they cultivated, she was still just a little girl, so how strong could she be? She had asked Yang Kai where Lu Yan had come from. Yang Kai casually said that he had picked her up, which made Xianxia dumbfounded. Moreover, Lu Yan's way of addressing her master puzzled her. She called him a master without any pretense, which made Xianxia wonder if Yang Kai had some kind of special fetish. Otherwise, how could he not be tempted by her at all? At this moment, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on his star shuttle, while Lu Yan was leaning on his chest, playing with her long, soft hair, looking bored. Yang Kai yawned and said, "N." Suddenly, he turned his head and looked not far away, grinning, "It's so lively." Lu Yan immediately said, "Let's go and have a look." "What's there to see?" "It's just a bunch of ants fighting." "What's there to see?" "Business is more important." Lu Yan pouted. Okay, let's go and have a look." Yang Kai helplessly pinched her cheek. Lu Yan smiled. The retreat on Spirit Beast Island had changed her personality greatly. It was as if she was really a child now. Phoenix Nirvana, perhaps it was because of her inheritance. Without needing any instructions, Xianxia changed direction and rushed to the side, at the same time using a secret technique to hide her whereabouts and aura. It was indeed very lively down below. Several hundred people were using their own movement skills as they flew forward at lightning speed. The few people in the lead were all Dao Source Realm Masters, the most powerful of which was actually a third-order Dao Source Realm Master. In addition, there were no less than 5 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters. Xianxia felt an extremely strong pressure from these people. Her little concealment method could not escape the perception of these people at all. Their gazes swept over, but they did not pay much attention to her. Obviously, they had important matters to attend to. Chapter 3105. Xianxia was under immense pressure, but since Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only grit her teeth and chase after him. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame. After galloping for half a day, they finally stopped in front of a lonely peak. The peak was 1,000 meters high, with a bamboo house at the top and a bamboo forest all around. It was a picturesque scene. The arrival of hundreds of cultivators added a solemn atmosphere to this place. These cultivators were obviously all from the same sect. They moved in a very orderly manner, and after arriving, they immediately spread out and surrounded the lonely peak. Xianxia glanced at them and couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that the arrangement of these people seemed to form the embryonic form of a large formation. She really didn't know who they were going to deal with. What kind of expert in this world was worthy of such a large formation? She could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Glancing at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was still lying on his star shuttle with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about the big battle below at all. She had forgotten that the master she followed was also an unfathomable person. She was afraid that he really didn't care about the people below. Calming down a little, she also began to watch the show with great interest. It's just an ordinary revenge. There's nothing to see. Yang Kai pulled Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan let him be and looked down with great interest, whispering softly, "The Phoenix clan has a secret technique that has the effect of prophecy. Just now, I had an inexplicable impulse and felt that Master's matter might happen today." Yang Kai couldn't help but sit up straight and look at her in surprise. "Is that true?" Lu Yan said, "There's nothing to lose. Let's just watch." Yang Kai nodded lightly and quietly released his divine sense, sweeping it over the lonely peak. Unexpectedly, his divine sense was blocked in front of the bamboo house and couldn't advance any further. His expression suddenly became a little strange. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion took a step forward in the air. This old man was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. There were a few age spots on his old face, as if he was about to die, but his eyes shone with a frightening light. He stared at the bamboo house and shouted, "How dare you come to my wild dragon pavilion and steal my sect-guarding treasure? Today, this place will be your burial ground." Wild Dragon Pavilion. Yunxiang was surprised. It had been half a year since she came to the ancestral territory. Although she had been traveling under Yang Kai's orders, she was not as ignorant as she was in the beginning. She had also heard of the great name of the Wild Dragon Pavilion. It was one of the few great powers in the entire ancestral realm. No wonder there's a third-order Dao Source realm master guarding this place. No wonder they were able to dispatch so many elites. It was Wild Dragon Pavilion. In the ancestral region, it was not that there were no forces that could suppress the Wild Dragon Pavilion, but there were definitely not many. Just who was it that was so daring as to steal the sect-guarding treasure from the Wild Dragon Pavilion? What made Yunxiang feel even more inconceivable was that this person actually succeeded and escaped. How much ability and courage was required to do this? For a moment, Yunxiang was curious about the person hiding in the bamboo house. Sneaky scoundrel, get the hell out here for this old man. Gongyang, she was extremely angry. The sect-guarding treasure of the Wild Dragon Pavilion had been stolen, and there was no sign of it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the thief didn't deliberately hide his tracks, they wouldn't have been able to track him to this place. He simply didn't put himself and the Wild Dragon Pavilion in his eyes. He wanted to see who in the ancestral territory was so daring as to touch the tiger's butt. "Get out here!" The heroes of the Wild Dragon Pavilion shouted angrily. A person's voice came out from the bamboo house, "I am only taking back my own things, how can I steal them? You trash, be careful with your words. I am in a good mood today and don't have much killing intent. Quickly run for your lives." Gongyang, she was so angry that he laughed, boasting shamelessly. Who was this guy? His tone was higher than the heavens. Did he really take himself seriously? Wild Dragon Pavilion had stood tall in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years and had a powerful inheritance. He also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, so when had he ever been afraid of others? What's more, what this person said was simply nonsense. The sect-guarding treasure was a treasure passed down from the first-generation ancestral founder, and it had been passed down for more than 30 generations. After tens of thousands of years, how could it possibly belong to someone else? Master? Yunxiang was also surprised by this person's arrogance, but then she suddenly saw Yang Kai stand up from his star shuttle. His calm expression, which had not changed even in the face of a landslide, suddenly became solemn as he stared at the bamboo house, as if he was facing a great enemy. What's going on? Yunxiang was full of suspicion. She couldn't estimate how powerful Yang Kai was, because ever since she followed him, she had never seen him use his true strength. All those he killed, whether they were Origin Kings or Dao Source Realms, were basically killed in a single blow. Facing an enemy he could kill in a single blow, how could he use his full strength? Yunxian guessed that Yang Kai's cultivation was most likely in the third order Dao Source Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those from the first order Dao Source Realm like chickens and dogs. With such a cultivation, even in the entire ancestral territory, he was a peak existence. No matter where he went, no matter who he faced, he had full confidence. Why would such a master show such an expression as if he was facing a great enemy? Who was the person in the bamboo house? Master? Lu Yen also noticed the abnormality and looked up at him. Yang Kai swallowed hard, reached out and touched her head, and said with difficulty, "It seems that you were right. I'm afraid what I ask for will really happen today." Lu Yan's whim had really lit a beacon for him, but this beacon was too dazzling, and he didn't know if it would burn his eyes. "Little friend has also come here. It's really a small world." The voice from the bamboo house came again. Kai Yang took a deep breath. Originally, he was only 30% suspicious and 70% surprised, but after hearing this, he was now certain that his guess was correct. The guy in the bamboo house was the one he was thinking of. He had actually come here. In front of such a master, there was no need to hide their whereabouts. When the three of them arrived here, the other party had probably already discovered them. He simply revealed his figure and shouted, "You thief, no matter what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms you have, you actually went to steal other people's sect-guarding treasures. This is simply improper, and you don't have the demeanor of a master. If this young master hadn't met you, it would have been fine, but since I have, I will definitely help you." Turning his head, he cupped his hands towards the old man from the Wild Dragon Pavilion and said, "Old sir, although this matter has nothing to do with me, it is fate that we met. If you have any instructions, just say it. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like to fight for justice." Old sir. Gong Yang, she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Ever since he had taken over the Wild Dragon Pavilion, everyone in the ancestral territory had to respectfully address him as Pavilion Master Gong Yang. Now that he was being called an old man, he couldn't help feeling a little strange, but he couldn't do anything about it. The person in the bamboo house was silent for a moment, and then the voice came again, "Little friend, are you going to pretend that you don't know this king? Who are you? And who are you?" Gong Yang, she was speechless towards this young man. Although he had long since discovered that he had followed him all the way here, he didn't pay much attention to him because he had important matters to attend to. What nonsense was this about fighting for justice? Gong Yang, she wasn't an idiot, how could he believe his nonsense? Moreover, from the looks of it, this young man and the person in the bamboo house seemed to be old acquaintances, but their relationship wasn't very good. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to complicate matters, Gong Yang, she still returned half a bow, "Thank you for your kindness, little friend, but this is a family matter of my Wild Dragon Pavilion, and it is inconvenient for outsiders to interfere. Little friend, please step aside, otherwise, it would not be good to be injured." He was also wary that Yang Kai and the person in the bamboo house were accomplices, so he didn't want him to interfere. Yang Kai nodded deeply, "Since old sir has said so, then I will stand to the side." It was a good opportunity to use the Wild Dragon Pavilion to test the depths of that person. Since he was suppressed and rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in this lower plane, that guy should be the same, right? If they fought later, he should be able to see some clues. He was afraid that Gong Yang, she would underestimate his enemy, so he said solemnly, "Old sir, it's not that I'm an alarmist, but that guy looks like he's not to be trifled with. You have to be careful, don't capsize the boat." Gong Yang, she frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Thank you for your reminder, little friend." He was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, standing at the peak of the ancestral domain. Even if there were people stronger than him in this world, they couldn't be that much stronger. Now that the elites of Wild Dragon Pavilion had come out in full force, who in this world could be their opponent? Even a rock would be beaten to a pulp today. He turned his head and said with a sullen face, "It seems that you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." This old man will ask again, "Are you going to return the item or not? I already said that this thing is mine. Don't make so much noise and annoy me." Good, good, good. Since that's the case, then don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. Hand over your life. Gong Yangxi's origin chi suddenly became restless, his beard and hair went crazy, his figure leaped, and like an angry ram, he pounced towards the wooden house. His aura was brilliant, and his aura was monstrous. There was no reaction from inside the house. Gong Yangxi's vigilance didn't work in the slightest. He pounced straight to the front of the wooden house, raised his hand, and slapped towards the bamboo house, "Hiding and making a fool of yourself, get the hell out here." Creak, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened wide, and a gust of wind swept out from inside. Gong Yangxi's eyes narrowed, and a trace of unconcealable shock suddenly appeared on his face. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the hundreds of elites of the Wild Dragon Pavilion, he plunged into the bamboo house. Boom, the door closed, but there was no movement from inside. There wasn't even any trace of a battle. It was so quiet that it was as if the world had just opened, the origin of chaos. Everyone's eyes widened. Everyone held their breaths and pricked up their ears. However, the scene was strangely quiet. This silence caused everyone to feel a strong sense of horror in their hearts. In an instant, the bamboo house was like an ancient beast that swallowed Gong Yangxi into its stomach. She covered her mouth to stop herself from making a sound. No one responded. Yang Kai straightened his clothes and said, "Sorry to disturb you." He pushed the door open and entered. Just like before, the door closed automatically. The light turned from bright to dark. A person sat cross-legged on a futon in front of him and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Their eyes met. Yang Kai's vigilance was magnified to the limit. However, he pretended to be calm and casually cupped his hands. "Brother Wu, how have you been? If you're willing to change your name to Wu Chen, I'll call you Brother Wu. I won't call you Senior Wu. You're the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years." Wukong didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand and said, "Sit." Yang Kai said, "I'll just stand." "It's fine." He stored up his strength but didn't release it. He was ready to fight this person in front of him at any time. Wukong said, "But I need to raise my head to talk to you." Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. He thought about it and didn't want to take advantage of him in this matter. He didn't want to anger him out of humiliation. He sat down as he was told. The two looked at each other. Wukong took out a tea set and slowly cooked. Yang Kai was a little flattered. It didn't matter if this person was the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years. It also didn't matter how many ancestral territory he had caused chaos in the ancestral territory and how many lives he had slaughtered. He was still the most powerful person in the ancestral territory. He had even slaughtered a few great emperors. It was an honor for him to cook tea for him. Yang Kai's hostility couldn't help but lessen a lot. This kind of bearing really did have the air of a powerhouse. In the future, when he told others that he had drunk tea with Wukong, it would be a very honorable thing. "Why are you here, little friend?" Wukong asked casually. To be able to meet Kai Yang in this kind of place was really beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "It's a long story, but I was originally here to kill you." Wukong smiled, "And now? Will you kill me?" Yang Kai asked. "That depends on whether little friend has the ability." Yang Kai thought about it seriously and shook his head. "Even if I have the ability, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill you." Killing Wukong was equivalent to killing Duan Hongchen. The price he had to pay was too high. He immediately said with righteous indignation, "Just you wait. When this young master finds a way to force you out of Senior Hongchen's body, that will be the day you die. Then you have to work hard to cultivate." Wukong smiled slightly. Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable. The meeting this time was completely different from what he had imagined. "Didn't you kill people like scything flax? Why are you showing the tolerance of a wise old man?" He couldn't help but feel that before he could even throw a punch, others would use cotton to block his eyes. It was better for everyone to shed all pretense of cordiality and ruthlessly kill each other, no matter who lived or died. "You've become a vegetarian?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "What?" Wukong was puzzled. Why didn't those people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion swallow them? To be honest, he was also extremely surprised just now. It was simply unbelievable that the group of people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion were able to leave safely. It was not just smoke rising from the ancestral grave, it was simply spitting fire. Wukong was definitely not a vegetarian. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was his innate technique, and he had just swallowed a dragon on the Dragon Island half a year ago. What's the point of eating something that can only be stuffed between my teeth? Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and said, "Then why did you come to the ancestral territory? Your initial plan to go to the Dragon Island was to come here?" Wukong said, "To take some things left here, to prepare for the future." "In the future?" Yang Kai frowned. "We'll talk about the future in the future." When the tea was ready, Wukong took a cup and slowly tasted it. Yang Kai took a look. He didn't even have a teacup. He directly picked up the teapot and took a big sip, then said, "You didn't eat those people, not because you didn't want to, but because you couldn't, right?" Wukong's hands paused, his eyes flickered, he stared at Yang Kai. "What do you mean by that? In this world, was there anything he couldn't do? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Furthermore, you're still in the critical period of recovery. Didn't you hide in the lower plane just to devour more energy? And then?" Wukong looked at him with a smile. He didn't say whether he was right or wrong. Yang Kai said, "Senior Duan definitely wouldn't allow this to happen, he must have interfered with you." As he said this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, his body slightly leaned back, and seriously looked at Wukong. In that instant, an incredible thought popped into his mind. Wukong's smile didn't fade. Yang Kai's whole body shook, he hesitated. "Senior Duan?" Wukong's smile turned into a bitter smile. Yang Kai didn't dare to believe, "Is it really Senior Duan?" Wukong suddenly laughed. "Old Duan, I told you, you can't learn this deity's suaveness, it's really like trying to draw a tiger but end up looking like a dog." Then he said in a deep voice, "You shut up." Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. If it could be said that he only had doubts before, then now he was sure that the one who had been talking to him since he entered the room wasn't Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. His face suddenly sank, he asked, "Senior Duan, what's going on?" He always thought that Duan Hongchen was suppressed by Wukong, otherwise why would he go to the Dragon Island to slay dragons? Then he hid in the territory of this lower plane, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Duan Hongchen wasn't completely suppressed, he still had some freedom. Even from the dialogue between Wukong and Duan Hongchen, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be that bad. No matter what evil things Wukong did, Yang Kai wouldn't think it was too much, but if those evil things involved Duan Hongchen, then the situation was completely different. Duan Hongchen obviously knew what Yang Kai was angry about. He sighed and said, I was also only freed after he came here, I didn't mean to hide what happened before. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Duan Hongchen was really in cahoots with Wukong, then it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, sometimes fierce, sometimes malicious, Duan Hongchen said, don't get any wrong ideas, even if you and I join hands now, we still can't kill him. It was also his intention for me to come out for a breath of fresh air. If he really suppressed me with all his strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Yang Kai was depressed. Only then did he let go of the thought in his heart. He said helplessly, then what should we do? Duan Hongchen said, let nature take its course, but since we are fated to meet today, this old man has something to ask of you. Yang Kai said seriously, Senior, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. Duan Hongchen said, if you return to the astral boundary, there will definitely be people who will ask you about Wukong's whereabouts, please don't tell anyone. Yang Kai asked curiously, why is that? He felt that Duan Hongchen's attitude towards Wukong had changed a lot after this meeting. It was no longer as tit-for-tat as before, it even seemed that there was a hint of compromise. Why? Why was this? What kind of communication did the two great emperors have between them? What kind of agreement did they reach? It actually made Duan Hongchen intentionally help Wukong hide their whereabouts. Was this the hush money? But wasn't the price a little too high? It was conceivable that the embodiment who had received these essences and cultivation experience would have a smooth road in the future. Perhaps, it could reach the height of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or even surpass it. After all, it was a stone mongoose, and it had devoured the original power of the stone fire. Its starting point was much higher than Wukong's. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai's suspicion and shock, Wukong chuckled and said, perhaps one day, we can all turn enemies into friends. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai scolded, but his tone softened a lot. He couldn't help it. After all, he was not a shameless person. He had just received such a big benefit from him, so how could he have the nerve to throw a tantrum at him? However, the so-called turning enemies into friends was probably not possible. Wukong was hated by everyone in the astral world. As long as he didn't leave Duan Hongchen's body, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to turn enemies into friends. Although there was no eternal enemy in the face of benefits, Wukong's various actions had long gone beyond the scope of benefits. Yang Kai's brain was damaged if he became friends with him. Nothing is absolute. We might as well wait 100 years, or even 1,000 years, and then we'll see. Wukong didn't care. Yang Kai withdrew his Dharmakaya and grinned, that's if you can live until then. His eyes wandered around his neck with evil intentions, as if he was considering where to start. His expression changed and suddenly became extremely serious. Wukong, since you have the idea of changing your appearance, I'm willing to give you a chance to put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Wukong smiled and said, what's the matter? Let's hear it. Yang Kai said, I want to go back to my homeland, but I can't find the way. You're familiar with this aspect, so tell me, how can I go back to my territory? This was the reason why he still barged in even though he knew Wukong was here. This guy had caused chaos in the territory of countless planets in the past, so he obviously knew this very well. Getting some guidance from him would definitely be better than searching aimlessly. Which territory did you come from? Wukong asked. Hung Luo Star Field. Wukong heard this and shook his head, I've never heard of it. He had been to countless star regions, but he didn't have the time to deliberately find out the names of those star regions. To him, all the star regions in the lower planes were just sources of energy to replenish his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. If Wukong had really been to Hengluo Star Field, then there wouldn't be any Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, or Sword Union in that territory. They would have long been stored in his stomach. If you want to go back to the lower plane territory from here, one way is to go through those star paths, provided that there is a star path between the lower plane territory and the ancestral territory, but looking at you, you probably haven't found it yet. Then what's the other way? Wukong smiled and said, using the star territory source. Star territory source? Yang Kai raised his brow, a faint light flashing in his mind. It was very important, but he couldn't grasp it. Stars have their own source, and star territory has its own source. It's just that the source is hidden on a cultivation star, and anyone with enough strength has the opportunity to refine it and become a star master. Star territory source is much more difficult to find. A star territory is vast, and even an ordinary person you meet on the street, a rabbit running in the wilderness, or a meteorite wandering in the star field may be a star territory source. Even if an ordinary person comes across it, they may not necessarily be able to find it, but if you can refine it, then you can control the entire star territory in your hands and become the master and guardian of this star territory. Wukong spoke slowly, but Yang Kai listened carefully, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Star territory's guardian, this wasn't the first time he heard this term, he had heard people mention it before. When he left the Hengluo star field and went to the star boundary, he was determined to become the Hengluo star field's guardian. If you can become the star territory's guardian, then no matter where you are, you will be able to sense the location of this star territory. If you want to go from the ancestral territory to the star territory, do you still need to deliberately look for it? At that time, as long as he willed it, he would be able to grasp the ethereal connection between himself and the star territory. Yang Kai calmly said, "So that's how it is, I've learned something." He cursed in his heart, "I'm really an idiot." If he hadn't met Wukong today, and heard what he said, he was afraid that he would have forgotten about something in his knowledge sea. Star. In his knowledge sea, there was the entire Hengluo star field star. This wasn't a typical navigation map drawn by an ordinary star master, but more like a mysterious inheritance. Not long after he arrived at the star territory on Tongxian realm, he obtained it from a star master. When the starship collapsed, that star master died not far from Yang Kai, and then a stream of light entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Since then, Yang Kai's knowledge sea had inexplicably become filled with the entire star territory's star. During those years in the Hengluo star field, the star in his knowledge sea had pointed him in the right direction many times, so he didn't get lost in the star territory. There was once a master who broke into Yang Kai's knowledge sea with his divine sense, and when he saw the star array, he cried out in alarm, as if he had found a precious treasure, but in the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wasn't sure what the star in his knowledge sea was before, now he was almost certain it was the star territory star source. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first arrived at the star boundary, there was still a faint connection between him and his homeland, but as time passed, this connection was severed. The star source of the stars, which was difficult for others to find, had settled down in his knowledge sea for so many years. With this, wouldn't it be easy to find the way home? Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face as he said lightly, "I have one more question." Speak. Wukong seemed to be in a good mood today, so how could he care less about Yang Kai's insatiable greed? How did you avoid the rejection of the world principles? Tens of thousands of years ago, many star territory had been destroyed by him. Yang Kai didn't believe he could accomplish this with just a peak origin king realm cultivation. Since he could act wantonly and tyrannize those star territory, he must have displayed more than just the strength of an origin king, most likely using his full strength. But even if he was one of the great emperors, the rejection of the world principles was not a joke, so why hadn't he suffered the wrath of the heavens? Wukong said, every time this king goes to a star territory, the first thing this king does is find the star territory star source, steal, rob, and refine it. In that star territory, you are the heavens and earth, so how could you be rejected? Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just like how a star master refined the star source of a cultivation star, on his own cultivation star, the star master was the heavens and earth. By the same principle, after refining the star territory star source, the entire star territory was under one's control, so how could one be rejected? Shuttling through the void was a common thing for him. After a while, he had a plan in his mind. He patted He Yunxiang's shoulder and said, now you have two choices. The first is to stay here. The ancestral territory is not bad. If you stay here, you will have a good development. I will leave you some spirit pills and cultivation materials. I choose the second one, He Yunxiang said. If it were not for the things that happened during this period, she was afraid that she would really choose to stay in the ancestral territory. However, with Yang Kai's experience, how could he not know that the ancestral territory was not the top world? The third order Dao source realm was not the pinnacle of martial arts at all. She had worked hard to follow Yang Kai from the territory of the Wuji star to here, and she did not want to stop here. There was no need for Yang Kai to give her a second choice as she had already made her decision. Very well, Yang Kai nodded. In any case, it was just one more person, so it was not a burden for him. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai suddenly paused, looked down at the people below, and asked, have you met anyone from the Hangluo star field? During this time, every time he arrived at a star field exit, he would ask this question. Yang Kai was just asking out of habit at this time and didn't expect to get a definite answer. In any case, he was about to return to his homeland, so he would soon be able to see the people he wanted to meet. Why do you ask? One of the people suddenly showed a look of vigilance and frowned at Yang Kai. It was the person who had spoken to him before. Yang Kai blinked and was a little stunned. You've met them? Never, the man shook his head. How could Yang Kai believe him? Stretching out his hand, the man suddenly felt a strong suction force and his body flew forward involuntarily before being grabbed by the neck. In an instant, the man's face turned red as he lost control of his Saint Chi. Yang Kai showed a fierce look. I hate it when people lie to me. If there is, then there is, if there isn't, then there isn't. I'll give you one more chance, think carefully before you answer. Sometimes, being overbearing was far more effective than being amiable. As soon as this powerful force was displayed, the several cultivators all paled, realizing that this young man had the strength to kill them in the blink of an eye. Yes. The man struggled hard and managed to squeeze out a word. Really? Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears and loosened his grip slightly. When did you see her? What did she look like? Where did she go? Tell me in detail. If you hide anything, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I don't know exactly when, about 20 years ago. At that time, I wasn't in charge of receiving her, but later I heard that the senior sister came from Hangluo Star Field. Senior sister? Yang Kai's face froze. What's her name? Su Yen. Yang Kai was shocked. The name that he had dreamed of suddenly came out of the mouth of a stranger, and in a place like the ancestral territory. The impact on him was simply unimaginable, so much so that his mind went blank and he lost the ability to think. At this time, if someone were to launch a sneak attack, it would be 100% successful. Lu Yen then asked, "Are you sure she came from Hangluo Star Field?" "I'm sure, because senior sister Su didn't hide her origins. Instead, she deliberately publicized it. Brothers and junior brothers all paid attention to her. What they paid attention to was not only her origin, but also her stunning appearance." Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. If he had some doubts before, now he was almost certain. Su Yen was here. Su Yen was in the ancestral territory. This name wasn't very special, it could almost be said to be ordinary. There should be many people with the same name, but Su Yen, who came from Hangluo Star Field and had the strength to pass the star path, was probably the only person in the world who could do this. 20 years, didn't this mean that not many years after he left the star territory, Su Yen arrived in the ancestral territory? How did she find the entrance to the ancestral territory? And with her cold temperament, the reason why she wanted to publicize her origins was probably to find him. She didn't know where he was, she didn't even know if he was in the ancestral territory, so she could only use this method to increase the chances of them meeting. If Yang Kai was really in the ancestral territory, he would definitely go to find her after hearing her news. Alone in a completely unfamiliar world, Yang Kai suddenly felt sad and blamed himself. Chapter 3109. Qiyu and Aio's experiences in the star boundary were still vivid in his mind, and Yang Kai knew exactly how much hardship and exhaustion they had suffered. Even Wu Dao, who was known as the strongest cultivator in the star territory, had fallen, let alone Su Yen, a lone woman. Deep in his heart, a voice kept roaring. "I want to see her. Immediately. Immediately." Longing overflowed like a tide, almost drowning Yang Kai's body and mind. "Master." Lu Yen grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and the delicate touch brought Yang Kai back to his senses. He saw that the man who was being choked by him had his eyes rolled back, and his face was pale as if he would die in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly released him and threw him onto the star shuttle. A violent coughing sound came as the man half knelt, covering his throat with his hand, coughing so hard that tears almost came out. The eyelids of the cultivator below twitched. "I'm really sorry." Yang Kai stretched out his big hand to the man, but he couldn't help but tremble a little. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could shake him to this extent, but inquiring about Su Yen in the ancestral territory was definitely one of them. This guy in front of him called Su Yen's senior sister, which meant that Su Yen had joined the sect behind him after coming to the ancestral territory. In any case, bullying a junior brother was not something to be proud of, not to mention that Yang Kai still had something to ask of him. After a while, the man took the opportunity to grab Yang Kai's hand and stand up, but there was still a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at Yang Kai timidly. He was also a third-order origin king, but he was like an ant in front of this young man, unable to resist at all. Obviously, the other party was not someone he could provoke. Yang Kai's attitude changed so quickly that he felt that this guy was a bit temperamental, making him more and more afraid. This kind of strength and temper was extremely strange. How should I address this junior brother? Yang Kai tried to calm his expression. The man swallowed his saliva and said, "Xiang Fei. So it's junior brother Xiang." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder, causing him to shrink back slightly. "Sorry for offending you just now, junior brother, please don't take offense. You just called Su Yen's senior sister, is she a disciple of your noble sect?" After a few simple questions and answers, Yang Kai got some clues. Sure enough, as he had expected, after Su Yen arrived at the ancestral territory, she had joined the Red Cloud sect, the force behind Xiang Fei. Su Yen had also entered the ancestral territory through this star path entrance. However, at that time, it was not Xiang Fei who was there to receive her, but rather someone else from the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, Xiang Fei did not know the specifics. Only after Su Yan had joined the Red Cloud sect did he have some understanding of her. Su Yan had entered the Red Cloud sect for only a few years, but she had already gained a large number of fans. The number of senior brother and junior brother who fawned over her was innumerable. She had already become an influential figure in the Red Cloud sect. There were only a few such characters in each sect, but Su Yan, as a disciple who had come from the lower star territory, naturally received more attention. The news that she was from the Hongluo star field spread like wildfire. Xiang Fei had also met Su Yan a few times, but he did not have the courage to speak to her. He only felt that the cold look on her face had a kind of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. If he approached her, he might get frostbite. Senior Sister Su's talent is extraordinary. After entering the sect for only 5 years, she has already advanced to the Dao source realm. This kind of aptitude is really shameful. Xiang Fei sighed. He probably saw that there was some kind of relationship between Yang Kai and Su Yan, so he chose to say something nice. Sure enough, Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this, advanced to the Dao source realm. He had always been worried about whether she would suffer unfair treatment or be pushed aside in this world, but now it seemed that she was living a good life. How is it now? Yang Kai asked. Xiang Fei said, I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, how can you not know? Aren't you also a disciple of the Red Cloud sect? Xiang Fei was startled and hurriedly said, Junior brother is indeed a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but I was sent to guard this place more than 10 years ago. I rarely return to the sect, so I don't know what is going on in the sect. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Generally speaking, those who were sent to guard the entrance of the Star Path were not well received in the sect. They did not have any backing, so they were given this kind of time-consuming job that did not have many benefits. This Xiang Fei was obviously such a person in the Red Cloud sect. Do you want to go back? Yes, I do. How could these lonely days be compared to the comfortable life in the sect? Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, congratulations, you are about to get what you want. What? Xiang Fei did not react, but instinctively felt that something was wrong. Go to the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai ordered He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately urged her star shuttle. Lead the way. Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Fei again. Xiang Fei anxiously said, No, let me down quickly. Without the sect master and the elder's orders, I'm going in the wrong direction, this way. In front of Yang Kai's big fists, he had no choice but to submit. This temperamental young man was not someone he could provoke. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. After returning to the sect, if someone asked, he would at least have an explanation, but he did not know what kind of punishment he would receive. This month's salary would probably be gone. Thinking about the vital source condensing pills, he could not help but feel a little dejected. Yang Kai punched him in the chest, scaring him out of his wits. After discovering that this punch didn't hurt him, he cried out miserably, Senior brother, don't scare me like that. Tell me more about Su Yan. If you tell me well, you will definitely benefit. Xiang Fei did not know whether bringing this guy to the Red Cloud sect was a blessing or a curse. At first glance, this person had a close relationship with senior sister Su Yan and was most likely one of her pursuers. Otherwise, why would he inquire about Su Yan's senior sister? Moreover, his strength was so strong. If he ran to the sect, wouldn't he have a conflict with some people? However, after thinking about it, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Everyone wanted to eat swan meat, but most of them were toads crawling on the ground, drooling at the sight of a swan flying in the sky. If he really caused trouble in the sect, the only one who would suffer would be him. Stabilizing his mind, Xiang Fei picked up some things he knew and told him. Yang Kai didn't know much about Su Yan. Although the Red Cloud sect wasn't one of the top sects in the ancestral territory, it could barely be considered a second-tier sect. There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and there were very few opportunities to interact with unfamiliar people. What he knew about Su Yan was mostly hearsay. However, regardless of whether this news was true or false, Yang Kai listened with a smile, as if he had seen Su Yan's life with his own eyes. By the way, shortly after senior sister Su Yan entered the sect, she was received as a disciple by Elder Ruan. I heard that when Elder Ruan saw her, she lost her self-control and forced her to become a disciple. It was because of this matter that senior sister Su's name spread throughout the sect. That Elder Ruan, is he a man or a woman? She is a woman. Elder Ruan is the oldest and most senior elder in the sect. Xiang Fei always felt that when Yang Kai asked that question, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking again, there was not even the slightest trace of it. He did not know whether it was his own misconception or not. Yang Kai laughed and patted Xiang Fei's shoulder. Your Elder Ruan's eyesight is good. Huh. Xiang Fei smiled. Elder Ruan's temper is strange. We don't dare to approach the spirit peak where she lives. Although she is an elder of our Red Cloud sect, she doesn't seem to participate in the sect's affairs and has never accepted a disciple. That year, when news of her wanting to accept senior sister Su as a disciple spread, the entire sect was in an uproar. Through Xiang Fei's words, the image of an eccentric, temperamental, wrinkled Elder Ruan appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was very grateful to this Elder Ruan whom he had never met before. Su Yan had gone out and met a noble. Otherwise, with her appearance, even if she entered the Red Cloud sect, she would have been in constant trouble. There were many talented people, so how could she be able to break through to the Dao Source realm in just 5 years? It was likely that Elder Ruan's full support was indispensable. Just the source condensing pills needed to break through to the Dao Source realm was a huge number. Su Yan had just arrived, so how could she have collected so many pills? As they walked, Xiang Fei racked his brains and told Yang Kai everything he knew about Su Yan. However, Yang Kai still wasn't satisfied and kept asking questions, as if he was a starving man who wanted someone to draw a few pancakes in front of him. Xiang Fei was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend him. He could only feel sadness in his heart and silently cursed. What kind of person is this? He steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Senior sister Su has countless pursuers in the sect. He could see that this young man and senior sister Su Yan were familiar with each other and definitely had an interest in senior sister Su Yan. Before, when they talked about Su Yan, he deliberately didn't talk about her feelings, afraid of touching a nerve. But now, there was nothing he could say, so he could only say this. You brought trouble to yourself, so don't blame me. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai just smiled, as if he didn't care. Even if Xiang Fei didn't say it, he could guess it. It would be strange if Su Yan didn't have a few pursuers, but in this world, how many people could enter her eyes? Those pursuers were not even worthy of being called rivals in Yang Kai's eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Fei continued, others are fine, but senior sister Su is Elder Ruan's only disciple after all, so it's not good to pester her. After being rejected, they often tactfully leave, but one person, what? Is there really someone so shameless? If I tell you, don't tell anyone that I told you. Xiang Fei looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice. If you have something to say, then say it. Our young sect master is very fond of senior sister Su. He once said in front of many people that he wanted to take senior sister Su as his concubine. Bullshit. Yang Kai was furious, his expression ferocious, his previous indifference swept away. Don't let father see you, otherwise I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Secretly admiring her is one thing, but you actually dare to boast so shamelessly. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.